Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Flash cannon. Brandon made the first move. Registeel focused its radiant energy into a brilliant beam and fired. The attack struck the freshly summoned Nidoking, forcing it back several meters, but the poison/ground type didn't fall. Nice, Paul muttered, eyes glinting. Nidoking, use earth power. Neato. Nidoking's body pulsed with light. With a mighty punch to the battlefield, seismic energy cracked the ground beneath Registeel. The trembling earth surged forward, erupting in a burst of power beneath the iron Pokémon. Registeel groaned, clearly rattled for the first time. Follow up. Double kick, Paul commanded sharply. Nidoking leaped and lashed out with powerful kicks, one connecting cleanly and driving Registeel back. Still, Registeel stood firm. TCH, then try this. Thunderbolt. Electricity surged from Nidoking's horns in a wild blast. But before it landed, Iron Head, Brandon ordered calmly. Registeel glowed with metallic force and charged straight into the Thunderbolt, enduring the electricity. With a resounding crash, it struck Nidoking head-on. The massive beast collapsed. Registeel remained standing. Paul's face twisted in frustration. Why? Why can't I beat even one of them? Are legendary Pokémon truly that untouchable? Across the field, Brandon responded coolly, "What's wrong, boy? You said you'd succeed where your brother failed." "Damn it," Paul roared, hurling his next Pokeball. "Lyron, let's go." The red beam materialized into the armored form of Lyron. From the sidelines, Xia Fan narrowed his eyes. He's only bringing Pokémon with type advantages, even if they're under-evolved. Just to counter the Regis? That's desperation. Brandon raised an eyebrow and recalled Registeel. "Very well. You've seen Steel. Now meet Ice." He threw a Pokeball. "Reg Ice, let's finish this." The air chilled as the ice pillar emerged, glowing with a pale blue aura. "Lyron, use Iron Defense." Paul barked. Lyron braced, its body shimmering with reinforced steel plating. Brandon raised his hand. "Ice Beam." Regice swept its icy arm forward. A brilliant stream of freezing energy shot across the field and struck Lyron before it could move. Ice encased it instantly. "What?" Paul gasped. He'd forgotten. Regice could freeze its opponents. Not like Registeel at all. Brandon wasted no time. Zap Cannon. Energy crackled between Regis' hands before launching the electrifying orb directly at the frozen Lyron. The impact shattered the ice and the battle. Lyron lay unconscious. "Ursaring, you're up." Paul sent out his fifth Pokémon. The bear Pokémon roared as it landed on the field. Hammer Arm. Ursaring lunged with a heavy punch, wrapped in raw energy. Focus Blast, Brandon responded. The two collided at center field with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves across the stadium. Spectators shielded their faces from the burst of wind. When the dust cleared, both Pokémon had stepped back, but were still standing. Again, Focus Blast. A sphere of energy formed in Ursaring's chest. Zap Cannon, Brandon said evenly. The two attacks raced to completion, but Regis charged faster. The Zap Cannon hit first, disrupting Ursaring's attack and paralyzing his arms. Ugh, Paul clenched his fists. "Damn it." From the stands, Ash frowned. Why isn't he switching out or giving commands? Ursaring can't attack like this. Brandon calmly recalled Regice and released Regirock. The ground trembled with the Rock Titan's return. "Stone Edge," Brandon ordered. Jagged stones erupted from Regirock's chest, slicing through the air and striking the motionless Ursaring. He fell with a heavy thud. Why didn't he dodge? Xia Fan shook his head in disbelief. He just gave up. Paul lowered his head, silently withdrawing Ursaring and sending out his final Pokémon, Charmeleon. Still staring at the ground, he muttered, "Flamethrower." With renewed resolve, Charmeleon roared and released a stream of fire at Regirock. Brandon didn't counter. He let the flames hit. When they passed, Regirock stood tall. Eyes shut, it raised its arms. Shockwave. A burst of electrical energy surged across the field. Charmeleon collapsed. 6 down. All 3 of Brandon's legendary titans remained. Brandon stepped forward. Is this the battle you wanted, Paul? The crowd was silent. Paul stood frozen, numb, unable to respond. He looked up at Brandon, then at the crowd, and let out a bitter, hollow laugh. Is it so amazing to have legendary Pokémon? Before anyone could answer, a voice echoed beside him. It is, the newcomer said, placing a hand on Paul's shoulder. A man stood beside him, calm and confident. Mr. Brandon, how about it, the man said. 3 titans versus 3 titans? Mr. Brandon, would you care for a battle? 3 pillars versus 3 pillars? The calm voice cut through the tense air like a blade. Silence fell instantly. Brandon's brows furrowed. You also have the Regis? Is this a joke, young man? He asked, his voice low with disbelief. Ash, in the crowd, nearly leapt from his seat. Wait, Mr. Xia Fan, weren't you focusing on Darkrai, Cresselia, and even Deoxys? Since when do you have the Regis? Paul turned, staring hard. You mean you've got even more legendary Pokémon? Xia Fan offered a casual shrug, then tossed 3 Pokeballs into the air. Click, snap, boom. 3 bursts of crimson light erupted on the battlefield. A moment later, the Titans materialized. Regice, Regirock, Registeel. Dead silence swept the stadium. And then, equals. That's impossible, Brock shouted, eyes wide. Morty blinked slowly. This feels like a dream. Ash turned to Dawn. Pinch me. Zoe, you pinch me, Dawn whispered back. Zoe just blinked, utterly confused. Even Reggie, calm and reserved, couldn't hold back. To see something like this in my lifetime, it's unbelievable. Brandon pointed at the 3 pillars before him, his jaw tight with shock. Where did you catch them? Xia Fan chuckled. A bit forward, don't you think, Mr. Brandon? Nobody shares secrets like that. Not even with a place that's empty. Brandon coughed, realizing his slip, and quickly composed himself. Very well. How do you propose we battle? 1-on-1. Regirock versus Regirock. Steel against steel. Ice against ice, Xia Fan said. A once-in-a-lifetime match. Doesn't that sound fair? Brandon nodded slowly. Agreed. But give my Regis time to recover. This deserves our full strength. Of course. Xia Fan smiled. 30 minutes later, both trainers stood at opposite ends of the field once more. Xia Fan gestured. You choose first. Brandon nodded and threw his Pokeball. Go, Regirock. The Rock Titan landed with a quake. Without hesitation, Xia Fan mirrored the motion. Regirock, let's show them. The 2 Regirock stood face to face, unmoving, like twin statues carved by the earth itself. Stone Edge. Brandon shouted. His Regirock summoned glowing shards of stone, launching them forward with tremendous force. Stone Edge. Xia Fan echoed, arms folded, voice calm. His Regirock responded in kind. But this time, the shards it conjured were larger, denser, and glowed with greater intensity. Though slightly delayed, they crashed into Brandon's attack midair. Boom! Brandon's Stone Edge shattered. His Regirock was battered by several massive rocks and pushed back. Xia Fan's Regirock stood untouched. Brandon's eyes narrowed. How? They're both Regirock. Why such a difference? Even Ash and the others were speechless. Zap Cannon, Brandon commanded, desperation creeping into his voice. Lightning surged from Regirock's chest, aimed directly at its counterpart. Zap Cannon. Xia Fan's voice was still cool, unshaken. Both Titans launched their beams. The 2 Electroblasts collided midair, creating a blinding explosion and a fierce shockwave. When the dust cleared, Brandon's Regirock had slid back several steps. Xia Fan's Regirock remained where it had stood, solid as stone. Incredible, Dawn whispered. He's not just keeping up. He's overpowering Mr. Brandon. Ash nodded. I can't believe it. He really trained them to this level. Brandon clenched his jaw. Final move. Hyper Beam, full power. His Regirock began charging, energy building in its chest like a dying star. Hyper Beam, Xia Fan replied smoothly. Morty's eyes widened. This is bad. Everyone take cover. Ash, Reggie, and Paul ducked, shielding their faces as the two massive beams erupted from the Titans. But there was no midair collision. Instead, Xia Fan's Hyper Beam punched straight through Brandon's, obliterating the opposing energy and slamming into Brandon's Regirock. Boom! The Titan was blasted backward and crashed outside the battlefield, defeated. Gasps echoed through the arena. Ash clutched Pikachu. Is this really happening? How can there be such a power gap between two Regirocks? When I battle Mr. Brandon, he muttered, I barely beat Regice. And now, his Regirock didn't even stand a chance. Dawn hugged Piplup tight. That Regirock destroyed Paul earlier, and now it got destroyed even worse. Zoe nodded. Paul, maybe battling Xia Fan would have hurt less. At least Brandon's Regirock wouldn't be behind you. Paul stiffened, his face turning sour. Don't get cocky. One Pokémon doesn't mean anything. Maybe Brandon's other two will wipe the floor with Xia Fan. The crowd turned to Brandon, who now stood silently, head bowed, lips pressed into a line. His Regirock was out, and for the first time in a long while, Brandon looked rattled. Thank you for your hard work, Regirock. In the battlefield, Mr. Brandon put Regirock into the Pokeball with a lost look on his face. Compared to Paul's easily broken mentality, Brandon is worthy of being Brandon, and it is not without reason that he is respected by everyone as the Pyramid King. Even after the same Pokemon was beaten, he only needed to take a few deep breaths to adjust his mentality and throw the second Pokeball. The next one is up to you, Regice. A red light flashed, and the Ice God Pillar Regice appeared. Thank you for your hard work, Regirock. After this battle, I will ask Long Xiao and Ku Ziqing to collect some more precious and hard stones for you. Xia Fan took out a Pokeball and put away his own Regirock, then threw out another Pokeball. Come out and fight Regice. A red light flashed, and Xia Fan's Regice appeared. As soon as he came out, Xia Fan made a gesture of invitation, meaning that Mr. Brandon should attack first again, and he just followed suit. Regice, arm hammer. Mr. Brandon gritted his teeth, but still did as he was told. He knew that he must not show weakness at a time like this. If he did, it would mean he was admitting that his Regice and Regirock were not as good as others. Arm hammer. Xia Fan smiled and gave the same instruction. 2 seconds later, in the center of the battlefield, two Regices were seen simultaneously swinging their glowing right hands towards rival. Come on, Regice! Brandon shouted in his heart. He was unwilling to accept that the 3 divine pillars he had conquered with great effort were much worse than Xia Fan's. Snap! However, the result was that in the center of the battlefield, when the two Regices swung their right hands at the same time and collided with each other, the right hand of Regice on Brandon's side instantly broke and cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Regice on Xia Fan's side was fine. There was not a single crack on his hard ice arm, and not even a tiny bit of ice fragments came out. This is impossible. Why is this happening? Brandon's mentality began to collapse. It's fine that I can't win in terms of skills, but why can't I win in terms of physical strength, even though we're both Regice? This is definitely the same species of legendary Pokémon. Ash and the others who were watching were in disarray again. It is really hard to understand how the result would turn out like this. Why do I feel that Mr. Brandon's Regice is just a baby, and Mr. Xia Fan's Regice is just a father? This is totally a battle between father and son. It's too one-sided. Xiaojing complained. The words were rough, but the logic was there. No one else objected, and some even nodded. Come back, Regice. Seeing this result, Brandon knew there was no need to continue fighting. No matter how the competition goes on, its Regice will definitely lose in the fight. Registeel, I hope you won't let me down. Brandon finally threw out the Steel Pillar Registeel. This is the last fighting force among his 3 pillars. Thank you for your hard work, Regice. I will also ask Long Xiao and Ku Ziqing to prepare what you need. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball, took back the Regice, and took out the last Pokeball of the God Pillar. Come out, Registeel. A red light flashed, and the Steel God Pillar Registeel appeared. You attack first. This time, instead of waiting for Xia Fan to signal Brandon to attack first, Brandon took the initiative to signal Xia Fan to attack first. Have you become scared of me? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, but if I attack you first, it will be even more uncomfortable for you. Registeel, Iron Head. Xia Fan ordered the first attack. A burst of energy immediately appeared above Registeel's head, and when the energy enveloped his entire body, he rushed towards the opposite side. Brandon saw this and decisively ordered a backup attack. Registeel, Superpower! Registeel. His Registeel shouted, opened his hands, and a golden light appeared all over his body. Beautiful. That's exactly what we should have ordered. In the audience, Paul, who likes to use attribute restraint the most, was excited about Brandon's backhand skill. The Steel-type Registeel is afraid of Fighting-type skills, and Superpower is one of the most powerful skills in the Fighting type, which can burst out terrifying power in a short period of time. Once this power successfully captures Rival, a brutal attack will be waiting for Rival. However, 2 seconds later, Paul's expression froze with excitement, because when Xia Fan's Registeel's Iron Head attack collided with Mr. Brandon's Registeel Iron Head, Mr. Brandon's Registeel using the Superpower skill was knocked back 2 meters, and Xia Fan's Registeel retreated quickly, avoiding the final hug and throw prepared by Superpower. How was this possible? Paul screamed. As a firm believer in attribute restraint, what he could not accept the most was that his advantage skills were repelled by his disadvantage skills. Superpower. On the battlefield, Xia Fan once again began to imitate and launched the same attack as Brandon in the previous round. His Registeel let out a long shout, opened his hands, and began to exert all his strength. However, Xia Fan did not urge it to attack immediately, but shouted to the other side, Mr. Brandon, if you lose your concentration again, you will lose. Brandon and Paul also couldn't accept the result just now, and only came to their senses when they heard Xia Fan shouting. Then, he didn't know whether he had lost his mind or felt that the Iron Head skill had a power he didn't know about. So he ordered, Registeel, Iron Head. Brandon's Registeel then exploded Force Palm energy on his head, and after it covered his entire body, he rushed towards Xia Fan. Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth and asked his Registeel to wait. Everyone in the audience swallowed their saliva, not knowing whether the reverse attribute would win this time or the forward attribute would win. A second later, the Registeels of both sides collided. The result was that Xia Fan's Registeel's Orberg hand directly pressed against Brandon's Iron Head and grabbed its big head. After that, there was a series of unbearable bangs. When they stopped, all they saw was a Registeel that couldn't even pronounce its own name. Lying on the ground, Registeel loses the ability to fight and Xia Fan wins. The people in the audience didn't know what to say for a moment. This battle was completely a one-sided crushing victory. Mr. Brandon's Regirock, Regice, and Registeel were no match for Xia Fan's, whether in defense or attack. Even in the last fight when they used restrained skills, Xia Fan's Registeel crushed Mr. Brandon's side with overwhelming force. Why is it like this? Mr. Brandon took his Registeel back in despair. The 3 pillars he had worked so hard to subdue turned out to be so different from those of others. Brandon looked at Xia Fan. How do you usually train them? Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, not knowing whether she should tell the truth to Brandon. How'd he train? He trained a ghost and never cared whether it was good or not. After taming it, he just lent it to members of the Temple of the Gods, such as Long Xiao and Ku Ziqing. It seemed like they didn't spend even a single day in his hands, and he would lend them money out on the same day he collected it. The only connection between their strength and themselves is that they have a system father protecting them. When Brandon saw that Xia Fan didn't respond for a long time, he immediately realized that the training method was a personal privacy and there was no reason for others to tell him. So he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, young man. I lost my composure. Xia Fan smiled and shook his head, then opened his mouth and decided to make up a random reason. But he stopped when he saw Brandon's truly apologetic expression. Although it is not convenient to tell the truth, it is better not to fool an honest person. As the battle between Xia Fan and Brandon ended, Zoe and Dawn, who had feasted their eyes on the battle, left first on their Pokémon. Paul and Reggie, the brothers, took Paul away as Reggie had to go back to deliver Pokémon to someone else. Ash, Xia Fan, and others exchanged a few words with Mr. Brandon and prepared to leave for the next destination. Anyway, the gym in Snowpoint City had already been taken. However, just as they were saying goodbye to Brandon, the white zip that had been carrying Miss Kamiko and Mr. Brandon's disciple Zatoru just drove back. Two people hurriedly got out of the car, and Zotaro said in a panic, "Master, there is an accident at the temple." "What?" Mr. Brandon said angrily. "He came here just for the Snowpoint Temple, and now something happened there." "What happened?" Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and asked immediately afterwards. Just now, when Ash and the others were about to leave, he was still a little hesitant. After all, there was a Snowpoint Temple nearby, and he would be unwilling to just leave like that. But now, with Ash's warm-hearted character, hearing such words, he would definitely not be able to leave even if he wanted to. Sotaro said, "A mysterious group has sealed off the area surrounding the temple." "Mysterious group?" Xia Fan looked puzzled. "What mysterious group? Why are they doing this?" Mr. Brandon hurriedly said, "Anyway, let's take the battle pyramid and get there as soon as possible." "Yes." Sotaro and Miss Miko nodded. "Mr. Brandon, please take us there too." Ash was a little unsteady on his feet and walked forward anxiously. "Thank you." Dawn and Xiaojing followed closely behind. Only Xia Fan, who was standing nearby, hurriedly made way for him. Let the three of them fully demonstrate their ability to talk big. After more than 10 seconds of verbal battle, Brandon was finally convinced and said to them confidently, "In that case, let's go, boys and girls." After saying that, he glanced at Xia Fan. He felt that in addition to Ash and the others, Xia Fan, who also had the 3 god pillars, should be able to help a lot at the critical moment. "Yes," Ash and the other two said excitedly. About a minute later, Battle Pyramid took off again. Xia Fan and his colleagues stood in the control room, looking at the vast white snow through the front window. Ash, who has a strong sense of justice for the Pokémon world, gritted his teeth and said, "What exactly is the purpose of those people? Why did they block the Snowpoint Temple?" After the voice fell, Brandon, who was operating the battle pyramid behind the few people, said, "Young men, have you ever heard of the legend of the Snowpoint Temple?" A few people turned around, and Ash asked in confusion, "No, what kind of legend is that?" Brandon looked at Miss Shenzi, who then said, "It was a long, long time ago. Volcano erupted violently, turning the Snowpoint Forest, which was originally a rich natural treasure, into a sea of lava. Then, Regigigas appeared from the blue light, reigniting." Ash and the other two screamed. Xia Fan's eyes lit up. "Yes, Regigigas. MS." Brandon nodded. And Regice, Regirock, and Registeel also showed up. Together, they calmed down the volcano outbreak and protected Snowpoint City. After that, Regigigas turned into a shiny stone and fell into a deep sleep. The 3 Regice, Regirock, and Registeel that fought alongside had turned into rock, ice, and steel pillars that created the earth to protect Regigigas. At this point, Brandon couldn't help but interject, and that location became the Temple of Snowpoint. Ash said nervously, "Then, could the purpose of the mysterious group be?" "Yes." Brandon nodded. "I'm afraid it's the legendary Regigigas. Everyone, take a look at this." At this time, Zotaro suddenly called everyone. Ms. Kamiko set up a surveillance camera at the entrance of the temple. "I'm logged in, and I'm going to switch the picture to the big screen right now." After a while, a screen above the head showed a picture. A beautiful woman with short hair and sunglasses was leading a few young men towards the entrance of her ruins. There were many people standing around wearing the same clothes as them, who looked like their subordinates. Pokemon Hunter J. Ash recognized the woman in the video immediately. Pokemon Hunter J? Ms. Brandon asked in confusion. Ash, do you know them? Brandon answered quickly. It's a group of guys who trade snatch Pokemon on the black market. Dawn said, but the saying that Regigigas is sleeping in the temple is just a legend. How could they? Brandon interrupted. No, there is no way to tell. That is pure legend. I came here to investigate this. Ash said excitedly. Those guys will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. The last time we encountered them, if Mr. Xia Fan hadn't stopped them in the end, the consequences would have been disastrous. So we must find a way to stop them quickly. Excuse me, where's the toilet? I suddenly have a stomachache. At this moment, Xia Fan immediately looked like he had a stomachache. The crowd, who were originally full of fighting spirit, immediately fell silent, their expressions rather speechless. Everyone was talking about this excitedly, and suddenly you said you had a stomachache. But despite some complaints, Brandon still pointed Xia Fan in a direction. Xia Fan apologized and left. However, once he entered the bathroom, his diarrhea-looking expression returned to normal. If I remember correctly, Pokemon Hunter J's high-tech weapons seem a bit abnormal. To be safe, I'd better go there early. Xia Fan muttered in the toilet, and then he used his skill substitute. After a look of pain, the body split into two. Xia Fan looked pale as he took out the Pokeball of the 3 pillars and handed it to his substitute. Then he looked at Mew, who looked like Pikachu. Xiaohuan, you should also send a substitute. It would be better for the two of us to go to the Snow Point Temple to check out the situation first. Good host. Mew nodded, and then split into 2 Pikachu. The main body stands on Xia Fan's shoulders, and the substitute stands on Xia Fan's substitute. After everything was handed over, Xia Fan and Mew used Recover at the same time to make up for the physical damage they had just suffered from the substitute technique. Then, Substitute Xia Fan took Substitute Mew out of the toilet. Xia Fan and Mew used Teleport to leave the battle pyramid and appeared in midair. In midair, Xia Fan released Deoxys again and let its speed form take him and Mew along the direction of Battle Pyramid, flying to the Snow Point Temple. Deoxys' speed and speed form is comparable to extreme speed. In just 1 minute, Xia Fan and Mew saw the ruins of a huge palace located halfway up the mountain. However, while visiting the palace ruins, Xia Fan also saw densely packed Skarmory and Metong on the mountainside, which should be hundreds of them. They are currently crawling between the ground and the woods, and should be the defensive force that Pokemon Hunter J has brought in. Xia Fan saw that Deoxys was taken back, and then he changed into Mew's appearance, and used the invisible contest condition to fly to the Snow Point Temple with Mew. Soon, about a minute later, Xia Fan arrived at the deepest part of the palace and saw the leader of the Pokemon Hunter group, Jay. She had just arrived and was stepping onto the stairs deep into the ruins. The top level of the stairs is a high platform with 3 pillars on it. The 3 pillars surrounded a small pit, in which was placed a transparent and flawless gem. The moment Xia Fan, who was in the invisible contest condition, saw the orb, he immediately guessed that it should be the shiny stone that Brandon mentioned, which was transformed from Regigigas. But he did not reach out to take the orb, because he had no idea how to summon Regigigas after getting the orb, so he decided to wait for the Hunter Comrade J to summon it himself. Thinking of this, while Hunter J was still climbing the stairs, Xia Fan turned his gaze to the other 3 pillars. The 3 pillars are made of rock, ice, and Orbird respectively. These 3 pillars should be Regice, Regirock, and Registeel that were built to protect Regigigas. I don't know if they can change back after becoming these 3 pillars. However, Regigigas made really a lot of the 3 god pillars. I have 3, Brandon has 3, and here is 3 more. No wonder they don't have enough energy to rest. Xia Fan teased in his heart as he looked at the pillars. At this moment, he heard the voice of Hunter J from below. Pyramid King Brandon, huh? Here comes a troublesome guy, but you must not let him get close to the temple, okay? Xia Fan floated over and glanced at the steps, and found that the woman was communicating with her subordinates using a Bluetooth headset. By the time she finished her call, She had just climbed the stairs and reached the platform. Hunter J walked onto the platform and was immediately attracted by the gem on the small pit in the center. After observing it for a while, she began to look around and mutter, "These are the 3 pillars that protect Regigigas' sleep, right? Ice, rock, and steel. Then I will destroy these pillars to wake Regigigas up." After muttering, she walked to the side and threw out a pokeball. A flash of red light appeared, and a violent salamander appeared. At the same time, a voice seemed to come from her headphones again. Hunter J's face changed. "What? You losers? There's so many Skarmory and Metong lying in ambush, but you still can't defeat them? What? You said they have 6 Trigod pillars? You're talking bullshit. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. Wait until this mission is over and see how I deal with you." Hunter J hung up the Bluetooth call and angrily gave the Storm Salamander an attack order. "Capture Regigigas. Storm Salamander. Take action. Destroy the Death Ray." Upon hearing this, the violent salamander gathered energy in his mouth. 2 seconds later, a powerful destructive death light was spewed out from his mouth, directly blasting the ice pillar into pieces. After resting for 8 seconds, the violent salamander once again condensed the destructive death light. After a while, the rock pillar was also shattered, and only the steel pillar remained of the 3 stone pillars. According to Hunter J, if they break this last steel pillar, Regigigas can be awakened from his slumber. So Hunter J excitedly ordered, "There is only one left, Rabid Salamander. Destroy it quickly." The violent salamander nodded, rested for a moment, and gathered energy in its mouth again. But just at this moment, a shout came from a distance, interrupting the violent salamander. "Stop it!" Xia Fan looked back and found that it was Ash, Brandon, and his substitute. Brandon walked up to the group and shouted at Hunter J, "Stop it, you foolish fellow." Hunter J said coldly, "Those bastards, did you guys finally get in?" Miss Shinsi said excitedly, "Regigigas' slumber must not be disturbed. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous." Hunter J stood on the platform and snorted, "Violent salamander, destroy the Death Ray." The violent salamander then gathered energy in its mouth again. Brandon was furious and decisively threw his pokeball. "Unforgivable. Come out, Regice, Ice Beam." There was a flash of red light, and Brandon's recovered Regice emerged from it, quickly shooting out an ice beam from its hands. The ice beam hit the storm salamander, freezing it instantly, and the death beam was successfully interrupted. "Great, Mr. Brandon," Ash said excitedly. Xia Fan, who saw this scene, couldn't help but sigh. This guy's a bit useless. As expected, the bad guys always fail at the most critical moment. After the sigh, Xia Fan, a teleport appeared behind the steel pillar. Then he placed his right foot on the steel pillar, and then a huge force gathered on his right foot. He kicked hard, and the next second, because he used the skill Earthquake, the ground shook violently, and then the steel pillar made a cracking sound and shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole audience was silent. Ash and Brandon, who had just been delighted at having successfully stopped Hunter J, suddenly became frozen in expression. Rage, who was about to successfully destroy the last stone pillar and summon Regigigas, also froze in expression for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth twitched, turning into ecstasy and laughter. This is worse than having bad luck. She didn't do anything, but the steel pillar just broke by itself. The surprise came too suddenly. How is this possible? Mr. Brandon let out more exclamations today than he has in his entire life. He couldn't understand why the last steel pillar was broken when he had clearly asked Regice to stop the violent salamander. "What did you just do?" Brandon roared at Hunter J, whose mouth was almost crooked with smile. "You're asking me?" Hunter J pointed at himself in surprise. "To be honest, I also want to know what I did." After saying that, she laughed and looked back. At this time, the transparent gem transformed by Regigigas burst into a flickering light. Ash and his companions rushed to the platform. "This is—" Ash exclaimed. Miss Brandon said, "Could it be that Regigigas is about to wake up?" But everyone waited for a long minute, and the orb was still glowing. Hunter J, who was originally delighted, became a little rageful again. What's wrong? Why hasn't Regigigas woken up yet? In that case, flamethrower. Upon hearing this, the violent newt, which had been freed from the ice, immediately spat out flamethrower. Compared to the destructive death ray, flamethrower does not require concentration. So before Brandon could order it to stop, the violent salamander had already spit it out. A burst of scorching flame burned on the transparent gem, and the gem immediately made a strange buzzing sound. Then a red light burst out from the ground and rushed up into the sky. Everyone was frightened and quickly retreated, and Hunter J took the opportunity to jump onto the back of the violent salamander. Regigigas, you, the Holy Pillar King, finally come out. Xia Fan's divine beast perception reacted violently the moment the beam of light appeared, and he couldn't think of anyone else except Regigigas. The red beam of light rushed for 5 seconds, and after 5 seconds the beam of light dissipated, and a huge white humanoid Pokémon emerged. Rains. As soon as it appeared, the giant Pokémon shouted its name. Dawn scanned the Pokémon Pokédex and exclaimed, "Is this the legendary Pokémon that drags a huge landmass? It's too big. Oh no, everyone, get out of the way." Then Brandon suddenly exclaimed, because under the gaze of everyone, this Regigigas suddenly got nervous. As soon as it woke up, it opened its hands, and 2 beams of scorching flamethrower shot out from its hands. These flames sprayed around the ruins, causing them to shake suddenly, and countless fragments fell from above. "Regigigas, stop it!" Ash shouted as he dodged in panic. However, Mouth Cannon's power was ineffective at this time, and Regigigas still used flamethrower to attack the surrounding environment. It seems that Regigigas has woken up from his slumber and has lost himself in rage. Miss Brandon said. Xia Fan, who is still in the invisible contest condition, muttered, "The legendary morning grumpiness? Master, is it time for us to take action? It's not a good idea to keep letting it be destroyed like this, right?" Mew's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. "No, don't worry. If I throw the ball directly in this situation, I'm afraid Mr. Brandon will eat me alive. The key is that we will be exposed." Xia Fan shook his head and answered in the spiritual shared world. "But what if they throw the ball?" Mew asked again. "If they dare to throw it, then of course we'll use confusion to deflect it." Xia Fan shrugged. "As for the rest, let them do whatever they want, as long as they don't throw the ball." At this time, Hunter J, who was standing on the back of the violent salamander in midair, began to be self-righteous. "Thank me well, I will make your violent soul eternal from now on." As she spoke, she raised her high-tech gun that could petrify Pokémon and pointed it at Regigigas. Rains. But just as she raised her gun and the muzzle was charging energy, Regigigas had already pointed his right hand, which was about to spit out flamethrower, at her. Hunter J was so scared that he quickly said, "Violent salamander, dragon wave." Upon hearing this, the violent salamander quickly gathered a dark energy ball in its mouth. The dragon wave and flamethrower collided in midair, creating a huge wave of scorching air. Hunter J and his salamander flew backwards and almost hit the rock wall. But after this attack, Regigigas became even more rage. He stood in place, holding his hands and spraying flamethrower everywhere. Under its attack, the palace began to collapse. "Oh no, if this continues, the temple will completely collapse. Let's retreat quickly," Brandon said in panic, and released the other 2 pillars to cover the retreat. Then he said to Xia Fan's substitute, who was also about to throw out 3 divine pillars, "Don't take out your 3 divine pillars yet. The escape hole is too small." Xia Fan's substitute nodded, put away the Pokeball, and fled with Ash and the others. As for Hunter J and her salamander, they saw that something was not right and started flying towards the exit. It's Regigigas indeed. If I remember correctly, it should be in the slow start contest condition now. It's still so vigorous under this contest condition. Xia Fan, who was the only one in the invisible contest condition, kept nodding as he looked at Regigigas. If he remembered correctly, Regigigas was called the Holy Pillar King, but it had a very disappointing ability, which was the legendary Slow Start. During the period of time when Regigigas appeared, both its attack and speed would be halved, making it a legendary Pokémon. But as long as you can get through this period of time, it will be the daddy who can crush everything with one slap. Of course, there are still some special exceptions. 2 minutes later, Xia Fan followed Ash and Brandon and ran out of the collapsing cave with a leisurely look on their faces. However, just as they ran out of the cave, the entrance of the palace behind them finally collapsed because Regigigas' flamethrower hit them too hard. Regigigas it. Ash was stunned looking at the ruined palace. Buried under the rubble, Brandon added with a sigh. Such a huge palace, even for Regigigas. Xiao Gang hesitated. Xia Fan couldn't help but complain when he heard what they said. If it is buried like this and can't get out, then it might as well die and embarrass the Holy Pillar King. Just as I finished complaining in my mind, there was a sudden explosion in front of me. Once outside, Regigigas continued to wreak havoc outside the temple. Ash saw this and quickly shouted, "Please stop Regigigas." However, Regigigas in rage won't pay any attention to anyone. Miss Shensi said worriedly, "At this point, no one can stop Regigigas." How could it be? Dawn wanted to refute and looked at Xia Fan. But Mr. Brandon interrupted her halfway through her words and then turned to the 3 pillars that escorted them out. Regirock, Regice, and Registeel. Ash interrupted him halfway through giving the order. "Mr. Brandon, what are you going to do?" Hearing this question, Brandon waved his hand and said, "The only way to calm Regigigas' rage now is to subdue it, so I will take the action of subduing it to stop it." Ash paused. He didn't expect Mr. Brandon to be so blunt in his way of speaking. Ash, Xiaojiang, and Dawn looked at Xia Fan's substitute. They knew that Xia Fan must have the same plan. Brandon is really honest in what he says. Xia Fan, who was invisible at the side, smiled, turned his gaze to his substitute, and began to take over the body with his mental power. The next second, Xia Fan's substitute said to everyone, "In fact, Mr. Brandon and I have the same plan. How about this? Since you, Mr. Brandon, said it first, then you start the subjugation operation first. If it fails, I will start my arrest operation. How about that?" Brandon frowned slightly, but nodded. After all, catching Pokémon is everyone's right, and he has no right to stop it, unless Xia Fan is a member of a criminal organization that brings disaster to the world. Then he would have a reason, but that's not the case. Thinking of this, Brandon continued to give the order that had just been interrupted to the 3 God Pillars. "You 3 used the Destruction Death Ray at the same time." Upon hearing this, the 3 Divine Pillars leaped into the air and gathered energy towards Regigigas. 2 seconds later, 3 powerful beams of destructive light shot out from in front of the 3 Divine Pillars. Regigigas in rage saw this and immediately turned around and clasped his hands together. In an instant, a flamethrower that was hotter and more powerful than before was ejected from his hands. This beam of fire collided with the destructive death light of the 3 Divine Pillars in midair. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind was generated, causing everyone to retreat and seek shelter. After the air wave dissipated, Regigigas was still standing there unharmed, but Brandon's 3 pillars fell from midair. Brandon saw this and gritted his teeth and said, "Use close combat. All 3 of you use concentrated slam at the same time. Bolt Strike Ace. Regirock. Registeel." The 3 gods shouted and rushed towards Regigigas, with light radiating from his right hand. However, Chicas, Regigigas clenched his hands, and just as the 3 pillars approached it, he simply punched down. With a bang, the 3 Divine Pillars were smashed into the ground together. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is Regigigas' strength, reduced by half under the slow start contest condition. If he was fully activated, I'm afraid he would be killed with 1 punch. The key is that he hasn't used his skills yet, Xia Fan said in amazement. But now it seems that I don't need to do anything when he throws the ball. Judging from the current performance of these 3 pillars, it is impossible, and the longer it takes, the greater the danger. "Master, look over there," that's the woman from before. Thinking of this, Mew's telepathy rang in Xia Fan's mind. Following Mew's instructions, Xia Fan looked back and saw Pokemon Hunter J, who had already escaped. At this moment, the woman was standing on the back of her own salamander, looking at this place from afar, followed by several subordinates. Those people were hiding in the hidden cliffs on the mountainside, pointing guns at this place. Is this woman waiting until the fight is almost over and then coming out to pick up some bargains? Xia Fan thought to himself. At the same time, Brandon, unwilling to accept that he could not subdue Regigigas, continued to issue the attack order. Regirock, Registeel, suppress Regigigas. As soon as he finished speaking, Regirock and Registeel, who were smashed into the ground, rushed out from the concave ground on both sides. Once out, the two of them held onto Regigigas tightly, like a little monkey holding onto the arm of a big baboon. Regigigas in rage is like a crazy guy, just swinging around without making any effective resistance. Brandon saw the opportunity and shouted, "Regice! Use Ice Beam!" The next second, Regice also rushed out from the sunken ground, and a beam of light shot out from his chest. The beam hit Regigigas and froze him quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, freezing Regirock and Registeel at the same time. It worked! Ash exclaimed in surprise. You actually froze Regirock, Registeel, and Regigigas together. Mr. Brandon, your self-sacrificing attack is so powerful. Xiaojing was also surprised. You're overthinking it. Regigigas won't just be frozen like this. Xia Fan's substitute poured cold water on everyone at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a cracking sound from the front, and Regigigas, who had just been frozen, broke free the next second, and emits a deafening growl. It was as if some kind of restraint had been released, and the real power began from this moment. Everyone was startled and had a bad feeling. Only Brandon insisted and ordered the attack. Regice, Zap Cannon. Queen. Regice followed her master's instructions and condensed a Zap Cannon on her chest. But just as it was about to be thrown out, Regigigas on the opposite side suddenly had a strange red light all over his body. Under the illumination of the red light, Regis' Zap Cannon gradually dissipated, and then it took the initiative to fly in front of Regigigas and bowed to it. And the two Regirock and Registeel, who were hugging Regigigas like monkeys, jumped off their arms the next second under the red light and bowed to Regigigas. Then the three pillars walked to the front of Regigigas, to the left, right, and three directions, and followed the boss Regigigas like street thugs to wantonly destroy the area around the temple. The ice pillar's Regis Zap Cannon hit Brandon directly. If Ash hadn't reacted quickly and pulled him away, he might have been killed. Regice, what are they doing? Ash said in shock. Brandon standing by was full of disbelief. Why can its strange light make Regice, Regirock, Registeel escape from my control? Having said that, he took out the Pokeballs of the three pillars and rushed in front of the three pillars. That's enough, come back. He flipped the button on the Pokeball, and three red lights flashed. However, the next second, the three pillars that should have been taken back were still outside, following Regigigas to continue causing damage. Pokeball retrieval failed. How was this possible? Brandon was about to vomit blood. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Not only did he not capture any Pokemon, but he also lost his three original pillars. Is this losing both the wife and the army? Xia Fan, who was an invisible contest condition, stood beside Brandon, who was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, with a sympathetic expression. If his good brother Brandon had not just tested the law himself, he would have forgotten that Regigigas can forcibly take back control of the three pillars from the trainer. Even if you have subdued them with a ball, it can still snatch them back from you. It's just like the legend says. Regirock, Regice, and Registeel will become the three pillars of Regigigas. In this way, no one will be able to stop it. Miss Shinsi looked at the three pillars surrounding Regigigas and said worriedly. At this time, Regigigas led the three pillars and no longer paid attention to them. Instead, They walked towards the Snowpoint Forest while causing destruction, as if they were going to destroy not only the ruins, but also the entire Snowpoint Forest. And after ending the slow start ability, Regigigas moves much faster than before. After a while, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Mr. Xia Fan can only rely on you now. Ash and the others looked at Xia Fan's substitute. Xia Fan's substitute reached for the 3 Pokeballs at his waist, but paused just as he was about to take them out. In a place that Ash and the others couldn't see, the invisible Xia Fan pressed down the hand of his substitute. The reason is simple. He just saw that Brandon's 3 pillars were controlled, and he would not be stupid enough to send out his own 3 pillars. After all, Regigigas is the Pokémon that created the 3 pillars. If his is also controlled, he won't have time to cry. Although the system exists, it is better to be safe than sorry. So it's better to let his original body take action and send Deoxys and the others out first, because Deoxys's Pokeball is with him, not with the substitute. What's wrong, Mr. Xia Fan? Ash and the other 2 became confused when they saw Xia Fan put his hands on his waist and didn't move. Xia Fan's substitute glanced at the people around him, then suddenly turned and pointed to a hidden cliff on the mountainside. Pokemon Hunter J is there. Brandon, Ash and others looked quickly and followed where Xia Fan pointed and really saw Hunter J and her subordinates. They haven't left yet. Damn it. If they hadn't summoned Regigigas, the situation wouldn't have developed to this point. Ash said angrily. Hunter J, who had seen them being discovered, stood on the violent salamander and said to the people below, "Since we have been discovered by you, we will also take the other 3 pillars except Regigigas." After that, she gave her subordinates an order to attack. Soon, a fighter plane and hundreds of Matangs and Skarmory were seen flying out of the forest. They began to fly towards Regigigas and the 3 pillars who were leaving the palace. When Ash and the others were attracted by Hunter J, Xia Fan's substitute hurriedly walked behind a rock throw behind everyone and disappeared with Mew's substitute. At the same time, Xia Fan and Mew lifted the invisible contest condition and returned to the public eye as their substitutes. "Leave Regigigas to me." Xia Fan moved his neck. Upon hearing this, Ash and the others from Rage immediately retracted their gazes and looked at Xia Fan expectantly. Brandon, who had just recovered from the theft of his 3 pillars, said numbly, "I advise you not to release your 3 pillars again. Otherwise, the result will be the same as mine." Xia Fan shrugged. "Don't worry, Mr. Brandon. I don't just have those 3 legendary Pokémon." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out 3 Pokeballs. A red light flashed, and Gengar, Deoxys, and Cresselia, the goddess of dreams, appeared on the stage. As soon as they came out, Brandon, who had just looked lost and numb, was stunned. He pointed a trembling finger at Deoxys and Cresselia. "Why do you have Deoxys and Cresselia besides the 3 pillars?" As the Pyramid King, he knew about the existence of Deoxys, but his shocked expression didn't last for 2 seconds before he was frightened by a look. It was Gengar. Gengar is angry that Brandon is ignoring him. It just opened its huge dark mouth and stared at him. With a snap, Xia Fan slapped Gengar on the head and said calmly, "Okay, stop wasting time here. The 3 of you go stop Regigigas. I want to subdue it." Gengar smacked his lips, jumped in front of Cresselia, and said courteously, "Cresselia, I will protect you later. You just hide behind me and sneak attack that big guy." Cresselia glanced at it, snorted coldly, and followed Deoxys to fly towards Regigigas. At this time, Pokemon Hunter J has already engaged Regigigas in battle. Hundreds of Matangs and Skarmory attacked simultaneously. This caused Regigigas and the 3 divine pillars to pause for a moment while descending the mountain. Their attack attracted Regigigas' attention, so the next second, 2 destructive death rays shot out from Regigigas' hands, and the 3 pillars also used destructive death rays to attack the Medong and Skarmory. In less than 3 seconds, the group of Medong and Skarmory all fell to the ground, their lives or deaths unknown. "You're useless," Hunter J, standing on the back of the newt, said in dissatisfaction. "Use the liquid plastic missiles." As soon as he finished speaking, A fighter jet in the air launched a missile. Regigigas stretched out his hand to grab it to block it, but to his surprise, the missile did not explode the moment it touched his arm, but instantly exploded into a special material that was as sticky as chewing gum. As soon as this material touched Regigigas, he fell to the ground immediately. Very good, we finally succeeded in stopping its progress. Hunter J said excitedly when he saw that his method of using softness to overcome hardness was successful. The excitement lasted less than 2 seconds. Grounds Regigigas raised his hand and fired a destructive death ray, which blew up the fighter jet that was launching missiles in midair. Hunter J's excited expression froze instantly. Damn it! How could this happen? In the battle she envisioned, Regigigas should be entangled by the plastic missiles. The next step would be for her to step forward and use the petrification gun to petrify Regigigas, and then petrify the 3 pillars. But now she didn't have her own fighter jet to assist her. If she rushed forward again, she might be blown to pieces by a destructive death ray. Why not? Hunter J suddenly heard a teasing voice in his ear. She turned her head and saw Xia Fan standing on the back of a gray Deoxys, looking at her with a playful expression. Behind Xia Fan, there is a Deoxys, a Cresselia, and the Jengar who once beat them. Hunter J was startled and almost fell off the violent salamander, but was pulled by Xia Fan. What's with that expression on your face? Am I that scary? Xia Fan asked jokingly. At this moment, he was standing on Deoxys' clone, while Ash and the others were still rushing towards them from behind. What are you doing? Hunter J pointed his petrifying gun at Xia Fan in panic. Let go of my hand. Don't worry, I won't catch you. I'm just giving you a warning. Xia Fan shrugged and let go. What advice? Hunter J asked nervously. The last time she was robbed was still fresh in her mind. As a result, she was afraid to carry too much money when she went out now. Why are you so nervous? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Xia Fan said. The Pokemon Hunters are a greedy organization that values money above all else. They often collaborate with Team Galactic, so they will never kill people who are helpful in capturing legendary Pokemon. Then what advice can you give me? Then you should move the gun away first. If I really want to kill you, do you think you have a chance to point the gun at me now? Xia Fan looked at the violent salamander under Hunter J's feet with a smile. At this moment, under the gaze of Xia Fan's 3 Pokemon, the violent salamander lowered its head and trembled. There was no way. The pressure from a natural strength made it completely unable to withstand it. Hunter J also looked down, then looked at the 3 Pokemon behind Xia Fan, and finally hesitantly put away his gun. What advice is that? The advice is, Xia Fan smiled and looked at Hunter J. The next second, Hunter J suddenly fell asleep. Xia Fan then teleported to the side of the salamander and kicked it hard, sending it and its master falling into the woods in the distance. My advice is that you are too much of an eyesore here, and it is not convenient for me to subdue Regigigas. Xia Fan stretched his neck and waved to Deoxys. Deoxys then rushed to the battlefield below with Jengar and Cresselia. As soon as they entered the battlefield, the 3 of them cut off Regirock, Regice, and Registeel. Only Xia Fan was left standing in front of Regigigas. Reigns, looking at the human jumping down from Deoxys' clone in front of him. Without even thinking, he blasted over with a destructive light. A second later, the human disappeared from its sight. Reigns, Regigigas shouted with disdain, then pointed his hand at Deoxys and the others who had divided the battlefield, and began to gather the energy of the destructive death light. What are you thinking, comrade? You didn't think that you killed me with that blow just now, did you? A teasing voice came from above Regigigas' head. Regigigas looked up, and what he saw was a pokeball flying towards him. There was a flash of red light, and Regigigas was taken in. A few seconds later, the long-lost system prompt sound in Xia Fan's mind rang again. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Regigigas. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Normal type, legendary Pokemon, Regigigas. Gender, none. Ability, slow start, attack and speed are halved for a period of time after the Pokeball is released. When the period is over, the ability will disappear and the epidemic reduction effect will disappear. This ability can be affected by skill swap, simple beam, entrainment, gastro acid, worry seed, and other skills that can change ability. However, once the Pokeball is retrieved and released again, the slow start ability will still be activated again. Hidden ability, none. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Heavy Slam. Use your heavy body to ram rival to attack. The heavier you are than rival, the more powerful it is. The power of this move increases with your size. Crush Grip. Crush grip rival with terrifying force. The better the life, contest condition of rival, the greater the power. Wide Guard. Change the terrain and help teammates defend against all attacks from the opponent for a period of time. Zen Headbutt. Focuses the power of thoughts on the forehead to attack. Sometimes it will make rival flinch. Giga Impact. Use all your strength to attack rival. You'll be unable to move for a short period of time. Fire Punch. Attack rival with a fist full of fire. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into the burn contest condition, 10% chance. Ice Punch. Attack rival with a fist full of cold air. Sometimes rival will fall into a frozen contest condition, 10% chance. Thunder Punch. Attack rival with a fist full of electricity. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a paralyzed contest condition, 10% chance. Dizzy Punch. Rhythmic punches attack rival. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into confusion, 20% chance. Destruction Ray. Fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Regigigas has many skills, but they're basically strength-based skills that rely on the body. Xia Fan looked from top to bottom and finally felt that the exclusive skills were good, so he said in his heart, "System, I choose Regigigas' skill Crush Grip." After a while, a normal type skill called Crush Grip. This skill is very powerful. After choosing it, Xia Fan immediately felt that his body had more terrifying strength than before, especially his hands. Xia Fan felt like he was a powerful Vajra hand. Even if there was a piece of iron in his hands, it would be like pinching paper. In order to prove the power of this skill, Xia Fan punched the ground directly. The ground shook instantly, and a 5-meter-high pit was formed instantly, which stunned Gengar, who was teasing Regice not far away. How come this guy has become stronger again? Is he still a human being? Gengar said speechlessly. Because it doesn't know the existence of the system, the most difficult thing for it to understand is that Xia Fan's power increases, which feels faster than it eats the souls of legendary Pokémon. At this time, Xia Fan looked over, and Gengar thought he was going to experiment on him, so he immediately shut up. "All right, I have subdued Regigigas. Gengar, come over and explain our purpose to it. Deoxys, you come and control these 3 pillars." Gengar breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he didn't use it as a target for experiments. In the past, when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Xia Fan would always sneak out alone to test his skills, and then use these Pokémon as his targets to be beaten. Among them, the silly Deoxys was the most active, and he thought it was an honor. "Haha, you are really stupid. Don't you know that flattery is the right way to go?" Gengar floated in front of Xia Fan. With a silly look on his face, he said to Xia Fan flatter, "Congratulations, Master. You have become stronger again." Xia Fan waved his hand and threw out Regigigas' Pokeball. There was a flash of red light, and Regigigas appeared. Because the Pokeball has the effect of calming down Pokémon in chaos and rage, the one that came out doesn't have the same fury as the one that attacked randomly just now. Instead, he shouted, causing Regirock, Regice, and Registeel, who were still attacking recklessly according to his orders, to stop attacking and stand still. Gengar saw the passion floating before Regigigas' eyes. "Hello, Regigigas. Welcome to..." Halfway through his words, the huge Regigigas in front of him suddenly turned into a crystal shiny stone. He only left a few words to Xia Fan and Gengar around him. "Send me back to my palace. I want to rest." Gengar's enthusiastic expression gradually twisted. MMP, it didn't even finish its sentence before it turned into a stone. Xia Fan on the side frowned slightly, as Regigigas' action of turning directly into a shiny stone caught him off guard. You talked directly to the stone. Xia Fan picked up the shiny stone and threw it to Jengar. Jengar was a little unhappy, but he did as he was told, holding the shiny stone, and began to preach the benefits of becoming a Xia Fan partner. But after Didi Hoot Hoot talked for a long time, Shiny Stone still didn't respond at all. Jengar looked at Xia Fan speechlessly. Master, your method is useless. It must have closed itself off. I feel like even if I hold it and talk to it for 100 years, it won't respond to me. Xia Fan frowned and said, Then you can shout in the mind sharing. It is impossible for it not to hear you. Jengar smacked his lips, continued to do as he was told, and began to shout in the shared spiritual world. About 10 seconds later, Ash, Brandon, and the others finally arrived. Looking at the scene, Ash exclaimed, Where's Regigigas? Where's Team Galactic? Why are only Mr. Brandon's 3 pillars here? I've driven Team Galactic away. As for Regigigas, Xia Fan pointed at the orb that Jengar was holding. Somehow, it suddenly turned into a shiny stone again. It turned into a shiny stone. Miss Shinsi walked up to Jengar in surprise. At this time, Mr. Brandon ran to his 3 pillars, took out the Pokeball, and tried to take it back, but unfortunately he failed again. Brandon looked at Xia Fan and said, But why can't I put them back into the Pokeball? Xia Fan scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. I don't know. In the middle of his words, Miss Shinsi interrupted him. Everyone, look at the shiny stone. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the shiny stone that Regigigas had transformed into was glowing, floating up from Jengar's hand, and flew towards the direction of the ruins palace. Brandon's 3 pillars seemed to have received something and ran after Shiny Stone. Everyone hurriedly followed. What did you just do? Xia Fan looked at Jengar on the road and said in the spiritual shared world, I didn't do anything. I just called it in the spiritual shared world as you asked, Master. Jengar looked innocent. Who knew that it would float up while I was talking? Xia Fan frowned slightly when he heard this and put Jengar, Deoxys, and Cresselia back into the ball. 10 minutes later, they were back outside the ruins palace. The shiny stone floated on the rubble, while Regice, Regirock, and Registeel began to move the rubble to create a passage to the palace. What are they doing? Dawn asked puzzledly. Ash shook his head. Mr. Brandon, do you know? I don't know. Brandon also shook his head. Now he just wanted to put his 3 pillars back into the Pokeball. Ash looked at Xia Fan again. Xia Fan hesitated for a while and said, maybe he wants to help Regigigas return to the palace. 20 minutes later, the passage to the Snow Point Temple was reopened by Brandon's 3 pillars. After the breakthrough, the shiny stone transformed by Regigigas floated towards the high platform deep in the temple. As soon as it returned to the platform, it began to shine, and the light spread to the surroundings. The ruined temple began to slowly repair itself. Regice, Regirock, and Registeel followed closely behind and came to the platform. These 3 divine pillars stood at the position of the 3 giant pillars that were originally broken. When Brandon saw this scene, he immediately felt something was wrong. The legend of Snow Point Temple came to mind. Regice, Regirock, and Registeel transformed into pillars of rock, ice, and steel that created the earth in order to protect Regigigas. Brandon hurriedly wanted to stop it, but he didn't know how. He could only watch a minute later as his Regirock, Regice, and Registeel turned into pillars of rock, ice, and steel to protect Regigigas as he continued to sleep. Brandon was confused and collapsed. All of a sudden, 3 legendary Pokémon really said goodbye to him. The people around could only look at him with sympathy. Xia Fan also kept silent and began to be glad that he did not say that he had subdued Regigigas when he was on the road just now. Otherwise, Brandon would probably jump up and fight him to the death. I made up my mind. But a few minutes later, Brandon, who had a look of grief and indignation on his face, suddenly changed his expression. He stood up with a firm face and said to everyone, Since my Regice, Regirock, and Registeel have voluntarily transformed into pillars of rock, ice, and steel in order to protect Regigigas, I will follow their steps and rebuild this temple. I will become the guardian of this temple and prevent Regigigas from being disturbed again. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Brandon in surprise. He didn't expect him to make this decision. Although he didn't know if he had any other bad intentions, it could definitely be considered as helping him protect Regigigas for free. Mr. Brandon, when the original temple guardian, Miss Shunzi, heard this, she was immediately moved and looked at Brandon with joy. Miss Shenzi, Brandon held out his hand. Let's work together to protect Regigigas' sleep. Okay, thank you very much. Miss Shunzi nodded repeatedly. If that's the case, that's great. Ash was very happy to see Brandon get over his sadness so quickly. Dawn said, Regigigas will definitely be able to sleep well this time. Master, then shall we still preach the purpose to this Regigigas? Jengar's telepathy echoed in Xia Fan's mind. Forget it, that's not necessary. Let Regigigas stay here and sleep. Even if we publicize its purpose and make it obedient, I guess we won't send it into battle many times in the future. Xia Fan sighed in his heart. Because of Regigigas' ability, he will most likely not summon it through space teleportation in the future. After all, he doesn't have only one powerful legendary Pokémon. Even if a very difficult battle occurs, it is better to summon Rayquaza and others instead of Regigigas, unless it is indispensable for a meat shield. An hour later, Xia Fan, Ash, and the other two said goodbye to Brandon and prepared to go to their next destination, Water Lily Town. The Pokémon contest that Dawn is looking forward to will be held there. I always feel that the air is moist and sticky. After leaving Snow Point Temple, Xia Fan and his three companions headed towards Water Lily Town and arrived at Mt. Coronet, the highest mountain in the Sinnoh region. While passing through a dense forest, the four people walked into a fog. The mist had a sticky feeling that made Ash very uncomfortable. Xiao Gang looked around and said, This is not a normal forest. It looks like a wet area. As they moved forward, strange noises gradually came into their ears. What's that sound? Dawn asked puzzledly while hugging Piplup. The pace of several people began to quicken. Soon they saw a rushing river. A group of blue Pokémon gathered on the other side of the river. They looked towards the river with concern. Isn't that a shellless manatee? Dawn recognized it. But aren't shellless manatees pink? Zoe has one, but why are all the ones here blue? Xia Fan, who had been silent the whole time, shrugged. No, there are two colors of shellless sea cows, one pink and one blue. Dawn, you can use the Pokémon Pokédex to scan it. Dawn takes out the Pokédex. At this moment, Mew's voice sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Master, look there. Xia Fan looked up at Mew, and following the direction of its finger, he saw a pink manatee hiding on a piece of rock and shivering in the turbulent river. It is exactly where the group of blue manatees on the opposite side of the river are looking. Pink shellless manatee. Ash noticed it now. If this continues, it will be washed away. Leave it to me. Xia Fan rolled up his sleeves, ready to jump into the river to rescue Poga. But just as he was about to leap, Piplup and Dawn's arms jumped in before him. However, this little guy may have underestimated the rapidity of the water. As soon as he jumped into the lake, he was washed away. If it weren't for the shell-less manatee hiding on the reef that held him, who knows where he would have been washed away. Anyway, Fan was speechless and could only jump in quickly to rescue the two little guys. Piplup, please don't be so stubborn. At least check the situation before saving someone, otherwise you are not saving people, but harming them. After rescuing him, Dawn angrily scolded Piplup. Piplup could only lower his head and accept the scolding. Ash and Xiaojiang on the side carefully checked whether the shellless manatee was injured. About a minute later, Nurse Joy came trotting over with a medicine box on her back. She first looked at the shellless manatee, then at Xia Fan, who was soaking wet, and asked, Did you guys save it? Xia Fan, who was wiping her hair with a towel, nodded. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Gang spoke first. Yes, we saved it. Xiao Gang knelt on one knee with tears in his eyes and held Joy's hand. I didn't expect to meet Nurse Joy in a place like this. Please take a close look at my eyes. which are as wet as the nearby ground because I was so moved. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched slightly, and they sighed one after another. Xia Fan directly kicked the pokeball on Xiaojing's waist. The next moment, a red light flashed, and Krogunk appeared. Without saying a word, he hit his master hard on the waist and then dragged him away. Master, I suddenly realize that your companion seems to have a different catchphrase every time he picks up girls. Do you think I can win Cresselia's favor if I learn from him? Jengar's voice suddenly sounded. Yeah, if you don't want to be considered a scumbag, then learn it. Xia Fan directly denied. Don't forget that besides you being able to see what Xiaojing did, Cresselia can also see it in the ball. Jengar's voice faded away. After Xiaojing was dragged away, Ash and Dawn smiled awkwardly to Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy didn't care, but squatted down and looked at the sea cows. How strange. The pink sea cows and the blue sea cows live on both sides of the mountain with MT Cornet as the boundary. They never mix together. This is the east side of MT Cornet. There should only be blue sea cows. Ash wondered, why is the west different from the east? Nurse Joy said, it is said that the sea cows were separated on both sides of MT Cornet when it was born a long time ago. In order to adapt to their respective environments, they evolved different colors and shapes. However, recently, there are often lost pink sea cows running around here. Lost? Dawn asked. Often lately? Xia Fan asked. Don't you know what the reason is? Xiaojing said after breaking free from Krogunk. Nurse Joy shook her head. I have no idea at all, but let's send this child to the Pokémon Center first. You guys should go there too if you pass by here, right? It just so happens that the Pokémon Center can also quickly dry this gentleman's clothes. Okay. Ash and the others nodded and followed Nurse Joy away. Only Xia Fan looked up at a huge, snow-covered mountain in the distance. If he remembered correctly, last time at Iron Island, Team Galactic seemed to have confirmed that the gun column that summoned Dialga and Palkia seemed to be here at MT Cornet. Half an hour later, the four arrived at the Pokémon Center. Xia Fan took a shower, changed her clothes, and had lunch with Ash and the other two. By the way, Mr. Xia Fan, take a break for half an hour. Once Nurse Joy finishes checking the shell-less manatee, we will send it to the other side of MT Cornet. Once it reaches the wet area on the other side, it should be able to find its companions quickly. Ash said while eating. Yeah. Xia Fan nodded. Ash's kindness often triggers the main plot. Another shellless manatee lost? At this time, a man in a windbreaker said in surprise as he passed by them. Xia Fan looked up and then raised his eyebrows. Mr. Handsome, Dawn said in surprise. Oh, it's you. We meet again. The man looked at Xia Fan and the others in surprise. After being surprised, the man waved goodbye to the others and said, I have something else to do and I have to leave first. After saying this, the man left quickly. Ash and Dawn were left with confused looks on their faces. I've noticed that Mr. Handsome always looks very hurried every time I see him. He was also very mysterious last time on the train. Dawn said. Ash nodded. They met this man for the first time a few days ago when they left Snowpoint Temple and boarded a train. At that time, all the food on the train was sold out, so this man gave them a few boxes of lunch. When they asked his name and thanked him, they just told him to call him Mr. Handsome, and then he disappeared. 10 minutes later, after finishing lunch, the group picked up the shellless manatee from Nurse Joy and followed the map she gave them, heading toward the tunnel at the foot of MT Cornet. They could reach the other side of Tommy by passing through the tunnel. The group walked for half an hour and just arrived at the foot of the mountain when Xia Fan suddenly heard an unexpected voice in his mind. Master, why are you here? Hearing the sound, Xia Fan looked around and saw Darkrai above his head. Darkrai's half-body was now integrated into the stone wall, and he was very surprised at Xia Fan's appearance. Aren't you at Team Galactic's headquarters? Why are you here? Xia Fan looked at Darkrai and asked in the spiritual shared world. Master, didn't you tell me to keep an eye on Team Galactic's actions? A few days ago, I heard that their boss Cyrus sent a man named Jinxing and a human researcher Sharon to MT Cornet to explore the gun pillar that could summon Dialga and Palkia. I followed him after hearing that. Darkrai said, just now, I sensed your presence in there, so I was very confused. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Team Galactic really came, just as he guessed. By the way, where is Team Galactic now in MT Coronet? I'll take a look secretly later, Xia Fan said. Darkrai pointed at Xia Fan's feet. Right now, they're exploring the gun pillar in a cave under MT Coronet. Underground? Xia Fan was a little surprised. Hey, there's so many caves here, Mr. Xia Fan. Come take a look. At this time, Ash and the others exclaimed in surprise. Xia Fan trotted over, while Darkrai, above him, dived into the stone wall again. Returning to Ash and the others, Xia Fan followed their gaze and saw several bottomless caves. Everyone, be careful and don't fall down, Xiao Gang said while holding the map. If you fall down, it will be troublesome to get out. Ash and Dawn nodded. They continued on their way, but after a while, Piplup and Shellless Manatee, who had become good friends in front of them, called out to them. When they heard this, they looked and found that the two of them were standing next to a cave entrance. The Shellless Manatee is lying on Piplup's head and looking into the cave. Dawn panicked and said, "It's too dangerous. Piplup, you're a manatee. Get out of there." Before he could finish his words, the Shellless Manatee that was sticking its head toward the hole fell in with Piplup. Piplup! Dawn was startled and rushed over with Ash. As a result, as soon as they ran to the cave entrance, I don't know if it was because the law that something bad will happen to the protagonist was triggered, the three of them actually stepped on the cave entrance and collapsed it. With a bang, 3 people fell directly into the cave. Only Xia Fan and Mew were left standing outside. As expected of the protagonists, I can probably guess what they will encounter next. Xia Fan sighed speechlessly. Darkrai had just told him that Team Galactic was exploring the location of the gun pillar underground, but Ash and the others fell down. If it wasn't for the protagonist's halo that forced them to participate in the event of summoning Dialga and Palkia, he would never believe it. Darkrai, take me underground to see Team Galactic, Xia Fan whispered. After a while, a shadow appeared on the cliff beside them, and then Darkrai appeared from it. It wrapped Xia Fan and Mew, and then merged into the ground together. When he appeared again, he was in a cave 50 meters underground. Master, the underground has been transformed by Team Galactic. After coming out, Darkrai saw Xia Fan's puzzled expression about the light above his head, so he started to explain. Xia Fan said, "Oh," and didn't think any more about it. Then he followed Darkrai around and saw a dozen members of Team Galactic holding an unknown object and walking around in a large cave, as if they were doing detection. Behind them was a man with short blue hair and a short and fat man in a white coat holding a laptop. That man is called Jinxing, and he is the person in charge of their operation. The short and fat man is called Sharon, and he is the researcher of their operation. Darkrai explained to Xia Fan, "I know Jinxing. I've met him a few times." Xia Fan noticed that Jinxing and Sharon were talking. "Come closer. I want to hear what they're talking about." Darkrai wrapped Xia Fan and Mew in shadow and sneaked into the ground again, then hid next to the rock near the two. As he got closer, Xia Fan heard the voices of Jinxing and Sharon. "Sharon, still no luck? Don't worry. I'm using the Iron Island scan data to narrow down the possible locations. The gun pillar door is definitely inside MT Coronet. All we have to do now is find where it is. Then find it quickly, otherwise the scheduled trip will be delayed. Don't worry. Sharon, a genius scientist, will definitely find the door. Before that, just wait leisurely. But this mountain is the nest of ruins. We have found many ruins, but we have never found a ruin with a gun pillar and a door." "Really? You can't be so impatient. This place is full of time and space legends. Ancient people wanted to get as close as possible to the Pokémon Dialga and Palkia, who were called gods. In order to contact them, they built many ruins. Finding those ruins one by one is a very happy thing in itself." After a loud laugh, the two men stopped talking. "It seems that what this means is that we have found many ruins here, but we haven't found the most important ruins of the spear pillar that can summon Dialga and Palkia," Xia Fan murmured in his heart after hearing this. After a while, Darkrai, suddenly asked Xia Fan, "Master, do you know that man?" Xia Fan looked in the direction it indicated. As a result, I saw a young man in a yellow coat squatting in a hidden hole in the cave. "Mr. Handsome?" Xia Fan frowned slightly and recognized that the young man was the guy who called himself Mr. Handsome. "Mr. Handsome?" Darkrai heard Xia Fan's muttering and didn't understand why Xia Fan called a human handsome when the man didn't look handsome at all. "Don't imitate me." Xia Fan glared at Darkrai, then began to wonder about this man's background and what he wanted to do. But just as I started to think about it, footsteps were suddenly heard in the cave. Xia Fan and the members of Team Galactic heard the sound and looked over. After a while, Ash and the other two rushed out. As soon as they saw Team Galactic, they immediately exclaimed. Team Galactic also exclaimed when they saw them, and Jinxing reacted most violently. He quickly released his Pokémon Toxicroak and ordered his men to surround Ash and the others with Thundershock sticks. After getting it under control, he nervously walked to the cave entrance where Ash and the other two had rushed out and looked in. After waiting for more than 10 seconds and making sure that no one else followed, he turned to Ash and asked, "Where's the other person? Aren't there always 4 of you together? Where's the boy who always has a Pikachu on his shoulder like you?" Dawn answered quickly, "Mr. Xia Fan is right behind us. You damn Team Galactic, just prepare to die. I didn't catch you last time, but I will definitely catch you in a trap this time." Sharon came over and said, "Jinxing, why are you so nervous? They're just a few little brats." Jinxing glared back at him. "You know what? The boy named Xia Fan among them has ruined our operations twice. The first time was Celestic Town, which almost made us fail the mission. If it wasn't for the good luck that his Deoxys had to leave for a while, otherwise the lustrous orb would not have been taken away by us. Another time was at Iron Island. If they hadn't appeared, we would have already detected the location of the gun column, instead of wasting time on repeated detections in this huge, empty coronet. This time, if he shows up again, no one here will be able to resist his Deoxys. So stop talking nonsense and hurry up to do the detection work and find the real location of the gun column as soon as possible." Sharon was stunned. He didn't expect Jinxing to react so strongly. Ash and the other two were also a little stunned and looked at Jinxing. Xia Fan, who was hiding under the shadow of a rock, couldn't help but touch his nose and complained, "What the hell? Am I that scary? You talk as if I want to eat people. You have no conscience. If I had known, I would not have helped you secretly the previous times." "Master, aren't you going to save Ash and the others?" Mew's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. "No, they will most likely be safe in the end if they're like this." Xia Fan shrugged. "Besides, if I rescue them now, they might even sabotage Team Galactic's operations." "But Master, didn't you just say that they have no conscience and won't help them?" Mew wondered. "Xiaohuan, you need to know a word called duplicity." Xia Fan touched his forehead. He didn't expect Mew to take his teasing seriously. "Huh." The next second, Xia Fan suddenly saw from the corner of her eye that the handsome man who had been hiding in her mouth had gotten a set of Team Galactic clothes and a mask from somewhere, put them on, walked out, and joined the work of Team Galactic in a serious manner. Wow, wow, wow. A minute later, the shellless manatee suddenly started crying. "How can I concentrate like this? Someone go and calm that guy down." Sharon, who was constantly comparing data with his notebook, became annoyed and spoke to his subordinates angrily. When the subordinates looked at each other, preparing to choose who would go, Mr. Handsome, disguised as a member of Team Galactic, took the initiative to jog over. He first scolded Ash and the others sharply, then looked back and whispered something. Ash and the others immediately fell silent. Is he untying the rope? When Xia Fan saw the handsome man looking back and seeing that no one was paying attention, he reached out his hand to the backs of Ash and the others, looking like he was untying the rope. 10 seconds later, Mr. Handsome stood up and said, "Good. It looks like the rope is not loose." However, Jinxing seemed to have noticed something. He looked at the handsome man and asked, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you in the past few days?" Mr. Handsome stood still when he heard this. "The headquarters ordered me to come here this morning to assist with the relevant operations." Sharon snorted. How superfluous. The number of people here is clearly more than enough. Mr. Handsome said, since I came here in a hurry, I was only told that you were going to investigate the ruins. Can I ask for the details? It's really too much trouble. Sharon was a little impatient, but still explained, the purpose of this search is to find the gun pillar door that is speculated to be somewhere in this MT coronet, and then after finding the gun pillar door. At this point, Sharon looked back at a subordinate carrying a box behind him and said, come here. Yes, the subordinate replied and walked over carrying the box. Sharon took the box and entered a password. The box opened and a golden key was revealed. Sharon pointed at the golden key and said, once you find the gun pillar gate, use this key to enter that gate. It's that. Xia Fan frowned slightly, recognizing that the golden key was the same one that appeared on Iron Island before. At this time, Jinxing on the side was a little dissatisfied. Listen carefully, Sharon. This is an important key given to us by the leader. You must keep it carefully. I know that, Sharon said impatiently. However, I'm not interested in Dialga and Palkia. Oh no, not even the so-called New World. It's just that if you control that world, I will also get a lot of benefits. I hope that Team Galactic can work harder, haha. Xia Fan, who was hiding in the dark side. Damn it, are you guys possessed by pig brains, or has the will of the world forcibly reduced your intelligence? How can it be so easy for others to figure out the purpose of the organization? Sharon laughed loudly and said, okay, if you understand, go and help with the assignment. That's why you were sent here. Yes. Mr. Handsome nodded solemnly, but the next second he suddenly took 3 or 2 steps back, tore off the mask on his face and shouted, that's it, Team Galactic. Mr. Handsome. Dawn was stunned. She didn't expect that the person who had just untied the rope for them was actually him. Team Galactic was also stunned on the spot. Who the hell are you? Jinxing asked angrily. Mr. Handsome said righteously, I am an investigator from Interpol, codenamed Handsome. Interpol. Investigator. Dawn and Xiaojing exclaimed, with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Show off. Xia Fan, who was hiding in the shadows and watching everything with only the power of a cis Darkrai, couldn't help but complain. You guys are really filming a TV series here. You, Interpol, are really on a power trip. After knowing Team Galactic's purpose, you just show up without any concealment? Didn't you notice that there were 50 or 60 people on the opposite side? If Team Galactic doesn't beat you up, I will be unable to resist and beat up the brainless Team Galactic. What AF ********* G insult to my IQ. However, at this moment, a member of Team Galactic who was in charge of detection work not far away exclaimed, Lord Sharon, something is reacting. What did you say? Team Galactic's attention was immediately drawn to it. Okay, I have lost my IQ and forgot there is such a thing as God's blessing. Xia Fan sighed. He never expected that the key plot would be triggered when Interpol was about to be beaten. Sharon heard his subordinates exclaim and trotted over. He looked at the data on the notebook and said happily, the data above shows that the other side of the rock is empty. It is certain that there are some things that look like ruins behind this stone wall. Jinxing nodded and ordered his subordinates to subdue the handsome investigator and throw the pokeball. Very well, go ahead, Toxicroak. A flash of red light appeared, and Toxicroak appeared. Toxicroak, destroy this place with rock smash. Toxicroak puffed his lips and began to chisel hard at the stone wall. After 4 or 5 hits, the stone wall collapsed. When the smoke and dust cleared, a huge palace was revealed before everyone's eyes. Everyone was immediately shocked. There shouldn't be any mistakes this time. Jinxing looked at Sharon. Of course, Sharon said confidently. If nothing unexpected happens, the palace in front of us is indeed the gun pillar gate. Jinxing waved his hand and asked his subordinates to bring the box with the golden key back to him. Take out the key from the safe deposit box. Yes. The subordinate nodded, entered the password to open the safe, and 2 seconds later took out the golden key and faced the palace gate. Key, open this door, Sharon cried excitedly, and show the way to the gun column. Xia Fan, and Mr. Handsome waited with bated breath. Everyone turned their eyes to the golden key. However, as time passed little by little, a minute later, the golden key was still lying on the subordinate's arm as usual. "Sharon, why is the key not responding?" Jinxing said dissatisfiedly. Sharon shook his head with a slightly stiff expression. This seems to mean that we have come up empty-handed again. This ruins is not the gun pillar door we are looking for." "What?" Jinxing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He worked so hard for a long time, but ended up with a fake one. In the end, Jinxing waved to his subordinates and said, "Forget it, everyone, retreat. Since there is no one here, it will be troublesome if we stay here. If that guy arrives, it will be over." After saying that, he pulled Sharon towards the exit of the cave. As for Ash and the other two, and the investigator Handsome, they seemed to have forgotten about it and didn't even look at them. They just told their subordinates to evacuate as soon as possible. A minute later, Team Galactic had completely evacuated, leaving behind only a bunch of infrastructure they no longer needed. Just left like that, Xia Fan, who was hiding in the shadows, was confused. How could Team Galactic just leave when he hadn't even appeared on the stage? Damn, the retreat was too quick. They retreated as soon as they said they would. Even Ash and the others didn't care. At least beat up Ash and the others and give him a chance to appear as a hero. "Master, should I still follow them?" Darkrai asked Xia Fan. "Of course I'll follow," Xia Fan said without hesitation. A few seconds later, Xia Fan was sent by Darkrai to the cave where Ash and the others had just come out. "Okay, continue to follow Team Galactic and tell me any important news in time." "Good master." Darkrai dived into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xia Fan moistened his throat, straightened his clothes, wiped off some dirt, and then made a fire with his fingers, pretending to be sweating because of looking for someone. "How's Xiaowan? Don't I look very embarrassed like this?" After doing everything, Xia Fan asked Mew. Mew nodded. A minute later, Xia Fan appeared in front of Ash and the others, looking a little embarrassed. "Oh my god, I finally found you." As soon as Xia Fan saw them, he walked over ecstatically. "Mr. Xia Fan." Ash and the other two who were talking to the handsome investigator were also very happy to see Xia Fan. "You guys are such a fool. You didn't even wait for me down there after you fell down." Xia Fan took the initiative to snatch the topic. "We have been waiting. It is because we haven't waited for you that we have to find a way out on our own." Ash and the other two were stunned. Although they were unconscious for a while after falling, they kept shouting outside when they woke up. How could they not wait for them? "Really? But when I went down, I was the only one there." "Oh, I see. Maybe the hole I came down from had another fork, and you fell to the other side. Anyway, when I was looking for you, I was almost confused by the countless intersections. Fortunately, I finally found you now." Xia Fan scratched his head, looked at the ruins, and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, what's going on here? Why are there ruins? And why are you here, Mr. Handsome?" Ash then told Xia Fan what had just happened. "What? Team Galactic was here just now," Xia Fan said with a look of rage. "Damn it. If I had gotten here earlier and released Deoxys, they would definitely not have been able to escape this time." Ash and the other two all looked approving, and it was obvious that they still highly recognized Xia Fan's abilities. "Deoxys." Only Mr. Handsome was surprised to hear Xia Fan's words. "Do you have that powerful Pokémon that is said to come from the universe?" "That's right. Mr. Xia Fan has more than just Deoxys. There are others." Dawn answered quickly, but halfway through she thought she might have said too much, so she stopped talking. "What else?" the handsome investigator asked puzzledly. Dawn looked at Xia Fan, who shrugged to indicate it was okay. Dawn then happily continued. "In addition to Deoxys, Mr. Xia Fan also has other legendary Pokémon, Darkrai, Cresselia, and the 3 legendary pillars, Regirock, Regice, and Registeel." "What?" The handsome investigator's pupil shrank, and he looked at Xia Fan in shock. "Is this true?" "Of course it's true. If it weren't true, why would Team Galactic be so nervous when they first saw us?" "It's because they were afraid that Mr. Xia Fan was nearby." Dawn nodded in satisfaction when she saw him like this. She didn't know why, but she now liked to see other people's unbelievable expressions, especially those in high positions. Upon hearing this, the handsome investigator took out a business card from his pocket and said, "In that case, Mr. Xia Fan, can you help us Interpol? Your strength is exactly what we need." Xia Fan glanced at Ash and the other's expectant eyes, then asked, "How can I help?" "I hope you can help me when I need help." The handsome investigator said solemnly, "I am currently investigating the incident of Team Galactic under the order of the headquarters, but I feel that one person's strength is not enough, so I hope you can lend me a hand when I am in trouble. The following is my business card. If you need help in any way, you can also contact me. I will definitely use my connections to help you as much as possible." Xia Fan took the business card and looked at it. It had the handsome guy's contact information written on it. "Okay, I promise. If you are in danger, I will do my best to help you. But how do I know if you are in danger?" The handsome search officer took out a small square device from his coat. "This is our Interpol location alarm. If it flashes, it means I'm in danger. The display will show my location. If there's enough time, I'll also give you a brief report of the accident. If not, I'll just give you the location." Xia Fan nodded and put the machine away. Afterwards, the handsome investigator chatted with Xia Fan and his friends for a while before leaving. Before leaving, he pointed Xia Fan and his friends in the direction of the other side of MT Coronet and told them where the gathering point of the pink shellless manatees was. "Mr. Handsome has worked so hard. I hope he will never be in danger." Ash sighed as he watched the investigator leave. Dawn and Xiaojing nodded. Only Xia Fan picked up the shellless manatee on the ground. "I hope so. There are good and bad in this world. If his profession is not dangerous, then that is the biggest danger. Be careful and don't step on the air and fall into the cave again." Ash and the other two fell into deep thought. The four of them finally spent an hour reaching the other side of MT Coronet. After sending the shellless manatee back to its own tribe, they continued on their way to Water Lily Town. Time passed. 25 days later, Dawn has finished her journey to the contest in Water Lily Town. The next journey is Xia Fan and Ash's last gym, Lakeside City Gym. As long as they complete this gym, they can participate in the Sinnoh Alliance in the Sinnoh region. On the way to Lakeside City, the four pass through a forest and pass by an unknown town. At Xiaojang's suggestion, the four of them went in to rest for a day. "This town is pretty big," Dawn said delightedly shortly after entering the town. Xiaogang smiled and said, "Then let's go to the Pokémon Center first. Are you in such a hurry to see your nurse, Joy?" Xia Fan joked. "Of course," Xiaogang said as a matter of course. "My heart will always belong to Nurse Joy." "What about Officer Jenny?" Ash interrupted. "When I met Officer Jenny the day before yesterday, you said that your heart belonged to Officer Jenny." "Really?" Xiaogang blinked. "In my heart will always belong to Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny, nothing else." Xia Fan, Ash, and Dawn looked at each other, then shrugged speechlessly. "I believe you. If an older sister appeared now, you would definitely rush over and say, 'You are my only one.'" In Xia Fan's mind, Mew started to complain directly. 10 minutes later, the four of them arrived at the Pokémon Center. Ash walked in front and pushed open the door to see Nurse Joy standing at the front desk with a Chansey. "Nurse Joy gone." "Good afternoon, everyone." Nurse Joy responded with a smile. The next second, Xiaojang rushed to the front desk, grabbed Nurse Joy's hand, and said affectionately, "Isn't this the famous Nurse Joy? My name is Xiaojang. After many twists and turns, I have gone through countless hardships and difficulties. I have come here from faraway Norman to realize my destiny with Nurse Joy. After understanding this, please take care of me in the future." Nurse Joy looked embarrassed and tried to pull her hand away from Xiaojang's, but he held it too tightly, and she could not do it. She could only look to other people for help. However, Ash, who was already used to it, was discussing with Pikachu about going to the Pokémon Center for special training after lunch. Dawn stood aside and discussed special training with Piplup. Only Xia Fan couldn't bear to watch it anymore and kicked the Pokeball on Xiaojang's waist. A red light flashed, and Krogunk appeared, punched Xiaojang, and dragged him away, ending this short and frequent farce. An hour later, after they finished lunch and took some time to rest, Ash and Dawn took Pikachu and Piplup to the training grounds of the Pokémon Center. Xiaohuan, how do these mint-flavored potato chips taste? While Pikachu and Piplup were practicing, Xia Fan sat with Mew and watched with a bag of chips. Well enough. Mew is holding potato chips and eating them. Now it doesn't matter whether it is in its original form or transformed form when eating snacks. After a while, Pikachu and Piplup, who were practicing, suddenly started quarreling for some reason. What's wrong? Xia Fan, who was eating potato chips, heard uproar ask Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang said, during the practice just now, Piplup accidentally stepped on Pikachu's tail, and Pikachu subconsciously used Thunder Shock to shock it. Now Piplup is angry, and no matter how Pikachu apologizes, it ignores it. Oh, Xia Fan nodded and continued to eat potato chips with Mew, not intending to meddle in Pikachu and Piplup's affairs. Because Piplup is a very childish guy, similar to Dawn. Even if he is wrong, he will say that it is someone else's fault. Ash's Pikachu is the opposite. Even if he is not wrong, he will apologize to the other party in a very Hideki way. This kind of thing has happened before, and it would be fine after 10 minutes or so. However, something unexpected happened to Xia Fan. Piplup, who was rolling around in the air, somehow suddenly hugged Pikachu, and the two guys were very affectionate, hugging each other. The picture is a bit weird. If I remember correctly, Pikachu and Piplup should both be male. Xia Fan picked up the potato chips, stood up from the stands like a spectator, and trotted to the front line of the spectator eating with Mew. What happened to them? Why did they suddenly become like this? Xia Fan asked Ash and Dawn, who were somewhat stunned. I don't know what happened. Piplup and Pikachu were arguing just now, and suddenly this happened. Ash scratched his head. Dawn nodded beside him. Yes, it became like this without any signs. Poga. Pikachu. While they were talking, Pikachu and Piplup became even more aggressive and suddenly started to kiss. Look at them, Xiaojiang exclaimed. The three of them bowed their heads. The next second, Xia Fan and Mew, the onlookers, took a deep breath. This melon is so big. Ash and Dawn were so scared that they quickly covered their mouths with their hands and dragged them away. Unfortunately, just as they separated, Pikachu used Thunder Shock to electrocute Ash and Dawn, and then the two of them continued to hug each other. If Xia Fan, who was standing by, had not reacted quickly and pulled Xiaojiang back a step, they might have both been in trouble. No matter what, there's no need to use Thunder Shock on us. Dawn fell to the ground, her hair standing straight up from the electric shock. What are you doing, Pikachu? Ash fell to the ground, his scalp numbing from the electric shock. Since they can't be separated, Dawn, why don't you take the Pokeball and put Piplup back into the ball and see how it goes? Xia Fan suggested. That makes sense. Maybe this way we can break up. Dawn, whose face was numbed by the electric shock, took a deep breath and took out the Pokeball. A few seconds later, a red light flashed, and Piplup was taken back into the Pokeball. Very good. Ash was delighted to see this. But then Pikachu fell down in front of him, as if it couldn't accept the disappearance of its lover, with a look of despair and a death wish on its face. And no matter how Ash called out to it, it didn't respond. It didn't cheer up until Piplup broke free from the Pokeball for love and ran out again. One of the two guys was shouting Poga, and the other was shouting Pika Pikachu. Xia Fan and Ash staged a contest condition that should happen after lovers are separated and reunited. The people who watched were shocked. Damn it, why is it still not working? No way. There's no— Yes, I think I have an idea. A few minutes later, Xiaojiang had an idea. Ash, Dawn, the two of you go and forcibly separate Piplup and Pikachu. Xiaojiang, isn't this the method that failed just now? Ash looked at Xiaojiang worriedly. He could still remember the thunder shock just now clearly. Believe me, I have analyzed it from the power of love. Xiaojiang nodded solemnly. Do you remember that when Pikachu and Piplup were stuck together just now, even if you temporarily pulled them apart, as soon as you let go, they would be attracted to each other and stick together again. And the second time, the situation was the same, just like the magnet. If there is some kind of force that works like the magnet, then as long as you change the direction of the transformed body at the moment they separate, so that the magnetic force repels them, they may really separate and no longer hug each other. Really? Xia Fan frowned slightly after hearing this. Why does this analysis of love sound so unreliable to him? Whatever the case, this is all we can do, Ash said. Dawn nodded, and she and Ash began to forcefully separate Pikachu and Piplup again. Just like that, the moment they separated the two little guys, Ash and Dawn quickly put Pikachu and Piplup on their backs. In the first 2 seconds, Pikachu didn't electrocute anyone, which made Ash and the other two happy. That's great, Xiaojing said excitedly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ash, who was holding Pikachu, was electrocuted and thunder shock covered everyone except Xia Fan. After the electric shock, Piplup and Pikachu hugged each other. Xiaogang, it's no use. Ash, who had been numbed by the electric shock, looked at Xiaogang. Dawn was speechless. It took so much effort to separate them, but they ended up sticking together again. It's really strange. I thought it would be useful. Xiaogang looked apologetic. What shall we do then? It's a real headache, Ash and Dawn said with a headache on their faces. Mr. Xia Fan, do you have any ideas? Ash looked at Xia Fan. No, Xia Fan shrugged. But I suggest asking Nurse Joy to see if other Pokémon have had similar experiences. After all, the current situation between Pikachu and Piplup is obviously a sudden incident, not a long-term relationship. The key is that they are both male, so it makes no sense for them to be in heat. Ash and Dawn looked at each other and nodded. A few minutes later, the four returned to the Pokémon Center. As soon as I arrived at the hall, I saw that in addition to Pikachu and Piplup, there were 3 pairs of Pokémon hugging each other, looking equally affectionate and refusing to separate. They are Raichu and Squirtle, Maril and Luxio, Mareep and Octillery. Ash walked over to Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, what's going on? Our Pikachu and Piplup have become like this too. Nurse Joy heard what Ash said and looked down at Pikachu and Piplup in Ash's arms. Yours too? It seemed that this was the first time she encountered such a scene, and she looked a little helpless. After hesitating for a while, he said, Can everyone tell me how it happened first? Raichu and Squirtle's master stepped forward. I just let my Squirtle come out of the Pokeball and was about to start fighting Xiao Tung's Raichu when suddenly... Squirtle's owner pointed at Raichu and Squirtle, but halfway through his words, he stopped talking out of shame and couldn't continue. All Raichu's owner could do was continue. Suddenly they stuck together tightly and couldn't be separated. Luxio's owner, a young girl, said, That's right. Even if we put it back into the Pokemon ball, it will come out on its own. What should we do? Nurse Joy, please help us. As soon as she finished speaking, the others looked at Joy, leaving her at a loss as to how to respond. Master, please let Cresselia and I out as soon as possible. Since this place has such a wonderful fate, maybe Cresselia will fall in love with me as soon as she comes out and decide to stay with me forever. At this moment in Xia Fan's mind, the guy who still had evil intentions toward Cresselia began to lose control when he saw that this happened to several couples besides Pikachu and Piplup, and he imagined the scene where Cresselia hugged him tightly. Don't even think about it, you old pervert. Even if I let you out, such a coincidence will never happen to you. Besides, don't you notice something wrong? Xia Fan rejected him mercilessly, his eyes scanning several pairs of Pokémon hugging each other tightly. What's wrong, Mr. Xia Fan? Ash asked puzzledly when he saw that there was something wrong with Xia Fan's eyes. Xia Fan said, Pikachu and Piplup, Raichu and Squirtle, Luxio and Maril, Mareep and Octillery. Don't you see some commonalities between these pairs of Pokémon that are hugging each other tightly? What do you have in common? Ash and Dawn were puzzled, and their eyes began to scan between several pairs of Pokémon. But he just couldn't figure out what was going on until Xiaojing noticed them. I understand. These Pokémon hugging each other are electric-type Pokémon and water-type Pokémon. Xiaojing said, Electric and water? Ash and Dawn quickly glanced at each other again, their eyes gradually brightening. Really? Xia Fan looked at Joy. Nurse Joy, how are the Pokémon of other attributes in the Pokémon Center? Have similar situations occurred? There's no problem. Nurse Joy shook her head. These are the only children who are stuck together right now. So, there are only electric and water types. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. At this moment, The pairs of Pokémon in the Pokémon Center suddenly screamed, then hugged each other tighter and behaved more affectionately. Xia Fan frowned when he saw this scene. If he remembered correctly, there shouldn't be a skill among Pokémon that can make same-as*X people fall in love, and it requires Pokémon with 2 specific attributes to fall in love. Just like that, Xia Fan thought for a minute, and a minute later, somehow, the 4 pairs of Pokémon suddenly returned to normal. They hugged each other tightly, first looked at each other, then looked at themselves, immediately made an expression as if they wanted to vomit, and quickly jumped away. Very good. Everyone is back to normal. Everyone was delighted. But as soon as they finished speaking, they seemed to be affected by something again and hugged each other tightly again. Is this a man-made experiment? Xia Fan muttered. In his impression, there are always some weird professors in the Pokémon world who like to research some random things. Is it man-made? Xiao Gang fell into deep thought after hearing Xia Fan's muttering. At this time, Squirtle and Raichu's owners began to accept this phenomenon. But this also has its advantages, said Raichu's master. Why do you say that? Ash found it hard to accept. Because my Raichu and his Squirtle always get along really badly before they start fighting, they don't get along at all, said Raichu's master. Squirtle's owner scratched his head and said, that's right. Raichu's owner said, they start quarreling as soon as they come out and often can't fight properly, so I think maybe it's better this way. After listening to this, Xiao Gang clapped his hands and thought of a key point. I think the same as Mr. Xia Fan. If this is really a human-caused phenomenon, then this person is likely to have 2 Pokémon that don't get along very well. In order to make his Pokémon get along better, I don't know what method he used to cause this phenomenon. Nurse Joy, do you have any researchers who like to do research? Xia Fan asked Joy. Joy frowned slightly and said directly, in that case, there's a professor named Kodama who lives not far behind our Pokémon Center. He is a professor who specializes in Pokémon research, and he is always doing some strange experiments. Case solved. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth and snapped his fingers. What about Nurse Joy? That person has 2 Pokémon that have a bad relationship with. Xiao Jiang asked. Nurse Joy nodded. Yes, it's Magnemite and Quagsire. I heard they often don't get along with each other. It's electric and water, Ash said excitedly. Then Nurse Joy, can you please take us to meet him? Okay, go this way. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan and his 4 companions and Nurse Joy arrived at a laboratory behind the Pokémon Center. As soon as they entered the laboratory, they saw an old man with gray hair recording data in front of a machine. Under his feet was a pile of discarded papers with recorded data. What are you doing, Professor Kodama? Nurse Joy said to the old man a little angrily as soon as she entered the door. What's wrong, Nurse Joy? Professor Kodama asked puzzledly. Ash and Dawn walked forward holding Pikachu and Piplup. Professor Kodama, take a look at these 2. They have been unable to be separated since the beginning. We came here to confirm whether you were doing any experimental research here. Professor Kodama observed Pikachu and Piplup carefully for a while. His eyes gradually brightened, and finally he said excitedly, my experiment was successful. So that means... Before Ash could finish his words, the professor interrupted him with a proud look on his face. That's right, they're like this now because of the experimental device I'm researching that can improve the relationship between Pokémon. My years of research have finally paid off. Isn't this old man afraid of being beaten? Xia Fan couldn't help but complaining as he looked at Professor Kodama, who was laughing. He believed that if the person who came in was replaced by some bad-tempered guy, the old man would definitely be lying on the ground now. Professor, what is the research principle of your experiment? Xiao Jiang suddenly asked, looking very interested in this research. Professor Kodama laughed and explained, this device converts the Pokémon's move attract into a digital signal, and then transmits the signal from the radio tower installed on the roof. In this way, no matter how bad the relationship between Pokémon is, they can get along very well. And the most epic-making feature of this experiment is that attract, which should only be effective on Pokémon of the different genders, can overcome this limitation and also have an impact on other Pokémon of the same gender. At first I thought it had never been successful, But now it seems that my experiment was correct. Ha ha. Xiao Gang asked, but why does it only work on water and electric Pokemon? Is it just because of your Magnemite and Quagsire? Professor Kodama nodded. Of course, my original intention was to make the two of them get along well, so I focused on the electric and water attributes at first. I will also conduct research and experiments on other attributes later. As soon as he finished speaking, Jengar's boiling voice came into Xia Fan's mind. I want this, the best master in the world. Please let him do this experiment on me and Cresselia. I am willing to sacrifice for love. Before he could finish his words, Xia Fan blocked it. This guy's roar gave it a headache. You said it specifically targets electric and water types. Then why don't your Quagsire and Magnemite seem so harmonious to me? At this time, Ash pointed to a Quagsire and Magnemite next to the experimental device. These two Pokemon did not hug each other tightly like Pikachu and Piplup, but instead looked at each other with hatred. Professor Kodama scratched his head and said, I was thinking about this question as well. Before you came in, I was wondering if my experiment had failed. Now it seems that the experiment did not fail, but there were other factors that I had not considered. From a bystander's perspective, Xiao Gang directly said, could it be that you didn't take into account that Magnemite is a Steel-type Pokemon in addition to being an Electric type, and Quagsire is a Ground-type Pokemon in addition to being a Water type? Professor Kodama's eyes lit up. That makes sense. I haven't really thought about this question. No, I have to take this into account and modify the experimental device as soon as possible. After saying that, he turned around and started working on the contest condition, rummaging through the ground for some useful discarded paper to perform data deduction. Ash couldn't help but step forward and said, Professor Kodama, could you please turn off the machine before the new experiment? We can't keep our Pokemon like this. This problem is easy to solve. All you have to do is move your Pokemon about 5 kilometers away from here, and the machine will probably fail. Professor Kodama looked up but still stood up and turned off the experimental device. However, when he stood up and went to shut down the experimental device, a piece of paper fell out of his pocket. The piece of paper floated to Xia Fan. He picked it up and was surprised by what was written on it, because the title above reads Bushintang, and the content seems to record some people's contact information. Seeing this, Xia Fan suddenly realized that he seemed to have not seen the people from the God-catching hall for a while. He had not seen them since he robbed them severely when he captured Cresselia last time. Now their traces appeared in this unknown laboratory. What's going on? Capture Hall. Xiao Gang, who was standing next to Xia Fan, also saw the contents of the paper and exclaimed. Growl caught the attention of Ash and Dawn, who hurried over and started to exclaim when they saw the contents of the paper. What's wrong? Nurse Joy asked puzzledly. The thing is, the people in Nurse Joy's organization are all bad guys. Xiao Jiang explained to her. Ash took the paper from Xia Fan and asked Professor Kodama why he had the contact information of the Bushintang. Professor Kodama took the paper, scratched his head, and said, This is what a few people gave me when I was doing an experiment a month ago. They also gave me a large sum of money. They called themselves the God-Catcher Hall and said they were willing to provide financial support and everything else needed for the experiment to help me conduct this experiment. I just need to give them the technology to use afterwards. What? Is there something wrong with them? Ash then told Professor Kodama that the police had classified the God Hunting Hall as a criminal organization. The old man immediately got scared when he heard it and looked like he would tell him everything. Oh, by the way, I remember that this morning someone who called himself the God Catcher called me to inquire about the progress of the experiment. He also specifically asked me if I had developed a device that could make Fire-type and Steel-type Pokemon lost. Fire and Steel? Ash and the other two looked at each other. Ash said, What is your answer? Professor Kodama shook his head and said, Of course not. I only just learned about the results of the electrical and water experiments. Oh, you're right. Ash nodded innocently. So apart from this, they didn't say anything else? Xia Fan said at this time. Then I have to think about it. As I get older, Normal only remembers the experiment well. I forget many other things as soon as I turn my head. Professor Kodama stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. After thinking for about 2 minutes, he clapped his hands and said, "Oh, now I remember." Before he hung up the phone, he said that if we figured it out in the next 3 days, we would send the machine to the nearby Cool Mountain. What's cool and what's mountain? Xia Fan, Ash, and the others all frowned. Professor Kodama, do you want to talk about Stark Mountain? Nurse Joy suddenly asked. That's right, it seems to be about this Stark Mountain. Professor Kodama nodded. What is Stark Mountain, Nurse Joy? Ash asked. It's a big volcano located dozens of kilometers northeast of our town. Nurse Joy said, Is it just a big volcano? Is there anything special there? Xia Fan frowned slightly. He felt that for a player organization like the Godcatcher Hall, he didn't believe they would be willing to go to such a place unless there were some good things or good Pokémon hidden inside. After all, a harsh place like a volcano always makes people feel a little uneasy. If they're unlucky and it happens to erupt, then it will be a disaster. Is there something special? Nurse Joy crossed her arms and poked her chin with her index finger as she thought. After thinking for a while, her eyes lit up and she said, I remember now. Legend has it that there seems to be a powerful Pokémon named Heatran living there. Heatran? What Pokémon is that? Ash and the other two were puzzled. I don't know much about this Pokémon, but I once heard an old man talk about it. He said that in ancient times, there was a great war between Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. The collision of the forces in that war caused many powerful energy fragments to fall in the Sinnoh region. Some of the fragments merged to form a life form, which is Heatran. Because it likes to devour magma, Normal lives in the deepest part of volcano. Oh, it turns out there's such a powerful Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. Ash exclaimed. Xiao Gang said, By the way, Nurse Joy, do you know what a tribute of Pokémon Heatran is? Nurse Joy shook her head. I'm not sure about that. I know this. Xia Fan said, If I remember correctly, Heatran seems to be a combination of Fire-type and Steel-type Pokémon. They asked the professor to research devices for Fire-type and Steel-type. I think it should be for Heatran. That won't do. Heatran must not fall into the hands of a criminal organization like them. Ash said with a wave of his hand. In his worldview, anyone can possess powerful Pokémon except criminal organizations. Who knows what evil things these criminal organizations intend to do after capturing these Pokémon? He has seen a lot of such things before. Well said. Heatran must not fall into a criminal organization like theirs. Xia Fan applauded quickly. He dislikes Ash's good temper of punishing evil and rewarding good. Seeing Xia Fan's agreement, Ash puffed out his chest and said, Since Mr. Xia Fan agrees with what I said, then Dawn and Xiao Jiang, let's go to Stark Mountain together later. If there really is a Godcatcher Hall, we should investigate their conspiracy and destroy it. Dawn nodded. Joy on the side suggested that she should contact Officer Jenny first. After all, it is safest to leave the matters of criminal organizations to the police. But Xia Fan reached out to stop her. Nurse Joy, don't worry. It's not easy for the police. Right now, this is just our speculation. Officer Jenny doesn't need to go to the volcano to patrol in the hot weather. If we really find the Godcatcher Hall, we will call the police immediately. I have a cell phone here, but it's still too dangerous for just a few of you. Nurse Joy is still very worried. Dawn came forward with Piplup in her arms and flattened Xia Fan. Nurse Joy, you don't have to worry about this. Mister, Xia Fan is very strong. Many actions of the Godcatchers and another criminal organization, Team Galactic, were stopped by Mr. Xia Fan. If you don't believe me, you can look at one of Xia Fan's Pokémon. Dawn looked at Xia Fan, who shrugged and ended up throwing 2 Pokeballs. Red lights flashed. There were Deoxys and Cresselia. As soon as the 2 appeared, Dawn began to talk. Nurse Joy, do you recognize this Cresselia? It is the legendary Pokémon, Dream God. The other one is also amazing. It once lived in the Hoenn region, and the flatter lasted for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the 4 people left the Institute and headed for Stark Mountain according to Nurse Joy's instructions. What's wrong, Darkrai? On the way to Stark Mountain, Xia Fan suddenly heard Darkray's voice in his mind. Master, Team Galactic has found the gun pillar door. What found it? Xia Fan's pupil shrank, and he stood still. "What's wrong, Mr. Xia Fan?" Ash, who was standing by, saw Xia Fan suddenly standing there and asked in confusion. Nothing. I'm just a little hungry and thinking about what to cook for dinner." Xia Fan waved her hands quickly, signaling Ash to ignore her and keep going. Ash said, "Oh," and continued walking without saying anything else. Xia Fan gathered his thoughts and calmly continued to communicate with Darkrai in the shared spiritual world. During the conversation, Darkrai used mind sharing to share with Xia Fan the scene of himself tracking Team Galactic Executive Xinxing to MT Cornet again. The screen shows Xinxing and his subordinates using a scanner to come to a mountain range in MT Cornet, where they found and detected a relic. The ruins reacted strongly to the golden key brought by Team Galactic. Now the place has been guarded by Team Galactic. After Xia Fan saw this scene, his heart began to stir. Now that they have found the so-called gun pillar door, Team Galactic should be ready to summon Dialga and Palkia. In this case, the name Pantheon can also be prepared to debut in the Sinnoh region. Xia Fan took out his cell phone from his pocket and sent a message to Jesse James Meowth and his team in Chengdu. "That's Dark Mountain, right?" 2 hours later, after a long journey, the four people saw a huge mountain in the distance. According to what Nurse Joy described, that should be the case. Xiaojiang said, "But Stark Mountain looks so big. It will be a bit difficult to find the hiding place of the Godcatcher's Hall." Dawn exclaimed while holding Piplup. Piplup and Pikachu are no longer hugging each other due to the device being turned off. Xia Fan said, "Don't worry, as long as we can meet Heatran, we will most likely meet the Godcatcher Hall." Meeting Heatran, Ash was a little unsure. It seems a little difficult. After all, it is the product of the battle between Dialga and Palkia in ancient times. Such a rare Pokémon should be difficult to encounter. Believe in yourself. No matter how rare a Pokémon is, you will definitely encounter it as long as you want to. Xia Fan patted Ash's shoulder solemnly. "Are you kidding? When it comes to encountering legendary beasts, he is the best, and no one dares to be second. Isn't that why he follows Ash?" "Okay." Ash shrugged. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud sound of someone falling into the water not far away. There happened to be a waterfall near them. The sound of falling water sounded like it came from a waterfall. Several people trotted over. After a while, they saw a Feraligatr under the waterfall. It seemed to be carrying a person and was swimming towards their shore. "Oh no, is this person unconscious?" Dawn noticed that the person Feraligatr was carrying was lying on top of him, motionless. A few seconds later, Feraligatr came to the shore, threw the young man he was carrying onto the shore, and then called out to Xia Fan and the others, as if asking them to wake the man up. Several people looked at each other, and finally Xiaojiang, the only one who knew first aid, stepped forward and squeezed out all the water in the young man's stomach and woke him up. "Did you just experience anything?" Ash asked as soon as the young man woke up. However, what Ash didn't expect was that the young man was a little too careless. He ignored Ash's question and introduced himself energetically. "Hello, I'm Ben, the Pokémon Keeper." Pokémon Keeper. Xia Fan and the other three were stunned. They didn't expect that this person would be a conservationist. The young man said, "Yes, he's a person full of love and justice who uses the power of assist Pokémon to work for the world and humanity." The four people on the opposite side paused after hearing this, and their expressions looked very embarrassed. Especially Xia Fan, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. I was complaining about this cheesy dialogue introduction in my heart. He almost drowned, but he was still so childish. He has a really big heart. "Hello, I'm Ash." Ash said awkwardly. "My name is Dawn." "Hello, my name is Xia Fan." "Hello, my name is Xiaojiang, and Feraligatr sent you here." Feraligatr. The conservationist named Ben looked a little surprised and turned his head to look behind him. "Oh, yes, I remember now. Thank you, Feraligatr." Feraligatr in the river cried out, then turned and left. "Isn't that Feraligatr your partner?" Dawn asked doubtfully. Ben shook his head. "Feraligatr was teleported here by me using the conservator symbol. Sent from the conservationist symbol." Dawn frowned slightly. Xia Fan interrupted. The Conservator's Capture Styler has two functions. The first function is to temporarily capture a Pokémon and have it help you once. The other function is to quickly teleport a Pokémon that you have telepathically connected with to your side to help you once. This is the Conservator symbol. This function is a little more difficult to operate than the first one. After all, you need a Pokémon that is telepathically connected with you to teleport over. That's right. Conservationist Ben nodded, and then he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, did you see Heatran nearby just now?" Xia Fan's eyes lit up. This was really a piece of cake. As expected, if she followed Ash, any information about legendary Pokémon would come to her. Heatran? Did it come out of Stark Mountain? Dawn asked in confusion. Stark Mountain? Conservationist Ben was also confused when he heard Dawn's words. Did we misunderstand each other about the Heatran? I didn't mean the one from Stark Mountain. What do you mean? There's more than one Heatran. Dawn looked at Xia Fan and Ash Xiaojiang in confusion. Of course there's more than one. Xia Fan shrugged. There are many Heatrans created by the battle between Dialga and Palkia. That's right. Conservationist Ben agreed. What I'm looking for is a Heatran that originally lived in the Hilo volcano 100 miles away. Because the Hilo volcano is about to collapse, this Heatran left its residence and is looking for a new volcano. I have received instructions from above that in order to prevent it from causing trouble to the public, we need to use the Capture Styler to temporarily capture it and bring it to the national park, and then we will find a new volcano and bring it over. Oh, I see. Dawn hugged Piplup and nodded. Then according to what you just said, did you encounter it not long ago? That's right. The Conservator Ben said proudly, that's a Heatran with the skill Eruption, which is very rare. I tell you, normal Heatran don't have this skill, so when I met it just now, I didn't expect it to use this skill. So when I was about to use Capture Styler to temporarily subdue it, it was scared by Eruption and fell into the river, and then was washed here. By the way, Mr. Ben, you said that the Heatran you followed was looking for a new volcano to live in. Will it go to Stark Mountain? Dawn pointed to Stark Mountain in the distance. Upon hearing this, Conservationist Ben's face turned pale. It will be troublesome if we go to Stark Mountain. Heatran don't like to live in groups, but prefer to be alone. If two Heatran appear in the same volcano, they will definitely fight for territory. I know the one in Stark Mountain. According to our keeper's records, that Heatran has been in Stark Mountain for at least 1,000 years. Many trainers have tried to tame it, but all have failed. It is also said that a migrating Heatran once went to Stark Mountain and had a fight with that Heatran, and almost died there. However, at this point, Conservationist Ben's expression suddenly became excited again. But if the eruption-capable Heatran I follow encounters the Stark Mountain one, it will definitely not lose. The four people on the opposite side were speechless. This guy is really thick-skinned. Dawn looked at the Conservationist Ben and couldn't help but push Xia Fan's arm and complain to Xia Fan. Xia Fan shrugged and said nothing, because he didn't know what to say to this thick-skinned guy. As a conservationist, it would be inappropriate for me to say such things to people like them. After all the excitement, Ben asked Xia Fan and the others, "By the way, what are you doing here?" "To subdue the Heatran from Stark Mountain." Dawn stepped forward and told Ben the purpose of their visit. The criminal organization, the Godcatchers. Conservator Ben crossed his arms, touched his chin with his right hand, and fell into deep thought. This name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Are they the ones who stole the adamant orb in Eternity, right? Dawn nodded. Ah, if it's them, then it must not be forgiven. Ben clenched his fist and said, "In that case, how about we work together? Together we can defeat the criminal organization, and together we can find that Heatran and bring it to National Park." "Sure, if you don't mind." Ash agreed immediately with a warm heart. "Of course I don't mind. Let's set off now, come on," Ben said, waved his hand, and ran straight towards Stark Mountain. He didn't even think about whether Fan and his other four could keep up. So quick. Dawn sighed. Xia Fan, Ash, and Xiao Gang looked at each other, sighed, and trotted after him. Half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of Stark Mountain. Except for Xia Fan, everyone else was out of breath. I'm so tired. Can you take a break? I can't run anymore. Dawn, who was sweating profusely, said to everyone. The others looked at each other and then stayed where they were to rest. Only the conservationist Ben walked back and forth at the foot of the mountain and touched the ground with his hands. What are you doing? Xia Fan asked. I'm measuring the temperature of the ground. The conservationist Ben, who was squatting, said with his eyes closed. Ground temperature? Xia Fan frowned slightly. Heatran likes to go deep into the volcano to swallow the magma, except when it is eating. Normal stays near the mouth of the volcano at other times, so I think it will hide in a warm place. Ben stood up and pointed to Xia Fan in a direction. The temperature here is hotter. Let's go this way later. Xia Fan felt for the first time that his brain was not enough, and he did not understand the measurement principle of this person. However, since he was a professional, he could only follow his instructions. He would go wherever he said. 10 minutes later, everyone finished their rest and moved forward according to Ben's instructions. Every few dozen meters up the mountain, conservationist Ben would squat down again to measure the temperature and look for the hottest direction. We climbed for about an hour. An hour later, when Ben, the conservationist, stood up from the ground after measuring the temperature, he excitedly pointed to a hole a few dozen meters away and said, "We are very close. The geothermal temperature around here is very high. If I am not mistaken, we should be able to see Heatran after passing through that hole." Hearing this, Ash's fighting spirit was aroused. Great, then let's speed up and go take a look. Several people continued to move forward, and as soon as they arrived at the entrance of the cave, Xia Fan paused, because his divine beast perception had already given him a faint hint. The meaning is very clear. There is definitely a divine beast here. What's wrong, Mr. Xia Fan? Dawn asked when she saw Xia Fan suddenly stop. Nothing. I was just wondering where the people from the God-catching hall are. Why haven't we seen any trace of them yet? Xia Fan blurted out. Maybe they are hiding in there now. Yeah, let's all be careful then, Ash said. The others nodded and began to slow down. Xia Fan deliberately walked behind a few people. When passing a bend, Xia Fan and the Mew on his shoulders split out a substitute at the same time. The substitute took over their task and continued to move forward, while the main body entered the invisible contest condition and moved forward quickly. About 2 minutes later, Xia Fan and Mew passed through the cave and came to the interior of Stark Mountain, where they saw a hot world full of magma. At the same time, mechanical facilities that were clearly owned by humans were also seen. Standing next to these mechanical facilities were the old friends of Bu Shuntang, who had been robbed repeatedly by Xia Fan. Among these people, there was a person holding a mobile phone and seemed to be receiving some instructions. Xia Fan leaned over, and the man's phone just hung up. He said to the others, "Just now the boss said that Team Galactic has found the gun pillar door that can summon Dialga and Palkia. This means that the day when the two beasts come to the world is not far away. So, just now the boss asked us to subdue Heatran as soon as possible at all costs. Otherwise, when Team Galactic starts to act, everything will be too late." In addition to the one who just spoke, there are 15 other members of the God-catching hall here. After hearing the order, they all had bitter faces. Someone said, "Brother Ming, I think it's a bit difficult. You know the result of more than a dozen Pokémon fighting against Heatran yesterday. We couldn't beat it at all. It almost wiped us out with just one magma storm. How can we catch it? The gap in strength is too big. I think the only way is to wait for that old man Kodama to develop a device to target the attract skills of fire and steel Pokémon. For legendary Pokémon, direct confrontation is simply not feasible. Only technology is the way to go." "That's right." The others nodded. The god hunter, who is called Minggu, said angrily, "Bullshit. Didn't you hear the phone call this morning? He doesn't even have a finished product yet. Who knows how long it will take until he finally figures it out. You may not even see any trace of Dialga and Palkia anymore." Everyone was silent. After a while, someone angrily slapped the machine next to him and said angrily, "Damn it, the culprit is still the previous operation to capture Cresselia. If it weren't for the inexplicable loss of so many Pokémon, the operation to capture Heatran this time would definitely not be so passive." After saying this, Everyone, including Brother Ming, became even more silent. They would never forget the capture of Cresselia on Full Moon Island a few months ago, because at that time, their Pokemon Catcher Hall had basically used 2/3 of their strength, but for some reason, they had no memory of their actions at that time, and more than half of the Pokemon they brought with them died. What's more terrifying is that when everyone woke up and checked their phones, they found that there was only 100 yuan left, and they all became paupers. After this incident, the God-Catcher Hall was forced to lie dormant and recuperate. Only recently did they get the news that Heatran was in Stark Mountain, and they are ready to move again. Seeing everyone depressed, Brother Ming clapped his hands and said, "Don't think about it. It's already come to this point. Thinking too much will only bring tears. No matter what, we must launch another subjugation operation today." With that, the man pulled out a Pokeball and released a Magmortar, the evolution of Magmar, a powerful fire-type Pokemon that also liked to live in Volcano. Mingo walked to the edge of the cliff, pointed at the hot magma below, and said, "Magmortar, flamethrower, Duckbill." Magmortar's hands are like bazookas. When a master gives the order, it raises its right hand and sprays the hot magma below, turning Flamethrower into a 2,000-degree high-temperature fireball. The fireball fell into the hot magma and immediately caused violent turbulence. Mingo turned around and said, "You guys release your Pokemon quickly. Heatran will be out soon." The others looked at each other, and although reluctant, they still threw their Pokeballs as instructed. Let them follow Magmortar and wait quietly near the lava mouth. After about dozens of seconds, a Pokemon that looked like a turtle with brown and orange spots on its body and metal anklet-like structures on its legs crawled out from the cliff deep in the magma. It finally came out. Xia Fan's mouth couldn't help but rise when he saw the Pokemon. Because the perception of the divine beast has helped him lock on, this is the Heatran with god-level strength that he needs. As soon as Heatran appeared, he fixed his eyes on Magmortar, the leader of the god catchers, and obviously regarded him as an intruder. Cedo. Flames gathered in its mouth, ready to attack. Begin the capture operation. Minga from the God-Catcher Hall also hurriedly gave the order. The people around him nodded and began to give instructions to their partners. However, at this moment, a scene appeared that no one expected. At the other end of the lava mouth, a beam of extremely hot flame suddenly rushed out, aiming directly at Heatran, who was gathering flames to attack. The flame was so hot and huge that it seemed to be able to melt everything. Heatran was instantly wrapped. Xia Fan and the people from the God-Catching Hall were stunned. They looked in the direction where the flame had come from and saw another Heatran with flames still remaining in its mouth on the cliff at the mouth of the volcano. "Heatran, why is there another one here?" Everyone in the God-Catching Hall was shocked and full of disbelief. The skill this Heatran just used is Eruption, the most powerful fire-type special attack skill. Is this a skill it can learn? I don't know. I just want to know why there are two Heatran here. Isn't there only one per volcano? This is the Heatran that Ben mentioned that can Eruption, right? Xia Fan, who was in invisible contest condition, raised his eyebrows and switched his eyes between this Heatran and the one that was now wrapped in flames. Two Heatrans. Are they going to fight for territory now? Xia Fan became interested and wanted to watch the fight between these two Heatran, one with god-level strength, and the other a gifted Heatran who had learned Eruption. Cedo, just when everyone was still shocked as to why there were two Heatran, the Heatran at the lava mouth walked out from the flames. Not only was its body unharmed, but it was also absorbing the flames into its body through the markings on its body. It shifted its gaze away from the group of Pokemon in the God-Catching Hall and turned to look at the entrance of the volcano, meeting the gaze of the Heatran. There was a hint of rage in its eyes, the rage of having its territory invaded. In this way, the two Heatrans, one above and one below, one at the mouth of the volcano and the other at the mouth of the magma, made eye contact. The members of the God-Catcher Hall who were watching from the sidelines began to feel secretly happy when they saw this scene. "Brother Ming, what should we do now? There are two Heatrans. Which one should we catch? Or should we catch them all?" Ming Gu suppressed the urge to laugh and wave his hand. Don't worry. These two are obviously incompatible, and it seems that they're going to fight. We will just hide aside and watch, and catch whoever loses. Some people wondered, what about the winner? Minga said, don't worry about winning yet. Let's see how its contest condition is. If it is seriously injured, we have to catch it. If it still has strong fighting power, we will take the loser back to the boss first, and catch the winner later. Now Team Galactic's business is the most important. That makes sense. Let's do it then. The people in the God-Catcher Hall began to collect their Pokémon again to avoid being accidentally injured by the two Heatrans. Soon, the people from the God-Catching Hall hid beside their mechanical facilities and waited for the two Heatrans to fight. A minute later, after staring at each other for a long time, Heatrans started fighting. Perhaps it was because their brains were damaged from staying in the extreme environment of Volcano for many years. But when these two guys fought, they just spit fire at each other and refused to use skills of other attributes, which made Fan speechless. Because if you remember correctly, Heatran's ability was Flash Fire, an ability that made him immune to fire skills and could absorb the fire damage he received into his body and enhance his own strength. That's why the eruption at the beginning was sucked into the body of the Heatran at the lava mouth without any damage. Xiaohuan, who do you think will win if these two fight like this? Xia Fan looked at Yan directly. I think the only way is to wait for that old man Kodama to develop a device to target the attract skills of fire and steel Pokémon. For legendary Pokémon, direct confrontation is simply not feasible. Only technology is the way to go. That's right. The others nodded. The God Hunter, who is called Mingu, said angrily, bullshit. Didn't you hear the phone call this morning? He doesn't even have a finished product yet. Who knows how long it will take until he finally figures it out. You may not even see any trace of Dialga and Palkia anymore. Everyone was silent. After a while, someone angrily slapped the machine next to him and said angrily, damn it, the culprit is still the previous operation to capture Cresselia. If it weren't for the inexplicable loss of so many Pokémon, the operation to capture Heatran this time would definitely not be so passive. After saying this, everyone, including Brother Ming, became even more silent. They would never forget the capture of Cresselia on Full Moon Island a few months ago, because at that time, their Pokémon Catcher Hall had basically used 2/3 of their strength, but for some reason, they had no memory of their actions at that time, and more than half of the Pokémon they brought with them died. What's more terrifying is that when everyone woke up and checked their phones, they found that there was only 100 yuan left, and they all became paupers. After this incident, the God-Catcher Hall was forced to lie dormant and recuperate. Only recently did they get the news that Heatran was in Stark Mountain, and they are ready to move again. Seeing everyone depressed, Brother Ming clapped his hands and said, don't think about it. It's already come to this point. Thinking too much will only bring tears. No matter what, we must launch another subjugation operation today. With that, the man pulled out a Pokeball and released a Magmortar, the evolution of Magmar, a powerful fire-type Pokémon that also liked to live in Volcano. Mingo walked to the edge of the cliff, pointed at the hot magma below, and said, Magmortar, flamethrower, Duckbill. Magmortar's hands are like bazookas. When a master gives the order, it raises its right hand and sprays the hot magma below, turning Flamethrower into a 2,000-degree high-temperature fireball. The fireball fell into the hot magma and immediately caused violent turbulence. Minga turned around and said, you guys release your Pokémon quickly, Heatran will be out soon. The others looked at each other, and although reluctant, they still threw their Pokeballs as instructed. Let them follow Magmortar and wait quietly near the lava mouth. After about dozens of seconds, a Pokémon that looked like a turtle with brown and orange spots on its body and metal anklet-like structures on its legs crawled out from the cliff deep in the magma. It finally came out. Xia Fan's mouth couldn't help but rise when he saw the Pokémon. Because the perception of the divine beast has helped him lock on, this is the Heatran with god-level strength that he needs. As soon as Heatran appeared, he fixed his eyes on Magmortar, the leader of the god catchers, and obviously regarded him as an intruder. Cedo. Flames gathered in its mouth, ready to attack. Begin the capture operation. Minga from the Godcatcher Hall also hurriedly gave the order. The people around him nodded and began to give instructions to their partners. However, at this moment, a scene appeared that no one expected. At the other end of the lava mouth, a beam of extremely hot flame suddenly rushed out, aiming directly at Heatran, who was gathering flames to attack. The flame was so hot and huge that it seemed to be able to melt everything. Heatran was instantly wrapped. Xia Fan and the people from the God-Catching Hall were stunned. They looked in the direction where the flame had come from and saw another Heatran with flames still remaining in its mouth on the cliff at the mouth of the volcano. Heatran, why is there another one here? Everyone in the God-Catching Hall was shocked and full of disbelief. The skill this Heatran just used is Eruption, the most powerful fire-type special attack skill. Is this a skill it can learn? I don't know. I just want to know why there are two Heatran here. Isn't there only one per volcano? This is the Heatran that Ben mentioned that can Eruption, right? Xia Fan, who was in invisible contest condition, raised his eyebrows and switched his eyes between this Heatran and the one that was now wrapped in flames. Two Heatrans. Are they going to fight for territory now? Xia Fan became interested and wanted to watch the fight between these two Heatran, one with god-level strength, and the other a gifted Heatran who had learned Eruption. Cedo, just when everyone was still shocked as to why there were two Heatran, the Heatran at the lava mouth walked out from the flames. Not only was its body unharmed, but it was also absorbing the flames into its body through the markings on its body. It shifted its gaze away from the group of Pokémon in the God-Catching Hall and turned to look at the entrance of the volcano, meeting the gaze of the Heatran. There was a hint of rage in its eyes, the rage of having its territory invaded. In this way, the two Heatrans, one above and one below, one at the mouth of the volcano and the other at the mouth of the magma, made eye contact. The members of the God-Catcher Hall who were watching from the sidelines began to feel secretly happy when they saw this scene. Brother Ming, what should we do now? There are two Heatrans. Which one should we catch? Or should we catch them all? Ming Gu suppressed the urge to laugh and wave his hand. Don't worry. These two are obviously incompatible, and it seems that they're going to fight. We will just hide aside and watch, and catch whoever loses. Some people wondered, what about the winner? Mingus said, don't worry about winning yet. Let's see how its contest condition is. If it is seriously injured, we have to catch it. If it still has strong fighting power, we will take the loser back to the boss first, and catch the winner later. Now Team Galactic's business is the most important. That makes sense. Let's do it then. The people in the God-Catcher Hall began to collect their Pokémon again to avoid being accidentally injured by the two Heatrans. Soon, the people from the God-Catching Hall hid beside their mechanical facilities and waited for the two Heatrans to fight. A minute later, after staring at each other for a long time, Heatrans started fighting. Perhaps it was because their brains were damaged from staying in the extreme environment of volcano for many years. But when these two guys fought, they just spit fire at each other and refused to use skills of other attributes, which made fans speechless. Because if you remember correctly, Heatran's ability was Flash Fire, an ability that made him immune to fire skills and could absorb the fire damage he received into his body and enhance his own strength. That's why the eruption at the beginning was sucked into the body of the Heatran at the lava mouth without any damage. Xiao Huan, who do you think will win if these two fight like this? Xia Fan looked at Yan directly. Ding. Successfully captured Pokemon Heatran. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Fire-type and Steel-type legendary Pokemon. Heatran. Gender none. Ability. Flash Fire. When attacked by a Fire-type move, the Pokemon absorbs the flames and the Fire-type move it uses is strengthened. In battle, the Pokemon with this ability is immune to damage from Fire-type skills. When hit by a Fire-type skill, the Pokemon's physical attack and special attack, when using a Fire-type skill, are increased by 50%. Hidden ability. Flame Body. Sometimes it will cause the rival that touches you to enter a burn contest condition. When a Pokemon with this ability is hit by a melee skill in battle, there is a 30% chance that the attacker will enter a burn contest condition. Carrying things? None. Skills are as follows. Magma Storm. traps rival in a blazing flame. When used against wild Pokémon, this move can trap the target and prevent it from escaping, unless the target uses teleport, or the target is a ghost Pokémon, which can be exempted from the restraint. Heat Wave blows hot air towards rival to attack. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a burning condition, 10% chance. Earth Power releases earth power at rival's feet. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special defense. Crunch, attack with the crunch rival. Sometimes it will lower the rival's defense. Lava Plume attacks all Pokémon around it with blazing fire, sometimes causing a burn contest condition, 30% chance. Iron Head attacks with a head as hard as an Orberg. Sometimes it will make rival flinch, 30%. Ancient Power attack with Ancient Power. 10% chance to double your power. Stone Edge. Use the sharp rock to pierce rival to attack. It is easy to hit the vital point. Scary Face. Stares at rival with a scary face, scaring him, thus greatly reducing rival's speed. Destruction Ray. Fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Heatran also has many skills. Xia Fan looked at them from top to bottom and finally felt that the exclusive skills were good. So he said in his heart, "System, I choose Heatran's exclusive skill Magma Storm." After a while, a fire-type skill called Magma Storm appeared in Xia Fan's skill bar. "You don't fight at all?" Ben, who witnessed it all, was incredulous when Xia Fan selected his skills. Although the number of Heatran is relatively large compared to other legendary Pokémon, it is still a legendary Pokémon after all. How come Fan captured it by just throwing the ball without even fighting? The key is that the life contest condition of this Heatran is obviously still very active, and it is not the kind that can be beaten half to death. Xia Fan shrugged. "I don't know why. Maybe I'm just lucky. I always catch Pokémon by throwing the ball directly." This. Ben opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and just looked at Ash and the other two, wanting to get evidence. Dawn stepped forward and patted Ben on the shoulder. Mr. Xia Fan didn't lie. What he said is true. We have seen it several times. He conquered the legendary Dream, God Cresselia, and the legendary Nightmare, God Darkrai, with one ball. This. Ben's mouth widened even more. The shock in his heart could not be described in words for a moment. He did not come to his senses until he saw the Heatran with the skill Eruption reveling wildly at the lava mouth. It turned out that after seeing its rival being conquered by Xia Fan, this Heatran thought that Stark Mountain would be its world from now on, so it just swung around and used the skill Eruption madly to declare its status as the master. "Mr. Ben, are you still taking it to the forest park? Since the Heatran just now has been tamed by Mr. Xia Fan, this one should be able to live here." Xiao Gang said. "Well," Conservationist Ben began to think. "No, just take it away." Xia Fan said directly, "I won't take my Heatran away. I will let it continue to live here. There can't be two tigers in one mountain, even if it's one male and one female, because Heatran doesn't rely on this to reproduce." "You're not taking it away?" Ben, the zookeeper, asked in surprise. "Then why did you tame it?" "There's no reason to capture a legendary Pokémon. If you want to capture one, just capture it. But it would be too troublesome for me to bring it with me. After all, it likes a hot environment. So it's better to leave it here and come back to pick it up when I need it in the future." Xia Fan said calmly, "I don't need any legendary Pokémon for now, so there's no point in keeping it with me." After hearing this, Conservationist Ben choked up and inexplicably wanted to strangle the man in front of him. What does it mean to capture legendary Pokémon? There is no reason to do so. If you want to capture one, just capture it. What does it mean to have legendary Pokémon around? Because I don't need them right now. Listen, is this something a normal person would say? Okay, I'll use the capture styler to take it to the national park later. Ben finally agreed, but his tone sounded very resentful. Ben used the capture styler to circle the Heatran, who was celebrating his new home. After more than 10 seconds, the hunt was successful, and the Heatran followed Ben's instructions and began to leave. When they left, Xia Fan said, "You guys go first. I'll exchange feelings with my Heatran and then leave." Okay. Ash and the others didn't think much about it and nodded in agreement. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Heatran. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Fire-type and Steel-type legendary Pokemon. Heatran. Gender none. Ability: Flash Fire. When attacked by a Fire-type move, the Pokemon absorbs the flames and the Fire-type move it uses is strengthened. In battle, the Pokemon with this ability is immune to damage from Fire-type skills. When hit by a Fire-type skill, the Pokemon's physical attack and special attack, when using a Fire-type skill, are increased by 50%. Hidden ability: Flame Body. Sometimes it will cause the rival that touches you to enter a burn contest condition. When a Pokemon with this ability is hit by a melee skill in battle, there is a 30% chance that the attacker will enter a burn contest condition. Carrying things? None. Skills are as follows. Magma Storm. Traps rival in a blazing flame. When used against wild Pokemon, this move can trap the target and prevent it from escaping, unless the target uses Teleport, or the target is a ghost Pokemon, which can be exempted from the restraint. Heat Wave. Blows hot air towards rival to attack. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a burning condition, 10% chance. Earth Power. Releases earth power at rival's feet. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special defense. Crunch. Attack with the crunch rival. Sometimes it will lower the rival's defense. Lava Plume. Attacks all Pokemon around it with blazing fire, sometimes causing a burn contest condition, 30% chance. Iron Head. Attacks with a head as hard as an Orberg. Sometimes it will make rival flinch, 30%. Ancient Power. Attack with Ancient Power. 10% chance to double your power. Stone Edge. Use the sharp rock to pierce rival to attack. It is easy to hit the vital point. Scary Face. Stares at rival with a scary face, scaring him, thus greatly reducing rival's speed. Destruction Ray. Fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokemon. Heatran also has many skills. Xia Fan looked at them from top to bottom and finally felt that the exclusive skills were good. So he said in his heart, "System, I choose Heatran's exclusive skill Magma Storm." After a while, a Fire-type skill called Magma Storm appeared in Xia Fan's skill bar. "You don't fight at all?" Ben, who witnessed it all, was incredulous when Xia Fan selected his skills. Although the number of Heatran is relatively large compared to other legendary Pokemon, it is still a legendary Pokemon after all. How come Fan captured it by just throwing the ball without even fighting? The key is that the life contest condition of this Heatran is obviously still very active, and it is not the kind that can be beaten half to death. Xia Fan shrugged. "I don't know why. Maybe I'm just lucky. I always catch Pokemon by throwing the ball directly." This. Ben opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and just looked at Ash and the other two, wanting to get evidence. Dawn stepped forward and patted Ben on the shoulder. Mr. Xia Fan didn't lie. What he said is true. We have seen it several times. He conquered the legendary Dream God Cresselia and the legendary Nightmare God Darkrai with one ball. This. Ben's mouth widened even more. The shock in his heart could not be described in words for a moment. He did not come to his senses until he saw the Heatran with the skill Eruption reveling wildly at the lava mouth. It turned out that after seeing its rival being conquered by Xia Fan, this Heatran thought that Stark Mountain would be its world from now on, so it just swung around and used the skill Eruption madly to declare its status as the master. Mr. Ben, are you still taking it to the forest park? Since the Heatran just now has been tamed by Mr. Xia Fan, this one should be able to live here. Xiao Gang said. Well, Conservationist Ben began to think. No, just take it away. Xia Fan said directly, I won't take my Heatran away. I will let it continue to live here. There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, even if it's 1 male and 1 female, because Heatran doesn't rely on this to reproduce. You're not taking it away? Ben, the zookeeper, asked in surprise. Then why did you tame it? There's no reason to capture a legendary Pokémon. If you want to capture one, just capture it. But it would be too troublesome for me to bring it with me. After all, it likes a hot environment. So it's better to leave it here and come back to pick it up when I need it in the future. Xia Fan said calmly, I don't need any legendary Pokémon for now, so there's no point in keeping it with me. After hearing this, Conservationist Ben choked up and inexplicably wanted to strangle the man in front of him. What does it mean to capture legendary Pokémon? There is no reason to do so. If you want to capture one, just capture it. What does it mean to have legendary Pokémon around? Because I don't need them right now. Listen, is this something a normal person would say? Okay, I'll use the capture styler to take it to the national park later. Ben finally agreed, but his tone sounded very resentful. Ben used the capture styler to circle the Heatran, who was celebrating his new home. After more than 10 seconds, the hunt was successful and the Heatran followed Ben's instructions and began to leave. When they left, Xia Fan said, You guys go first. I'll exchange feelings with my Heatran and then leave. Okay. Ash and the others didn't think much about it and nodded in agreement. I think the only way is to wait for that old man Kodama to develop a device to target the attract skills of fire and steel Pokémon. For legendary Pokémon, direct confrontation is simply not feasible. Only technology is the way to go. That's right. The others nodded. The god hunter, who is called Mingu, said angrily, Bullshit. Didn't you hear the phone call this morning? He doesn't even have a finished product yet. Who knows how long it will take until he finally figures it out. You may not even see any trace of Dialga and Palkia anymore. Everyone was silent. After a while, someone angrily slapped the machine next to him and said angrily, Damn it, the culprit is still the previous operation to capture Cresselia. If it weren't for the inexplicable loss of so many Pokémon, the operation to capture Heatran this time would definitely not be so passive. After saying this, everyone, including Brother Ming, became even more silent. They would never forget the capture of Cresselia on Full Moon Island a few months ago, because at that time, their Pokémon Catcher Hall had basically used 2/3 of their strength, but for some reason, they had no memory of their actions at that time, and more than half of the Pokémon they brought with them died. What's more terrifying is that when everyone woke up and checked their phones, they found that there was only 100 yuan left, and they all became paupers. After this incident, the God Catcher Hall was forced to lie dormant and recuperate. Only recently did they get the news that Heatran was in Stark Mountain, and they are ready to move again. Seeing everyone depressed, Brother Ming clapped his hands and said, Don't think about it. It's already come to this point. Thinking too much will only bring tears. No matter what, we must launch another subjugation operation today. With that, the man pulled out a Pokeball and released a Magmortar, the evolution of Magmar, a powerful fire-type Pokémon that also liked to live in Volcano. Mingo walked to the edge of the cliff, pointed at the hot magma below, and said, Magmortar, flamethrower, Duckbill. Magmortar's hands are like bazookas. When a master gives the order, it raises its right hand and sprays the hot magma below, turning Flamethrower into a 2,000-degree high-temperature fireball. The fireball fell into the hot magma and immediately caused violent turbulence. Minga turned around and said, You guys release your Pokémon quickly. Heatran will be out soon. The others looked at each other, and although reluctant, they still threw their Pokeballs as instructed. Let them follow Magmortar and wait quietly near the lava mouth. After about dozens of seconds, a Pokémon that looked like a turtle with brown and orange spots on its body and metal anklet-like structures on its legs crawled out from the cliff deep in the magma. It finally came out. Xia Fan's mouth couldn't help but rise when he saw the Pokémon. Because the perception of the divine beast has helped him lock on, this is the Heatran with god-level strength that he needs. As soon as Heatran appeared, he fixed his eyes on Magmortar, the leader of the god catchers, and obviously regarded him as an intruder. Cedo. Flames gathered in its mouth, ready to attack. Begin the capture operation. Minga from the god catcher hall also hurriedly gave the order. The people around him nodded and began to give instructions to their partners. However, at this moment, a scene appeared that no one expected. At the other end of the lava mouth, a beam of extremely hot flame suddenly rushed out, aiming directly at Heatran, who was gathering flames to attack. The flame was so hot and huge that it seemed to be able to melt everything. Heatran was instantly wrapped. Xia Fan and the people from the god-catching hall were stunned. They looked in the direction where the flame had come from, and saw another Heatran with flames still remaining in its mouth on the cliff at the mouth of the volcano. Heatran, why is there another one here? Everyone in the god-catching hall was shocked and full of disbelief. The skill this Heatran just used is Eruption, the most powerful fire-type special attack skill. Is this a skill it can learn? I don't know. I just want to know why there are two Heatran here. Isn't there only one per volcano? This is the Heatran that Ben mentioned that can Eruption, right? Xia Fan, who was in invisible contest condition, raised his eyebrows and switched his eyes between this Heatran and the one that was now wrapped in flames. Two Heatrans. Are they going to fight for territory now? Xia Fan became interested and wanted to watch the fight between these two Heatran, one with god-level strength, and the other a gifted Heatran who had learned Eruption. Cedo, just when everyone was still shocked as to why there were two Heatran, the Heatran at the lava mouth walked out from the flames. Not only was its body unharmed, but it was also absorbing the flames into its body through the markings on its body. It shifted its gaze away from the group of Pokémon in the god-catching hall and turned to look at the entrance of the volcano, meeting the gaze of the Heatran. There was a hint of rage in its eyes, the rage of having its territory invaded. In this way, the two Heatrans, one above and one below, one at the mouth of the volcano and the other at the mouth of the magma, made eye contact. The members of the God-Catcher Hall who were watching from the sidelines began to feel secretly happy when they saw this scene. Brother Ming, what should we do now? There are two Heatrans. Which one should we catch? Or should we catch them all? Ming Gu suppressed the urge to laugh and wave his hand. Don't worry. These two are obviously incompatible, and it seems that they're going to fight. We will just hide aside and watch, and catch whoever loses. Some people wondered, what about the winner? Mingus said, don't worry about winning yet. Let's see how its contest condition is. If it is seriously injured, we have to catch it. If it still has strong fighting power, we will take the loser back to the boss first, and catch the winner later. Now Team Galactic's business is the most important. That makes sense. Let's do it then. The people in the God-Catcher Hall began to collect their Pokémon again to avoid being accidentally injured by the two Heatrans. Soon, the people from the God-Catching Hall hid beside their mechanical facilities and waited for the two Heatrans to fight. A minute later, after staring at each other for a long time, Heatrans started fighting. Perhaps it was because their brains were damaged from staying in the extreme environment of Volcano for many years. But when these two guys fought, they just spit fire at each other and refused to use skills of other attributes, which made fans speechless. Because if you remember correctly, Heatran's ability was Flash Fire, an ability that made him immune to fire skills and could absorb the fire damage he received into his body and enhance his own strength. That's why the eruption at the beginning was sucked into the body of the Heatran at the lava mouth without any damage. Xiao Huan, who do you think will win if these two fight like this? Xia Fan looked at Yan directly. Isn't this Mr. Handsome's positioning alarm? He's in danger now, right? Dawn exclaimed as she looked at the machine in Xia Fan's hand. Obviously. Ash looked at Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng, do you know where the location of this location alarm is from the map? The location Mr. Handsome sent is Fuego Ironworks. Xiao Gang compared the map with the location alarm in Xia Fan's hand and said, it seems to be a large factory that has been abandoned for a long time. Wait a minute, there's a message left under the positioning alarm. At this time, Xia Fan found that there was still a message left on the positioning machine. He clicked it and saw that it said that when they saw this message, it meant that he had been caught by Team Galactic. Team Galactic is now conspiring to study an important item at Fuego Ironworks. The researcher is Sharon, who was at MT Corner last time. He hopes that Xia Fan and others can stop it as soon as possible. After reading the message, Ash immediately clenched his fist and said righteously, "Okay, let's go to Fuego Ironworks now and rescue Mr. Handsome." Dawn and Xiaojing nodded in agreement. "Well, let's go pip-plup. Now that we've decided, let's pack up and get ready to go to repay Mr. Handsome for saving our lives at MT Cornet last time." Xia Fan looked at the three people's ambitious looks and smacked his lips. Although he, the main person, didn't say anything, those who were involved had made the decision in advance. Hey, you three, don't be too anxious. Fuego Ironworks is a bit far from here. Are you planning to walk over? If that's the case, I feel that Team Galactic might have completed their research long ago. Xia Fan said. The three people who were packing up were stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Xia Fan. Ash said, "That makes sense. So, Mr. Xia Fan, what are you going to use to rush over and release the flying Pokémon?" Xia Fan shrugged. "Don't worry, wait a few minutes, I'll stop a car." After saying that, Xia Fan left the Pokémon Center, walked to the intersection, and stopped a passing SUV. After having an exchange with the driver that sounded like a rich man throwing money at someone, he sat in the driver's seat and waited for Ash and the others to get in. However, while waiting in the car, a substitute emerged from his body. Xia Fan plans to let substitute take Ash and others to Fuego Ironworks. A few minutes later, Ash and the others finished packing and got in the car, while Xia Fan and me stood not far away and watched quietly. After the car drove away, they released Deoxys and let it carry them to arrive ahead of time. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan followed the instructions on the mobile map and arrived at Sky Highway 205 in Sinnoh region. There he saw a huge factory, which was very old and had obviously been abandoned for many years. Are they all there? When looking down from the sky, Xia Fan saw several figures standing outside the dilapidated factory building in the northwest of the factory, with Team Galactic's standard Galbit flying beside them. Xia Fan patted Deoxys on the back. The next second, Deoxys switched from normal form to speed form, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at the corner of the dilapidated factory building. After arriving there, Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and took Deoxys back. "Thank you for your hard work, Deoxys." A red light flashed, and Deoxys was taken back. Xia Fan and Mew then used the invisible contest condition to walk into the factory openly. As soon as Xia Fan entered the factory, he felt that it was a different world. Compared with the shabby outside, the interior of the factory was completely refreshed, with all kinds of technological facilities available. It was obviously renovated. Looking around, he saw many members of Team Galactic walking around inside. Xia Fan started hanging out here. The factory is huge. Xia Fan wandered around for more than 10 minutes, but didn't see any senior executives from Team Galactic. Instead, he heard a young man holding a lunchbox chatting with his friend, saying that he was on his way to deliver lunch to the Interpol officer and would come back to talk to him about which stocks to buy to make money. After hearing this, Xia Fan followed the young man to a passage in the factory and came to a room that was closed by an iron door and guarded by Skuntank. As Xia Fan guessed, he saw Mr. Handsome here. At this moment, he was sitting in the room with his head down, muttering to himself in frustration. "The food is here, eat quickly." The young man who delivered the food threw the food box through the bars of the iron gate and left without even looking at the handsome man inside. Xia Fan frowned slightly, looking at the food with soup all over the floor because it was thrown away, and showed contempt for the young man just now. With contempt, he subconsciously touched the fence with his hand. Sizzle. The next second, a strong electric current rushed into Xia Fan's body, shocking him. Skuntank, who was standing outside and was so bored that he beat yawn, and a handsome man who was depressed and dazed inside were shocked. In their sight, they could only see a blue electric current inexplicably forming a human outline, and that human outline was still dancing. Hey, 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 hey. Skuntank was so scared that he pee *********D his pants. Thinking he had seen a ghost, he ran away and disappeared from the entrance in the blink of an eye. He also knocked the young man to the ground, and he fell unconscious. As for the handsome guy inside, although he was not so exaggerated, he was also swallowing his saliva as he looked at the blue human figure outside the iron gate. There was clearly no one outside, so how could the iron gate's defense device be triggered? After 7 or 8 seconds, the human figure suddenly disappeared, and Mr. Handsome breathed a sigh of relief. He took a deep breath. Curiosity drove him to walk to the iron gate and take a look, so he tried to calm himself down. However, as soon as he walked to the iron gate, he heard a murmur in his ears. F*****K it. I was wondering why you threw it directly. It turns out there's electricity. Luckily, I am in good health now. Even if you hit me with a thunderbolt, you can't kill me. My goodness. After this mutter, Mr. Handsome's belief in non-ghosts collapsed, and he shrank back onto the bed in the room. Although he is Interpol, he usually handles major cases and has a very good psychological quality. He does not believe in ghosts, unless it is a ghost Pokémon committing a crime. However, this is an important research site of Team Galactic. How could there be ghost Pokémon here? Unless Team Galactic deliberately played a prank to scare him, but this is completely unnecessary. Team Galactic itself is also in a tense period of the mission, and they probably don't have the leisure to create something to scare him. Not to mention that it scared Skuntank himself outside. Therefore, the only possibility is that he really encountered a ghost. I never thought that my handsome guy didn't die at the hands of Team Galactic, but at the hands of evil spirits. How sad and lamentable. The handsome man curled up on the bed said with a terrified and aggrieved look on his face, "The world is unfair. The world is unfair. If you are really an evil spirit, you shouldn't come to me to claim your life. You should go to Team Galactic and other heinous criminal organizations. Okay. I'm so happy." Xia Fan, who entered the room through teleport 1 meter away from the handsome guy, was speechless after hearing the handsome guy's mumbling. I never thought that this famous handsome Interpol officer could be scared like this by me. However, Team Galactic was really cruel. They were afraid that someone would break into the prison, so they added high-voltage electricity to the door. He was really scared, and Mew was also scared and was electrocuted with him. Fortunately, Mew is a legendary Pokémon, so this kind of electricity is no problem for it, and his body has been strengthened by the system. Otherwise, he would be lying on the ground, waiting to be sent to the hospital for rescue. What happened? Why did he fall to the ground? At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from the Xia Fan frowned when he heard the voice, because it sounded a little familiar to him. Then a teleport, and Mew came out of the room and came to the entrance of the passage. I saw the person coming was a woman with a red ponytail. He had met this person several times. He was one of the executives of Team Galactic, and his name seemed to be Suashing. At this time, the woman brought the Skuntank that was scared to death here, followed by several subordinates. They were looking at the unconscious person in confusion. After watching for a few seconds, the woman thought of something and hurried to the handsome man's detention room to confirm that he was still there. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. The woman turned around and said, "You guys wake him up and ask him what's going on." Several subordinates looked at each other, and one of them released his water Pokémon Lombra, which fired a water gun at the young man, who woke up. After waking up, he first shouted that there was a ghost, then looked around and found the woman with a red ponytail. He said with a look of panic, "Sui Xing-sama." Jupiter waved his hand and said with a look of solation, "What happened just now? Why did you fall to the ground unconscious? And what do you mean by ghost? Although this place has been abandoned for a long time, we Team Galactic have been here for so long. How could there be such a thing as a ghost?" The young man then told the story of how he saw the defense device outside the iron gate inexplicably activated, and how Skuntank was frightened after seeing it, rushed towards him, and knocked him unconscious. He also told the story of how Skuntank was frightened after seeing it, and rushed towards him and knocked him unconscious. After hearing this, Suashing frowned and said, So that's why you thought you saw a ghost? The young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. Skuntank on the side also nodded seriously. Until now, it still firmly believed that it had just seen a ghost. What a useless piece of shit. Suishing said disdainfully, then looked at his Skuntank, who still believed in ghosts, and immediately felt very disappointed with him. After hitting on the head, he said angrily, "You are also an idiot. How could there be ghosts in this world?" When Skuntank heard his master scolding, he lowered his head with a look of grievance. He wanted to explain himself, but didn't know what to say. After a while, he remembered the existence of Mr. Handsome and pointed at him quickly, as if to say that even an Interpol officer like him was afraid. So why didn't the master believe it? Suishing followed his finger and looked at the handsome guy in the room, who was still a little nervous. He snorted coldly. It seems that Interpol is just a bunch of people who are just seeking fame. It's really funny that they are afraid of ghosts. However, just as she finished her words, she felt a sudden hot breath on her earlobe. Jupiter turned suddenly. "Are you guys looking for death? How dare you tease me?" But what she saw was that the subordinate was clearly 2 meters away from her, and it would have been impossible for him to breathe next to her ear just now. "What's wrong, Lord Suishing?" A slightly plump subordinate asked in confusion. "Nothing." Suishing waved his hand. In his heart, he wondered if he hadn't had enough rest recently, so he had hallucinations just now. The subordinate nodded upon hearing this and said no more. However, 2 seconds later, hot breath came from Suishing's other earlobe. Suishing hurriedly turned around, but found that there was no one on the other side, and he was suddenly horrified. It must be hallucination due to excessive fatigue. How could there be ghosts in this world? It's impossible, Suishing murmured softly. However, just as he finished muttering, there was a loud bang, and a light bulb at the entrance of the passage suddenly exploded, scaring everyone. They looked up and saw that the rest of the light bulbs were shaking, as if they would fall down at any time. Seeing this scene, Suishing finally couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The subordinates standing by were also sweating and trembling. "Is there really a ghost?" Another thin subordinate said nervously. "Bullshit, there can't be ghosts in this world." Suishing shouted angrily. "If you continue to spread rumors and confuse people, I will beat you to death." She raised her hand. However, snap, 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 snap. 5 light bulbs at the entrance of the passage exploded one after another in an instant, leaving only the one above their heads still shaking, but it felt like it would explode at any time. "There really is a ghost, Lord Suishing." The subordinates could no longer hold on, and regardless of Suishing's previous warning, they spoke in panic. Jupiter could no longer hold on and looked at the last light bulb nervously, afraid that it would also explode and plunge the passage into complete darkness. "Let's go leave this damn place," Suishing said. The subordinates breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but cheer for Suishing's words. Fortunately, she still had some genes that a woman should have. "Hey, take me away and put me in another cell." The handsome guy in the cell was also scared and said quickly. But after hearing this, the subordinate said, "Suishing, let's deal with him later. Let's leave here first and call more people to change his cell. It's a bit troublesome to open this door. Don't leave it open for the last minute, or the light bulb will explode." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a snap and the last light bulb really exploded. At the same time, a bone-chilling cold wind suddenly blew through the entire passage. For a moment, everyone at the entrance could no longer hold back, and sharp growls appeared one after another, rushing out madly. However, just as they were about to rush to the end of the passage and see the weak cow, a woman with disheveled hair suddenly walked out from the wall and blocked their way, with a hideous face covered in blood. "Ay!" The screams of miserable growl suddenly echoed throughout the factory. The sound only lasted for 3 seconds because after 3 seconds, everyone was frightened to death. Only the disheveled woman was left. In a flash of white light, she turned into a young man holding Mew. He bent down and looked at the Jupiter who had fainted from fright. "Really? I thought you weren't afraid of ghosts, but it seems like that's all you can do." Xia Fan looked at it jokingly for a long time, and when he heard footsteps approaching, His body gradually entered the invisible contest condition again. A few seconds later, members of Team Galactic arrived here one after another. They woke up Suashing and others with confusion. Suashing was the first to wake up. After waking up, she looked around nervously and then breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that they were all her subordinates. "What's wrong, Lord Suashing?" asked a young man with a mole at the corner of his mouth. "Ghost. There's a ghost. There's a ghost," Suashing said in panic. It was obvious that he was frightened just now. "Suashing, you..." The subordinates around looked at each other, somewhat incredulous that such words would come out of Suashing's mouth. If they remember correctly, one of the biggest agnostics in Team Galactic is Lord Suashing. "Really, I didn't lie to you." Suashing became anxious, and seeing that his subordinates did not believe him, he stood up and walked towards the other subordinates who were unconscious with him. "Get off me." Suashing pushed away the subordinates who were fetching water and stepped forward to grab the collars of several subordinates who had fainted with her. He slapped them several times with his backhand, leaving bright red palm prints on their terrified faces. Under the stimulation of pain, those people woke up one after another. As soon as they woke up, they shouted like Suashing just now that they had just seen a ghost. A terrifying female ghost with disheveled hair and blood coming out of all her orifices suddenly appeared in front of them. After they said this, some people started to get nervous and chose to believe what Suashing and the others said. Of course, most people still didn't believe it. These people were elderly people who had stayed here for a long time and thought that Suashing and the others were hallucinating. Seeing their attitude, Suashing took a deep breath, asked someone to replace the light bulb at the entrance, and then called more people to guard Mr. Handsome here, calling those people who had just looked unconvinced and mocked her. I was thinking that maybe they would see a ghost and see if they would still believe it. After arranging all this, Suashing left with Skuntank, whose legs were so weak from fear. Xia Fan and Mew followed closely behind, because just now Jupiter asked his subordinates where Sharon was. The subordinate replied that he was still in the laboratory. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan followed Suashing to a room guarded by 6 Team Galactic members. When I opened the door, the first thing I saw was a long red chain-like thing floating in the air. Team Galactic's researcher Sharon was watching with intoxicated eyes. He heard footsteps, looked back, and then said, "Suashing, look at the beautiful color of this red chain." "Yeah." Suashing, who hadn't recovered from the ghost, replied perfunctorily, "You can restore the impure meteorite in Veilstone City to such a beautiful state." "Very good. This is not reorganization, it's resurrection. In other words, the one who deserves the most praise is me, who has revived the red chain in this era. The genius, Master Sharon." Sharon didn't notice that something was wrong with Jupiter's expression, so he laughed triumphantly and shrilly. "Red chain." Xia Fan, who followed Suashing into the room, frowned slightly. The name Red Chain sounded familiar to him. It seemed to be used to control Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space, or to summon both of them. In short, it was definitely very powerful. "Stop your ugly laughter." Suashing interrupted Sharon and waited for him to stop, then continued. "What are you going to do with that handsome Interpol guy? Are you going to keep him locked up like this?" Sharon said Cyrus said that since Interpol likes to investigate so much, let that guy do something. "Oh," Suashing asked in surprise, but did not ask what it was. Instead, he asked another question. "How long will it take you to completely complete this red chain?" "It's coming to an end." "Why, Jupiter, are you in a hurry?" Sharon said. Suashing looked at Sharon for a long time and said seriously, "There is a ghost in this place. I don't want to stay in this broken factory any longer." "There's a ghost? Are you kidding me?" Sharon was surprised. Suashing then told the story about his experience of encountering a ghost at the entrance of the passage. Sharon burst into laughter. He kept laughing at Suashing, wondering if he hadn't woken up today. Otherwise, why would he say such things? Suashing clenched his teeth, trying hard to resist the urge to attack. But at this moment, the door of the laboratory opened, and a subordinate ran over in a panic. "Suashing, we found an off-road vehicle coming towards us." The factory surveillance camera showed that the driver was Xia Fan, an S-level alert character designated by the organization. In the car were his three companions, Ash, Xiaojiang, and Dawn. As soon as the words fell, Sharon, who was laughing beside him, stopped laughing immediately. He said seriously, "Are you sure it's really them?" The subordinate nodded. "Sure, we compared the surveillance footage with the archives for a while, and it's definitely them." Suishing was shocked and said, "But how did they know that Team Galactic would stay here? Our place is so hidden, there is absolutely no way they would be." Halfway through his words, Suishing thought of the Interpol. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, that Interpol must have used a method we don't know to reveal our address. Now the time to summon Dialga and Palkia is approaching. For the safety of the Red Chain, we can't stay here any longer. Start preparing to retreat. I will try to delay them and buy you some time." After saying that, Suishing turned and left. Sharon began to ask his subordinates to move some important things out of the laboratory. However, when asking them to move things, Sharon took out a crystal red gem from his pocket and placed it on a table, and told his subordinates to move all other important things away and leave only this gem. "A bomb." Xia Fan, who did not leave, muttered. Although he was very confused, he did not pick it up. Instead, he watched for a while before a teleport left the laboratory and appeared in factory sky. He needed to advance and retreat with Ash and the others while not disturbing Team Galactic's retreat. At this time, his own substitute had parked the car in a forest outside the factory and took Ash and the other two to sneak into the factory quietly, completely unaware that everything was actually under the surveillance of Team Galactic. When Substitute led the three people past an abandoned building, Suishing took her skun tank and jumped from the second floor of an unfinished building, blocking their way. "You guys really show up everywhere." Suishing smiled. "Want to join Team Galactic?" "That's not the case," Dawn said angrily. Ash waved his hand and said, "Where's Mr. Handsome? Let him out now, or we will flatten this place and send you all to Officer Jenny." "Now," Suishing sneered and began to scan the four people opposite. He first stopped at Xia Fan for a long time, and then looked at Dawn, Ash, and Xiaojiang and said, "Mesprit Zelf, Uxie? Why is it you?" When Suishing said this, his expression was full of jealousy, which made Ash, Dawn, and Xiaojiang confused and unsure. "What do you mean?" Ash asked. "I mean those three Pokémon in the lake. How could you be chosen by them?" said Suishing. "How many of us will be chosen by them?" Ash frowned slightly, becoming even more confused. Suishing crossed his arms and said calmly, "You saw it. It is said to be the soul of the legendary Pokémon that lives in the lake." "That?" Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, remembering that Ash, Dawn, and Xiaojiang had said they had seen the three sacred mushrooms at Lake Acuity, Lake Verity, and Lake Valor. But when he went there was nothing. "How do you know this?" Xiaojiang asked Suishing. Suishing said coldly, "We in Team Galactic know everything. In fact, it was supposed to be me, Haoxing, and Jinxing who were supposed to synchronize with the three legendary Pokémon, that is, to see their souls, but you guys somehow robbed us of our qualifications." Ash and the other two were stunned after hearing this. They didn't understand what she meant. Where did they steal it? Those three legendary Pokémon appeared in front of them by themselves. Was it their fault? Xia Fan muttered after hearing this. "There's nothing we can do. This is the protagonist's halo. Even if it was originally yours, it will become theirs once they arrive." Dawn was too lazy to think about what Suishing meant by that, and angrily said, "Stop talking nonsense. Release Mr. Handsome, or Mr. Xia Fan will release Deoxys to destroy you. I believe you have not forgotten the experience in Celestic Town last time. This time, Deoxys will not leave halfway. If you don't obey, prepare to die." After saying that, Dawn looked at Xia Fan's substitute, wanting him to release his Pokémon to teach Team Galactic a lesson. "Wait a minute." But Suishing suddenly stopped him, and she took out a remote control from her pocket. "Want to destroy our Team Galactic? I tell you, I have a bomb remote control in my hand. As long as I press it lightly, the handsome Interpol guy in the cell will be blown to death immediately. So I suggest you better not release that Deoxys. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I will really press it when I get nervous, and then with a bang, the handsome guy will be dead." Upon hearing this, Ash and the other two quickly told Xia Fan's substitute not to take out the Pokeball. Suishing then continued, "The only way for you to save that guy now is to stay here and wait for all members of Team Galactic to evacuate before going in to find your handsome man. Otherwise, all you will see is a corpse." When Ash and the other two heard this, they were immediately furious, but there was nothing they could do. "I can only wait here quietly with Xia Fan's substitute." "Okay, very clever." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and began to look at this Jupiter with a new respect. If he remembered correctly, there should be no bombs near the cell where the Interpol officer was held, and the time she took to get here from the laboratory was not enough for her to place a bomb. So the only possibility was that this guy was talking nonsense. And if he remembered correctly, Sharon in the laboratory seemed to have said that their boss Cyrus wanted to use that handsome Interpol guy to do something. If that was the case, it was even more certain that this Suishing was talking nonsense. The four of them waited downstairs for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, a helicopter with the letter G engraved on it appeared in the sky, threw down a rope ladder, and brought Jupiter up. After getting on the helicopter, Suishing said with a smile, "You can go in now, everyone." The guys at the entrance of the letter X on the far right of the factory in the northwest direction. "Since you were so obedient just now, I have to remind you that the entrance is haunted today, so be careful when you go in." After saying this, accompanied by her loud laughter, the helicopter began to fly away. "What does haunted mean?" Ash asked hurriedly, but unfortunately the helicopter had already flown far away, so they could only look for the factory in the northwest direction that Suishing had just mentioned. While searching, Xia Fan found an opportunity to switch back with substitute. 10 minutes later, the four arrived at a base factory of Team Galactic and then found the entrance according to the letter X. But before entering the passage, Dawn stopped. Because the incident happened suddenly, Team Galactic did not have time to replace the light bulbs, so they only replaced 2 broken bulbs, causing the long corridor to appear a little dim. The female executive from Team Galactic just said this place is haunted. "Should we be careful?" Dawn said nervously. Ash and Xiao Zhang looked at each other, with a little fear in their eyes. "Don't worry, it's definitely a scam." Xia Fan shrugged and walked straight into the passage. "Just kidding, he didn't even know if it was really haunted." "Mr. Xia Fan." Seeing how brave Xia Fan was, Ash and the other two hesitated for a while, but finally followed him. Soon they saw the handsome man locked in the cell. He was sitting on the bed with a pale face, facing the iron gate with an extremely nervous expression. Due to the retreat of Team Galactic, he felt very insecure, so he kept imagining the scene of encountering ghosts in his mind many times. That's why when I first saw Xia Fan and the others, I thought it was ghosts again and started shouting, "Mr. Handsome." Ash and the other two were shocked by his reaction and quickly knocked on the iron door to calm the handsome guy down. But he was stopped by Xia Fan, who still remembered the electric shock he had received before. Therefore, while Xia Fan stopped Ash and the other two, he kicked a piece of glass from a light bulb at his feet towards the iron gate. As soon as the glass block touched the iron door, thunder shock was triggered. At the same time, it also scared Ash and the other two. Damn it, Team Galactic is really not a good thing. They even have defensive devices. Xia Fan said, "Get out of the way and let Deoxys open the door." As he said this, he threw out the Pokeball, releasing Deoxys, who used Psychic to break the door open and rescued Mr. Handsome. After being rescued, Mr. Handsome kept telling Ash and the others that he had seen a ghost and told them what he had experienced here today. Ash and the other two started to get nervous but he was rejected by Mr. Handsome. "Wait a minute. Even though Team Galactic has evacuated, we still need to study this factory carefully to see if we can infer what they're trying to research here from the clues they left behind." I have to praise Mr. Handsome's professional ethics here. Even though he was scared to this extent, he still remembered to complete the task. Ash and the other two looked at each other after hearing this. At this time, Xia Fan said, "Don't be afraid. Deoxys is here. What are you afraid of? Even if there is a ghost, we can slap it to death." The three of them looked at each other again and felt that it seemed to make sense. They gradually became bolder and followed the handsome man to tour the factory. After wandering around the factory for half an hour, They finally arrived at the laboratory, where Sharon had conducted experiments before. What is this place for? Entering the lab, Dawn looked at some large, unknown mechanical tools in confusion. Mr. Handsome looked around and answered, "These things are not the original equipment of Fuego Ironworks. Team Galactic should be manufacturing something here." After saying that, Mr. Handsome saw a small red gem on a table and picked it up. Huh, that's it. Xia Fan recognized it. It was the one that Sharon from Team Galactic had deliberately left here before leaving. Ash and the other two saw Mr. Handsome find a small red gem and came over to him. "Mr. Handsome, what is this?" Mr. Handsome frowned and said, "I don't know, but this might be what Team Galactic is researching. We'll know when we take it back and check it. Let's look for other special things together." Ash and the other two nodded and began to look for the gems seriously. Seeing this, Xia Fan could only pretend to look for the gems as well. After searching for a long time, they didn't see anything special except the small red gem. Helplessly, they could only go to a nearby city to conduct research. An hour later, several people arrived at the police station in Floroma Town. Mr. Handsome handed the small red gem to a researcher at the police station. According to the requirements of Interpol, they needed to send the research and analysis data of the gem to the Interpol headquarters at the same time. Therefore, accompanied by Officer Jenny, he came to a room with special equipment in the police station. Okay, it's set up. Under the gaze of everyone, the researcher placed the gem on a special device, and after some debugging, he said to Mr. Handsome, "Thank you so much." Mr. Handsome said with a smile. At this time, he had completely recovered from the ghost incident at Fuego Ironworks. "Well, let's start the analysis now." The researcher nodded and pressed the start button on the device. After a while, the device began to illuminate the small red gem with faint light of different colors. At the same time, various data of the gem began to be displayed on a computer screen. The data on this gem are all fake, probably used to fool Interpol. Xia Fan muttered in his heart after reading it. The gem was thrown there intentionally by Sharon from Team Galactic, but he would never believe that this thing was a good thing that could be useful to Interpol. Buzz! Just as Xia Fan finished muttering in his heart, the device suddenly made an unusual noise, which became louder and louder. The gems also glowed faintly, and the display screen showing the data suddenly changed to the Team Galactic logo, the letter G. "Oh no, stop it now." When the handsome man saw this scene, he immediately felt something was wrong and was about to step forward to turn off the machine. However, it was too late. The little red gem suddenly changed from a faint glow to a bright white light, followed by an explosion, which not only scared everyone, but also blew up the inspection device. What on earth is going on? Why did it suddenly explode? Officer Jenny asked the researcher. The researcher did not rush to answer, but leaned over the device to take a look. At this moment, the video call device in the room rang. Officer Jenny immediately stepped forward and connected the video call. "Hello. This is the Sinnoh Region, Floroma Town Police Station." On the other side of the video was a man in a suit and tie who spoke with a serious face. "This is Interpol headquarters. The data transmission just now has destroyed all the databases." "What?" The people behind him were shocked. The handsome man standing at the back stepped forward excitedly and asked, "What about the information related to Team Galactic?" The man in a suit on the other side of the video said, "Well, all of it is lost, and I don't know if it can be restored. It turns out to be a trap." Mr. Handsome understood immediately after hearing this. Officer Jenny said, "They left that ruby-like thing behind. Isn't that just for this?" Mr. Handsome gritted his teeth and said, "This is a warning, telling us not to interfere anymore. But I won't give up. No matter what those guys want to do, I will stop them." At this point, Mr. Handsome seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly left the laboratory. However, before leaving, he still thanked Xia Fan, Ash, and the others and gave them a reward as a thank you gift. After receiving the reward, the few people who had no tasks looked at each other and finally left the police station. I don't know why, but now that I think of what that guy from Team Galactic said, I can't help but worry about the 3 legendary Pokémon in the lake. On the way from the police station to the Pokémon Center, Dawn suddenly became worried while holding Piplup. Ash nodded. Yes, we obviously just saw it. Xiao Gang stroked his chin and thought. I think the key question is, how did Team Galactic know these things? How did they know that the three of us had seen Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf? Xia Fan looked at the three of them and actually wanted to say, aren't you three big mouths? You have told outsiders more than once that you have encountered them, so it is not easy for Team Galactic to know about it, especially when you were in Celestic Town and said in front of Team Galactic's boss Cyrus that you had seen the three sacred mushrooms. If Team Galactic doesn't investigate this matter carefully, then the people of Team Galactic will die. Master, Team Galactic is about to take action. At this moment, Darkray's voice suddenly rang in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan paused after hearing this, then said through the spirit-sharing world, Really? What did you hear at their headquarters? Master, look. Darkray used Psychic to share a memory in his mind. Xia Fan saw a bright hall as soon as he entered his memory. There are 4 items placed in this hall at the moment, namely the adamant orb, the lustrous orb, the golden key, and the red chain seen in Fuego Ironworks before. There were 4 people standing in the hall, namely Cyrus, the boss of the galaxy, and 3 important backbones, Huoxing, Suixing, and Jinxing. The eldest, Cyrus, looked at the 4 items with an indifferent expression and said, We are finally going to start creating a new world. We have the gun key, gun pillar, adamant orb, lustrous orb, and red chain. The only thing left is the 3 Pokémon in the lake. Jinxing, how are your preparations going? Jinxing said, Lord Cyrus, preparations for the galaxy bomb have been completed. Cyrus nodded. Very good. Let's start contacting Pokemon Hunter J and the people from the Godcatcher Hall to help us capture those 3 Pokemon. Yes, Lord Cyrus, Huoxing said, then turned and left. Meanwhile, Darkray's shared memories end here. After reading it, Xia Fan's mouth corners curled up. After waiting for a long time, today finally came. Team Galactic, it's time for you to really start doing stuff. I love you guys. My wait was not in vain. Dialga, Palkia, your master has come and see you. Let's go have a feast. Xia Fan excitedly waved his hand and said to Ash and the other 2. Ash and the other 2, who were still worried about the danger that the 3 sacred mushrooms might encounter, were very confused when they saw Xia Fan's inexplicable excitement. Mr. Xia Fan, are you happy? Dawn asked. Of course Xia Fan saw the faces of Ash and the other 2 and immediately realized that he was too happy. He then frowned and said, Of course I'm not happy, but what can I do if I'm unhappy? It won't do any good except to feel sad and depressed. So we can't turn our sadness and anger into appetite and use it to satisfy our hatred for Team Galactic. Ash and the other 2 looked at each other and thought about it carefully. It seemed to make some sense. Xia Fan added, Let's go have a feast. It's my treat. You can eat whatever you want. I'll pay for it. Let's vent all our rage towards Team Galactic on the food. Ash and the other 2 looked at each other again, touched their stomachs, which had been growling for a long time, and thought about it carefully. The principle of turning grief and anger into appetite seemed to be a golden saying. The next morning, a few growls suddenly sounded in the guest room of the Floaroma Town Pokemon Center. Azelf, run away. Uxie, run. Be careful, don't get caught. Mesprit, run faster. Don't get caught. Xia Fan, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the 3 growls. She got up from the bed with some impatience, only to see Ash Dawn and Xiao Gang sitting on their beds, panting and sweating, with lingering fear on their faces. What's wrong with you? Xia Fan asked puzzledly. The 3 did not respond to Xia Fan, but Dawn said to Ash and Xiao Jing, The dream just now was about the legendary Pokemon. Did you dream about it too? Yes, I also dreamed of Black Shadow. Xiao Jing said. Ash gritted his teeth and said, So the 3 of us had the same dream. What's wrong with you? Xia Fan asked again. What do you mean by the same dream? I don't quite understand. Only then did the 3 of them realize Xia Fan's presence. Ash said, Mr. Xia Fan, we just saw Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf in our dream. Right? Dawn nodded. You 3 dreamed of Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf at the same time? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Dawn continued. They seem to want to tell us something, but at that moment, Black's shadow suddenly appeared in our dreams, and countless tentacles rushed out of the shadow to grab Uxie, Mesprit, and his elf. Just when they were about to be caught, we woke up. Yes, Xiao Gang said, looking very worried. I hope this is really just an ordinary dream. Xia Fan frowned and fell into deep thought. Combined with the memory Darkrai showed him yesterday and the capture operation that Team Galactic was about to begin, it was obvious that the dream Ash and the other two had was not an ordinary dream. It was more like a warning that the three sacred mushrooms were asking for help. As expected of the protagonists, they really have sharp eyes to foresee this in advance. Xia Fan muttered in his heart. Naturally, he would not tell the real situation. He could only smooth things over with Ash and the others, telling them not to worry. It was just a dream. An hour later, when several people were having breakfast, Darkray's voice suddenly rang in Xia Fan's mind. Master, I have come to Lake Valor with Team Galactic. In a little while, the Pokemon Hunter J's organization will work with the God Catchers to drop something called a galaxy bomb into the lake. Hearing this, Xia Fan, who was enjoying breakfast, paused, picked up a tissue, and wiped his mouth calmly, and said in the spiritual sharing world, Share the picture you see with me. Good master. After a while, Xia Fan's mind flashed back to the scene that Darkrai saw. At this moment, it is next to a rock not far from Lake Valor, and it can see a huge battleship when it looks up. Pokemon Hunter J and the people from the Godcatcher Hall are up there, Darkrai said. Then Xia Fan changed his sight and saw Team Galactic's executive, Jinxing, confronting a young man, with an Electivire and a Moon Pokemon standing next to the young man. Xia Fan knew this young man. He was Ash's former competitor rival Gary. Now he has developed into a researcher. Lake Valor happens to be one of his nearest research sites. Xia Fan, Ash, and the other two ran into him here last time. You must be the legendary Team Galactic. What do you want to do here? Gary was shouting at Team Galactic at this time. Get out of here. Don't bother us here. Jinxing said with disdain and waved his hand. Then a Toxicroak took the lead, and the overwhelming Golbats behind him crushed towards Gary. In less than a minute, Gary's Electivire and Moon Pokemon lost their combat effectiveness. At this moment, the battleship soaring in the sky suddenly dropped a bomb with the letter G engraved on it. Is that the galactic bomb? Xia Fan muttered in his heart through Darkray's perspective. Less than a few seconds after the bomb fell into Lake Valor, a cyanwood-colored light suddenly burst out from the lake, causing everyone to close their eyes involuntarily. Suddenly, a scream interrupted Xia Fan's view of Darkrai. What's wrong, Ash? Xia Fan looked at Ash, who was covering his head with a look of unbearable pain and confusion. The scream just now was made by him. Are you okay? Dawn and Xiaojing looked worried. I feel it. Ash raised his head and said through gritted teeth, a Zelfit. Seeing how painful it was for Ash to speak, Dawn quickly responded, Is it just like the dream you just had? If that's the case, then our dreams are not coincidences, but are really warnings, Xiaojing said. At this, Ash lowered his hands from his head, his pained expression easing. I want to ask Professor Rowan if he knows, Ash said. At the same time, Darkray's perspective in Xia Fan's mind returned to normal, and the light of Cyanwood had dissipated. Countless bubbles were stirring in the center of the lake, and a whirlpool gradually began to form. The vortex expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. If someone is above the vortex, they can see that the bottom of the vortex seems to be connected to an alternate dimension, and a ball of blue light is flying out of that space. What's going on? Gary looked at the vision in Lake Valor with a shocked look on his face. Let me explain. Team Galactic's Jinxing stepped forward with a smile on his face. This is the Galaxy Bomb, which is made using the meteorite energy of Veilstone City. It is a bomb that can carve a huge hole in space. The legendary Pokemon in the lake do not live in the lake, as the name suggests, but in the gate to another dimension that exists in the form of a lake, and they have been watching our world. In front of the video chat machine at the Pokemon Center, Ash was talking to Professor Rowan. After listening to Ash's description of the situation, Professor Rowan said, I didn't expect it would have an impact on you. So something happened, didn't it? Dawn said from behind Ash. Professor Rowan sighed. The criminal organization Team Galactic, the Godcatchers, and Pokemon Hunter J have appeared in Lake Valor, and Gary is fighting them now. Gary is fighting them. Ash immediately became worried about the former rival. Xiao Gang said, "According to what you said, Professor, has Team Galactic already partnered with the Pokemon Hunter J?" Dawn gritted her teeth and said, "Is the target a Zelf?" At this point, Professor Rowan on the other side of the video received 2 calls. One was from a researcher in charge of surveying Lake Verity, where Mesprit was staying. He said that Lake Verity was also experiencing abnormal fluctuations, with a pink light shooting out from the bottom of the lake. The other was from Professor Mustard Blue, who was surveying Lake Acuity, where Uxie was staying. He said that Lake Acuity was also experiencing abnormalities, with a golden light shooting out from the bottom of the lake. After answering these 2 calls, Professor Rowan thought that he should let Ash show them the current situation of Lake Valor. So he switched the video to the live broadcast of Lake Valor Research Institute. The live broadcast showed that a blue ball of light was floating in Lake Valor sky, and Pokemon Hunter J and the people from the Godcatcher Hall were standing on the backs of flying Pokemon and getting off a battleship. They commanded their respective Pokemon to simultaneously release destructive death rays towards the blue light ball. After the attack, a ball of azure light shone brightly, and when it gradually dissipated, everyone saw a Pokemon with a blue head, 2 gray tails, and a red gem on its forehead. It looked like a little fairy, and it curled up, looking extremely cute. "A Zelf!" Ash exclaimed. Seeing this scene through the live broadcast, he immediately recognized this Pokemon that he had seen several times in his dreams. After Zelf woke up from the bottom of the lake, he first looked around in confusion. When he saw that there were guys all around him with greedy expressions towards him, he straightened his expression and took the initiative to attack. His eyes flashed with golden light, and a strong confusion spread from his eyes to the surroundings. Psychic skill extrasensory. After this move, most of the Pokemon Hunter J and the people from the Godcatcher Hall who didn't react in time fell into the water. The guys who didn't fall into the water began to command their Pokemon to fight back. Supersonic, Zap Cannon, Air Cutter. All at once, a large number of skills attacked Azelf. Fortunately, the agile Azelf dodged them one by one and blocked them with his skills. However, this battle of outnumbering is ultimately unfair. Just when Azelf was distracted and wanted to escape, Pokemon Hunter J seized the opportunity and used his petrification gun that could petrify Pokemon on Azelf. After this hidden gun shot, Azelf was petrified and sent to Jinxing by Team Galactic using a special device. At the same time, Ash once again held his head in pain, as if he was sharing Azelf's pain. "Master, should I take it away later?" said Darkrai, lurking in the shadow of Jinxing. "No hurry, the big fish haven't come out yet. Let's wait until they have made all the preparations before we take action." Xia Fan shook his head in his heart. At this point, Gary from Darkray's perspective shouted to Team Galactic's Jinxing, "What are you going to do with Azelf? Get back now." At this time, Jinxing was holding the petrified Azelf and laughing. Hearing Gary shout, he laughed contemptuously. The ancients said, "The legendary Pokemon are created by the heart of the universe. They're the 3 important hubs that protect this Sinnoh region. Therefore, if one of them is missing, they will appear in this world to restore the original balance." "What do you mean?" Gary frowned. Jinxing did not answer, but waited for a while. His subordinates brought a walkie-talkie, and a voice came from a machine. "This is the Lake Verity observation team. Mesprit just appeared, but disappeared as soon as he appeared. This is the Lake Acuity observation team. We speculate that Uxie should have teleported and should be arriving at Lake Valor soon. Please prepare the G1 operations team." After listening to the voice on the intercom, Jinxing shrugged at Gary with a smile. "That's what I mean, huh?" "Disgrace." Uxie. At the Pokemon Center, Dawn and Brock suddenly exclaimed as Mesprit and Uxie emerged from their respective lakes. "What's wrong with you guys?" Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at the two of them. "Did you feel anything too?" They both nodded. "Well, I sensed Mesprit's anxiety," Dawn said. I sensed Uxie's anxiety, Xiao Jiang said. Ash, who had recovered from the pain, clenched his right fist and said, "As expected, you are the same. No, we can't just stay here and do nothing. We have to go save them." "That's right," Xiao Gang agreed. "Mr. Xia Fan, can you help us?" Dawn asked Xia Fan. "Of course, wherever there are legendary Pokémon, there will be me," Xia Fan said righteously. "And guys like Team Galactic who want to use legendary Pokémon to do evil things can be killed by everyone, and I, Xia Fan, will never let them go." "Are you kidding? If he doesn't follow Ash and the others at this time, all his efforts will be wasted. Only by following Ash can they see Dialga and Palkia legitimately." Ash and the other two smiled, not really surprised, as they had long accepted that Xia Fan liked to catch legendary Pokémon. Just like that, Ash approached Professor Rowan and told him that he, Dawn, and Xia Fan wanted to stop it. But Professor Rowan shook his head and refused. "I understand how you feel, but it's too late to go now. You can't just stay here and do nothing," Ash said unwillingly. Dawn nodded. "Those 3 Pokémon should be telling us to go over and help them. Let's go there right away," Xiao Jiang said. After saying that, the 3 of them ran away without caring whether Professor Rowan agreed or not, leaving Xia Fan alone with Professor Rowan smiling awkwardly. "Don't worry, they won't be in danger with me here." Xia Fan shrugged, then turned off the machine and left. As soon as I walked out of the Pokemon Center, I saw Ms. Taekran, the champion of the Sinnoh region, driving past here. After she heard about Ash and the other two's experience, she quickly invited them to get in the car and go with her. "He really deserves to be the protagonist," Xia Fan exclaimed. After getting in the car, Darkray's voice rang in his mind. "Master, Mesprit and Uxie have arrived at Lake Valor." At the same time, Darkray once again shared the vision, allowing Xia Fan to see what it saw. Lake Valor sky. As 2 balls of light appeared, the light was brilliant, and when the light faded away, the shapes of the 2 Pokémon appeared. One has a yellow head, squinting eyes, and a ruby on its forehead, giving it a silly feeling. The other has a pink head with a feminine beauty, and also has a ruby on its forehead. They are Uxie from Lake Acuity and Mesprit from Lake Verity. As soon as the 2 little guys appeared, they immediately noticed Team Galactic's town star, Azelf. Yak! Uxie and Mesprit were furious, their eyes flashing with gold, and they tried to use their psychic-type skills, extrasensory, at the same time to get Azelf back. But just as they were about to release it, a flamethrower and a shadow ball came towards them, interrupting their attack. It's just like what Lord Cyrus said. As long as one is missing, the remaining 2 will take action. But this is the fatal point. Jinxing looked at Sky with a smile. Then he shouted again, "Hunter J, Godcatcher, quickly capture these 2 little guys as well. Who do you think you're commanding, you brat? You keep yelling and waiting until the last crucial moment when our Godcatcher Hall rebels. I wonder how you people from Team Galactic can still laugh. You are just paving the way for us." In midair, Minga, a member of the Godcatcher Hall, said unhappily when he heard Jinxing's command. But no matter how unhappy they were, they finally commanded their Pokémon together with Pokémon Hunter J to attack Uxie and Mesprit. Violent Salamander, destroy the dead light. Pidget, wing attack. Garchomp, Dragon Rage. Soon, a large number of attacks were launched towards Uxie and Mesprit. The 2 little guys kept dodging and looking for opportunities to fight back. The battle lasted 10 minutes. Uxie and Mesprit, who were not good at attacking, began to run out of energy and were hit one after another by Pokémon Hunter J, who was hiding in the dark and firing continuously with a petrifying gun. At this point, all of the lake gods in the Sinnoh region fell into the hands of Team Galactic. On a main road, an off-road vehicle was driving very fast. After a while, 2 screams were heard from the car. Mesprit, Uxie 2. Dawn and Xiao Jiang also began to have splitting headaches after Mesprit and Uxie were petrified by the petrification gun. Both of them. No way. Ash immediately understood what they meant when he saw them like this. Miss Julan, who was driving, looked back and immediately understood what was going on. She said, "If you want to help Azelf, and the others. You must know Team Galactic's movements. You should know Mr. Handsome. Miss Julan, you're talking about the handsome man from Interpol, right? Dawn said, covering her head. Where is he now? He is currently investigating in MT Coronet, and we will go to meet him next. Miss Julan said. Really? Xia Fan, who had been sitting at the back in silence, raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Going to MT Coronet means that everything is going on the right track. Lake Valor. Well done, Pokemon Hunter J, and everyone from the Godcatcher Hall. Are you okay? I think I saw you get hurt by these two little guys just now. Jinxing took the petrified Uxie and Mesprit from Hunter J and said with a smile. Hunter J waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. Minga, the executive of the Godcatcher Hall, couldn't stand Team Galactic's sarcasm and snorted. Nothing, but I'm curious if you're okay. Uxie and Mesprit seemed to come at you during the battle just now. Jinxing laughed. How could I be hurt by a legendary Pokemon? After all, I, Haoxing, and Suashing are the chosen ones. Minga directly retorted. Then why were the three teenagers the ones who saw the three sacred mushrooms in Lake Valor, Lake Verity, and Lake Acuity instead of you? Jinxing's expression immediately became more uncomfortable than if he had eaten shit. Hunter J ignored the bickering between the Godcatcher and Team Galactic executive and said to Jinxing, the reward will be the same as agreed upon. Just deposit it into the account of our hunter organization. After saying this, she turned around and jumped onto the back of the Storm Salamander, returned to the fighter plane in midair, and prepared to leave. The Pokemon Hunters organization does not care about Pokemon, but only about money. As long as the money is in place, they are willing to help their employers catch all Pokemon. The Godcatcher Hall and Team Galactic also began to retreat. But 3 seconds later, soaring in the sky, suddenly tore open 2 different dimensions. There were 2 cracking sounds. 2 thunderbolts fell like a flash of day, hitting Pokemon Hunter J's fighter plane heavily, directly cut through the fighter plane. Then, the fighter plane fell into the vortex in the center of Lake Valor that had not yet dissipated. The fate of all the hunter members on the fighter plane is unknown. The people from the Godcatcher Hall and Team Galactic were completely stunned. It's all over. How could this happen again? It's Uxie and Mesprit's future sight, said a member of the God-Catching Hall. Everyone immediately remembered that in the previous battle, Uxie and Mesprit seemed to have used the skill Future Sight on Hunter J at the very end, launching confusion into another dimension. Then just now, this skill was officially activated. Thinking of this, the people from the God-Catching Hall and Team Galactic immediately began to be thankful that they were not the ones with the most hatred. Otherwise, it would definitely be my side that was hit. Who is Pokemon Hunter J, holding a gun that can petrify even legendary Pokemon? Boom! At this moment, the fighter plane that fell into the seabed exploded. As expected of a legendary Pokemon, it's so scary. It'll have to take someone with it before it's caught. Mingu from the God-Catching Hall couldn't help but feel creepy. I used to envy the petrifying gun in Hunter J's hand, but now I don't envy it at all. Is Gary okay? On the way to MT Coronet, Ash and the other two were having a video call with Professor Rowan via the in-car communication device. It's okay. We are now asking Officer Jenny to investigate the situation on the scene. Professor Rowan said. Still don't know where Team Galactic is? Dawn asked. Well, if I get any clues, I will inform you immediately, Miss Julan and everyone else. Please be careful. Professor Rowan said and hung up the video call. For now, we can only wait for notification from the professor and others. Xiaojiang said regretfully. Miss Julan asked, do you remember the wall at the Celestic Ruins? Remember. Ash and the other two nodded. Team Galactic now has the 3 Pokemon in the lake and 2 orbs. The preparations to summon Dialga and Palkia to the world can be said to have been completed. Dialga, who is said to be in charge of time, and Palkia, who is said to be in charge of space, are 2 Pokemon that are called gods. I really don't think humans have the ability to control them. It's possible that Team Galactic has obtained an ancient power that we don't even know about. Miss Takran said, in that case, we must stop them as soon as possible. Ash gritted his teeth. Half an hour later, Darkray's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind again. Master, Team Galactic and the Godcatcher have already sent the 3 sacred mushrooms back to Team Galactic's headquarters. Okay, share your perspective with me. After a while, the scene that Darkray saw appeared in Xia Fan's mind again. In the picture, Darkray has returned to Team Galactic's headquarters, and people from Team Galactic and the Godcatcher Hall are gathered in a large laboratory. The petrified Uxie, Mesprit, and his elf were placed in a glass case by Team Galactic subordinates. On the viewing platform above the laboratory, there were 2 men standing. One was Cyrus, who was wearing a Team Galactic uniform, and the other was also a middle-aged man. Although Xia Fan had never seen him before, judging from the uniform of the God-Catching Hall he was wearing, he felt that this man should be the boss of the God-Catching Hall. At this time, both of them were standing with their arms folded, looking at Sharon debugging the machine below and talking about something. Hide behind them and listen to what they're talking about, Xia Fan said to Darkray. Darkray agreed and then dived into ground, appearing again in the shadows behind the 2 men. Congratulations, Cyrus. You will get what you want soon, said the man in the Godcatcher uniform. Well, thank you. Cyrus nodded indifferently. I don't know if you still remember our deal. The man in the Godcatcher's uniform said again. Cyrus still said indifferently, Don't worry, Kujun. Team Galactic will never break its promise. As long as we successfully create a new world, the control of the 3 Pokémon below will definitely be handed over to your Godcatcher Hall. Haha, very good. I feel relieved when you say that. Kujun, the boss of the God-Catching Hall, laughed. Xia Fan, who was eavesdropping, raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the transaction between the God-Catcher Hall and Team Galactic would be like this. Lord Cyrus, the debugging has been completed. At this time, Karen's voice came from below. Cyrus glanced down and said, Let's get started. Hearing this, Sharon excitedly tapped on the keyboard while letting out a shrill laugh. Come on, let people see the power of the red chain. Along with his laughter, in front of everyone's eyes, 3 crystal-clear red chain gems were passed through the glass cover by 3 mechanical arms and sent to the center of the eyebrows of the 3 sacred mushrooms. Buzz! As soon as the red chain touched the center of the eyebrows of the petrified 3 sacred mushroom, a red light immediately emanated from it. This light flowed like water and enveloped the entire body of the 3 sacred mushroom, becoming redder and redder until the petrified 3 sacred mushroom itself emitted a red light. A minute later, the 3 sacred mushrooms were freed from petrification and returned to their original appearance, but the red chains on their foreheads made them suffer unbearable pain in the glass cover, and they let out tearing screams. At the same time, Xia Fan heard 3 screams. Ash, Dawn, and Xiao Gang were sitting in the car and suddenly felt pain. Feeling it again, right? Xia Fan asked. Ash gritted his teeth and said, Yes, I feel it more strongly than before. Before he could finish his words, Ash, Dawn, and Xiao Gang suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the sight of Xia Fan and Miss Julan. Xia Fan was completely confused. Does this pain sharing include space teleportation? Squeak! Miss Julan was even more frightened. She couldn't help but slam on the brakes, almost throwing Xia Fan, who was sitting in the back without a seatbelt, out. After braking, Miss Julan got out and looked around. Finally, she asked Xia Fan in surprise, No way. Have they been summoned? Xia Fan did not reply. And in the lab at Team Galactic headquarters, after the 3 holy mushrooms screamed, its eyes turned red and its expression was dull as it remained inside the glass cover, like a lifeless doll. Normal. Sharon said excitedly. It worked. The meteorite in Veilstone City is indeed a fragment of a planet created by the God of Creation. It is full of God's power. Just as he finished speaking, Growl suddenly came from the laboratory. Everyone was stunned when they heard Growl. They first looked at the glass cover, then looked around, and after confirming that no one was shouting, they became confused. 2 seconds later, 3 figures with 2 Pokémon appeared out of thin air in the center of the laboratory. The laboratory was suddenly silent, even more confused than before. 3 seconds later, Researcher Sharon was the first to react. This is truly an unexpected guest. Ha ha ha. These 3 legendary Pokémon must have summoned you here. Ash and the other 2 who had just been teleported stood up from the ground, rubbing their buttocks with a look of pain on their faces. When he looked around and found that Uxie, Mesprit, and his elf were trapped in the glass cover, he immediately understood everything. They're indeed calling us. Ash looked around at Team Galactic with a righteous look on his face. What the hell did you guys do? Xiaojing said angrily, throwing his Pokeball. There was a flash of red light, and Krogunk was released. This is the guy you want to see, right? Team Galactic's Zhenxing walked to the opposite side of Ash and the other 2 and threw out his Pokeball. A red light flashed, and Krogunk's evolved form, Toxicroak, was released. As soon as Toxicroak came out, he looked down at Krogunk with contempt. Skuntank picks them up. Purigly, you come on too. Magmortar, come out and avenge yourself for last time. Come out, King Scorpion. Master, should I rescue them? Darkrai, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but ask Xia Fan when he saw this scene. Not for now, unless these guys really want to kill us. Xia Fan shook his head. He still felt that Team Galactic and the Godcatcher Hall would not choose to take Ash's life at this time. After all, the protagonist's halo was there. Just when Xia Fan was thinking this, someone spoke. Wait! Cyrus, who was watching all this from above the laboratory, walked down and said to his subordinates calmly, "No fighting." Ash and the other 2, who didn't know Mr. Cyrus' true identity, were surprised to see him, but gradually they realized that something was wrong. Mr. Cyrus, why are you here? That suit. Are you from Team Galactic? Facing Ash and the other 2's rage, who looked deceived, Cyrus raised the corners of his cold mouth slightly, and then looked at his subordinates. Fighting is the ugliest thing the mind can create. Haven't I always told you that? Yes. Zhenxing from Team Galactic responded quickly. But, said the female executive of Team Galactic, these people are likely to hinder our plan, so of course we have to find a way to get rid of them, right? And behind these 3 people, there's a man named Deoxys who has stopped us several times. When Suashing was halfway through his words, he was frightened by the cold look of the boss Cyrus and retreated with gritted teeth. Cyrus then walked to the glass cover of the 3 sacred mushrooms, looked at them, and said, "Well, this is the result of you giving humans a heart, endowing them with wisdom, emotions, and will. But as time goes by, humans have not made any progress. Instead, they have brought nothing to the world but fighting, destruction, waste, and selfish exploitation. Such a world and such humans should not exist at all." At this point, Cyrus suddenly stopped talking and turned to look at Ash and the other 2. "I'm really sorry for keeping the secret from you. This Team Galactic is the organization I created, and this is the headquarters of my Team Galactic. This is the headquarters." Ash was a little bit unbelievable. Cyrus spread his hands and said, "Our goal is to create a new world, abandon this world full of fighting, and work together to create an ideal world." The person who stole the lustrous orb from the Celestic ruins was Mr. Cyrus? We, Ms. Julan and Mr. Xia Fan, were all deceived by you, right? Ash gritted his teeth, unable to bear being deceived. "Abandon rage. It will lead to destruction," Cyrus said lightly. "Destroy," Dawn retorted. "You've done so many horrible things to these 3. It would be strange if anyone wasn't angry. Now, put them back into the lake." "Cyrus, that's impossible. We'll need them when we create a new world." It is exactly as Miss Julan guessed. The 3 of them heard this and were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. Why do I feel like I'm talking nonsense to the leader of a pyramid scheme? This world is filled with sin and evil, and only I can save it. Xia Fan, who witnessed everything through Darkray's perspective, muttered to himself. At this time, Cyrus waved his hand and said, "If they were summoned by the legendary Pokémon, there should be some meaning to the existence of these children. Just treat them as a backup plan and capture them all before the plan is completed. Don't put their lives in danger." "Yes." The 3 executives of Team Galactic responded and then called their subordinates who had been waiting to take action. These people immediately approached Ash. "How can we lose? I won't let you off." Ash gritted his teeth. Rage made him want to fight to the death regardless of the consequences. Therefore, he pointed at the glass cover covering the 3 sacred mushrooms and said, "Pikachu Thunderbolt." As soon as he finished speaking, Pikachu splashed from Ash's shoulder, as if the power that had not been seen for a long time had returned to its body, and a spark that made people close their eyes burst out from its body. 2 seconds later, when everyone came to their senses, the 3 glass covers containing Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf had already shattered. "Very good, Azelf, Uxie, Mesprit, you're finally free," Ash said excitedly. Unfortunately, this is just what he thought, because these 3 legendary Pokémon did not show joy or rage after the glass cover was broken, but floated woodenly behind Team Galactic Cyrus. "What's wrong with you, Azelf? Mesprit, don't you recognize us?" Ash and the other 2 found it difficult to accept. Cyrus walked up to the 3 of them at this time. The red chains on their foreheads have the power of the god of creation, so they are already under my control. As he spoke, he spread out his gloved right hand and showed the 3 people a red chain gem that was slightly larger than the one on the forehead of the 3 sacred mushrooms. The red chain gem emitted a faint glow, and the red chain gem on the forehead of the 3 sacred mushrooms would also emit a faint glow. The power of the god of creation. Ash and the other 2 opened their mouths, speechless. "Ha ha ha!" Sharon laughed unpleasantly. The so-called god of creation is the great existence that created this world in the legend. No Pokémon can disobey him. So now, Cyrus took over the conversation. "I am the god who created the new world. Even the Xia Fan, who has always been by your side, is no longer my rival. It only has 1 legendary Pokémon, but I have 3. After saying that, he turned around and left with the 3 sacred mushrooms. Before leaving, he waved to Kujun, the boss of the God-Catching Hall, and asked him to accompany him for a drink. At the same time, he said to his subordinate Jinxing, "By the way, take those children to MT Cornet later." After he left, facing a large number of Team Galactic and Godcatcher members, Ash and the other 2 were eventually subdued and taken into custody. Fortunately, the protagonist's halo is indeed reliable and nothing happened to them. Xia Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. As long as his life was not lost, everything would be fine. And according to what Cyrus said just now, they will arrive at MT Cornet soon to summon Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. 2 hours later, Xia Fan and Miss Julan arrived at MT Cornet. On the way up the mountain, several large helicopters flew over the sky. Ms. Julan saw the letter G on the helicopter. "It's Team Galactic, Mr. Xia Fan. Did you see it?" "I see." Xia Fan nodded, and while Miss Julan was looking up at the sky, he took out his cell phone and sent a text message. "Master, Team Galactic has arrived at the gun column location." 20 minutes later, Darkray's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. "Yeah, got it. We're almost there, too. That handsome Interpol guy is here, too. He pretended to be from Team Galactic and tried to sneak in, but he was discovered. He is now locked in a helicopter with your friends Ash and Dawn. Now, Team Galactic and the Godcatchers have started to open the gun pillar ruins." Speaking of this, Darkray took the initiative to share the visual sharing with Xia Fan again. "Bring out the key to the gun." In the picture, Chi Clark said while holding a box. "Yes." Jinxing stepped forward and opened the box in his hand. A golden key flew out and floated in the air. Opposite the key was a metal sphere made of a special material. When the golden key flew out, the sphere began to glow as if it was sensed. When the light blooms to a certain degree, the golden key flies into the center of the sphere and merges with it. The shape of the sphere began to change and turned into a door with a small saffron-colored ball in the center. Cyrus took the initiative to step forward and placed his gloved right hand holding the red chain on the saffron-colored ball. With this touch, the door opened, and a dark alien world like the Abyss Normal appeared in the sight of Team Galactic and the people of the God-Catching Hall. "What do we get in here?" Looking at the dark world, Kujun, the boss of the God-Catching Hall, was puzzled. "Don't worry," Cyrus said lightly. 3 seconds later, The saffron-colored ball that Cyrus had just touched burst into light like a little sun in this abyss-like world. A white staircase was illuminated before everyone's eyes. These steps lead down one level at a time. The gun column should be inside. Sharon from Team Galactic couldn't help but get excited after seeing the stairs. Everything is just as recorded in the ancient books. Cyrus raised the corner of his mouth. Come on. After saying that, Cyrus took the lead, with the 3 sacred mushrooms on his head, and led everyone up the stairs, leaving only a small group of people to guard outside. Those who stayed behind looked at each other with some dissatisfaction. After all, only by entering could they see the 2 great gods of the Sinnoh region, Dialga and Palkia. Among them was Team Galactic's executive, Xia. Shortly after Cyrus led the other executive members away, she said with a depressed look on her face, "Why did you leave me behind to guard?" "Because you were afraid of ghosts." As soon as she finished speaking, a response came immediately from above her head. Xia looked up in confusion, and the next second his pupils shrank and his face suddenly turned pale. Because above her head, there were 3 Pokémon floating. Deoxys, the white Jengar, and Cresselia, the goddess of dreams. The guy whose danger level was classified as S level by their Team Galactic was standing on the back of the dream goddess Cresselia, looking down at him with his arms folded across his chest. "Why are you here?" Xia said in panic. "Why am I here? What else can I do besides capture Pokémon?" Xia Fan joked and snapped his fingers. The next second, darkness swept under Jengar's feet, instantly enveloping the surrounding Team Galactic members and the God Catchers. These people and their Pokémon immediately fell to the ground and fell into the torment of nightmares. "You're too fast." At this time, Miss Julan also arrived in an off-road vehicle. She looked at Team Galactic and the members of the God Catcher Hall who were trapped in nightmares and couldn't help but feel jealous of Xia Fan. With a Celestic and a Deoxys, it's impossible not to be jealous. Xia Fan shrugged and pointed to a helicopter. Ash and the others are trapped inside. Miss Takran hurried over and released her Pokémon Garchomp to rescue Ash, the other 2, and the handsome Interpol guy. "Mr. Xia Fan, Ms. Julan, where are the people from Team Galactic and the God Catcher Hall?" After being rescued, Ash asked Xia Fan and Julan. "They should all have gone in here." Xia Fan pointed at the entrance to the gun column. "Damn it, we can't let their plan succeed." Ash gritted his teeth and then suggested that everyone go in to stop them. Dawn, Xiaojiang, and Julan agreed. The handsome Interpol guy volunteered to stay behind to guard Team Galactic and the God Catchers who were in nightmares because he was slightly injured. As for Xia Fan, he naturally agreed. However, after Ash, his 2 companions, and Julan entered the entrance, Xia Fan separated a substitute from his body and let the substitute stand on Cresselia's back, following Ash and his companions with Deoxys and the white Jengar. The main body brought Mew in and waited at the entrance, with a smile on his face, quietly waiting for some people to arrive. At the same time, deep in this dark world, Darkrai shared vision with Xia Fan while following Team Galactic and the God Catcher Hall to a place full of ancient stone pillars. Is that the gun pillar? After moving forward for a long time, the 2 teams saw 4 stone pillars that were several times larger than the previous ones. Team Galactic Sharon exclaimed, "There is not even a single bit of damage." As they got closer, they saw that the 4 stone pillars surrounded a huge triangular stone slab. Cyrus took out an ancient book from his pocket, flipped through it for a while, then waved to the 3 sacred mushrooms following him, letting them float to the small stone pillars in the corners of the triangular stone slab. Then he ordered 2 subordinates to aim a cannon they had brought at the dark soaring in the sky. Finally, he asked his subordinates, Jinxing and Huaxing, to place the adamant orb and lustrous orb on the 2 small stone pillars in the center of the triangular stone slab. When all this was done, Cyrus spread his hands and shouted to the front, "Mesprit is elf, Uxie, infuse the power passed down from ancient times into the adamant orb and the lustrous orb, and with the power of the god of creation, overlap time and space." The eyes of the 3 holy mushrooms glowed red, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. After a while, a yellow energy wave, a pink energy wave, and a blue energy wave burst out from the three of them. The three ripples interfered with and merged with each other, and eventually formed a transparent sphere in the center of the stone slab. Cyrus said, "Do it." Sharon, who was standing by, heard this and looked at the two subordinates who were controlling the cannons and said, "Fire." When the two heard it, they pressed the button. Then there were two loud bangs, and two red chains were fired from the cannon, forming a circle in the air. After this circle was formed, the three-color energy ripples below began to condense into a saffron-colored energy and a white energy. These two energies entered the two circles and soaring in the sky from the left and right respectively. About half a minute later, the two energies caused the two circles to open entrances to two different worlds. Xia Fan, who was squatting at the entrance of the gun column, frowned and looked up at soaring in the sky. At this time, soaring in the sky had a sense of impending storm and doomsday, with rumbling thunder in the ears, and all kinds of Pokémon living in the mountains began to flee outside desperately. "Master, I feel two completely different powerful forces. Although I haven't come into this world yet, I can already feel it." Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder said telepathically. "Really?" Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth, then picked up his phone and sent another message. At the same time, deep in the gun column, Sharon held the notebook, looked at the soaring data on it, and laughed piercingly. "This is really an astonishingly huge power. Lord Cyrus, you can make them show their bodies." Hearing this, Cyrus spread out his right hand, exposing the relatively large red chain gem, and said to the two circles with explosive energy fluctuations, "Dialga, Palkia, come on, show yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, the red chain gem on his palm glowed, and the two circles of soaring in the sky, which seemed to have opened up another dimension, projected blue and pink light respectively. The two beams of light condensed separately, and finally the blue one condensed into Dialga, the god of time, and the pink one condensed into Palkia, the god of space. As soon as they came out, they roared towards each other, as if they were going to beat each other up. However, just as they were about to do so, the red chain around their waists suddenly glowed and began to change shape, turning into two shackle-like objects. As a result, they can only roar at each other, but cannot move away even a step. Is that the power of the god of creation? Not only can he control the three gods of the lake, but he can also imprison the two gods of time and space. Everyone on Team Galactic couldn't help but marvel at this scene. Minggu, the executive of the God Hunting Hall, could not help but whisper to his boss, Kajun, "Boss, isn't it time for us to take control of the Red Chain Gem? This way, we can not only obtain the three sacred mushrooms, but we can also subdue the two Dialga and Palkia above us." Kajun frowned and turned his gaze to Cyrus, who was concentrating on his grand plan. "Pikachu Thunderbolt." Just then, a shout rang out. A thunder shock suddenly struck Team Galactic and the Godcatcher Hall. These people hurriedly dodged, causing thunder shock to finally hit the cannon brought by Team Galactic. But it didn't change anything. It's them. Team Galactic and the members of the God Hunting Hall turned around and saw that it was Ash and his three companions, Miss Takran and Xia Fan. Wait, that's Deoxys and the legendary dream goddess Cresselia and the terrifyingly powerful Jengar from last time. Minggu from the God-Catching Hall shouted in horror. "Are you scared, Team Galactic? If you are, quickly release the three sacred mushrooms, as well as Dialga and Palkia, or you'll be in trouble." Dawn walked over to Xia Fan Substitute and patted Substitute on the shoulder. "There's more than one. There's another one that's been with them all along, but they haven't noticed it." Xia Fan's Substitute shrugged. "Come out, Darkrai." In the darkness, Darkrai appeared and immediately scared the people from Team Galactic and the Godcatcher Hall so much that they trembled in their hearts. How come this Xia Fan suddenly had three legendary Pokémon by his side just by waving his hand? In the sky above MT Coronet, one could already hear the roar of dragons, the cry of phoenixes, and other sounds that could not be heard but were still able to shock one's soul when heard alone. The handsome Interpol man was injured and was squatting at the entrance to watch over the Team Galactic members who were in a nightmare. When he heard the sound that seemed to be approaching him, he immediately walked out of the Team Galactic helicopter. After a while, he was stunned. He swore that this was the most shocking scene he had ever seen in his life. Rayquaza, Kyogre, Ho-Oh-Lugia, Entei, Raikou, Moltres, Articuno, Latios, Latias, 10 legendary Pokémon appear before his eyes. These Pokémon that normal people dream of encountering, but are unlikely to encounter in their lifetime, actually entered the entrance of the gun column, carrying some humans in uniform. It's over, it's over. The Sinnoh region is beyond saving this time. There will absolutely be chaos, Mr. Handsome said in panic. The next second, he took out his cell phone and informed the Interpol headquarters, ordering them to come quickly and to summon all the powerful trainers in the world to rush to MT Coronet as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Sinnoh region would be absolutely doomed. And inside the entrance of the gun column, the 10 legendary Pokémon stopped in front of Xia Fan and lowered their heads. "Excuse me, are you Lord Qin Xingxing?" Jesse James and Meowth jumped off Moltres' back and said respectfully to Xia Fan. Xia Fan nodded. "Are you the executive of the Pantheon under Xia Xingxing?" In order to follow the rules she had set earlier, Xia Fan had already changed her appearance. The first-level gods of each region can only be conquered by themselves through the identity of a walker in the pantheon of this region. The real identity of Chengdu and Kanto is Xia Xingzhu. The identity of Fengyuan region is the anonymous Jiang Xingzhu, and the identity of Sinnoh region is naturally Qin Xingzhu, Qinyu. Because the first-level gods are the patron saints of a region, under normal circumstances, no one will allow them to be conquered. It is like an ordinary person possessing a nuclear weapon that can destroy the world. The troubles are endless, and there will definitely be a lot of people who will try their best to kill you. It doesn't matter if it's a second-level god, because their power has not reached the point of destroying the world. As long as you have a strong background, you can conquer them openly. And one of the reasons why he created the Pantheon was for this purpose. The one who subdued the first-level god in the Sinnoh region was the head of the Pantheon, Qinyu. What does that have to do with me, Xia Fan? Yes, my name is Jesse. This is my partners James and Meowth. Jesse took a look at Xia Fan's awe-inspiring temperament and couldn't help but praise him in her heart, saying that he was worthy of being one of the walkers of the Temple of the Gods. Walking Master. James and Meowth on the side echoed. A talking Meowth. Xia Fan looked surprised. Not bad. It seems that Xia Xingxing has recruited a good subordinate. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Meowth said with a smile. If you need translation, you can always find me. No matter what Pokémon says, I can translate it for you. Even in the middle of the night, as long as you find me, I will immediately rush to find you. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. This Meowth really never forgot any opportunity to curry favor with someone. Okay, we can talk later. The most important task now is to bring Dialga and Palkia under the command of our Pantheon. Xia Fan jumped directly onto Rayquaza's head. Jesse James and Meowth were amazed at what they saw, and they were amazed that Xia Fan was indeed. Before they came here, they originally wanted to sit on the backs of Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, and other region guardians, but after being glanced at by them, they just sat obediently on the backs of Moltres, with whom they had been living for a long time. Don't be afraid, everyone. Although the Pokémon this guy has are indeed scary, don't forget what I control, Dialga, Palkia. Deep inside the gun column, Cyrus saw his subordinates being frightened by Xia Fan's Pokémon, and he raised his arms and called out. The people from Team Galactic and the Godcatcher looked back at Dialga and Palkia when they heard this. That's right, they have 2 region guardians here, so what if there are 3 legendary Pokémon on the other side? There is still a big difference between the first-level Celestic and the second-level god. At the same time, Xia Fan's substitute suddenly frowned. He looked at Dialga and Palkia, who were imprisoned by red chains above his head. For some reason, they seemed a little vague, as if they were transparent. Dialga Roar of Time. Palkia, Arkong Slash. Cyrus shouted, wanting to give Xia Fan and the others a warning. The next second, Dialga, who was imprisoned by red chains, howled to the sky, and a terrifying force that could distort time condensed from his mouth and attack Xia Fan's substitute, and Ash and his group. Palkia, who was also imprisoned by the red chain, swung his right hand violently, releasing a huge energy wave that could tear apart space. Seeing these two powerful attacks, Ash and his companions turned pale and quickly ordered their Pokémon to release their skills to resist. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." However, Xia Fan's substitute reached out to stop him. He took the initiative to walk in front of everyone, raised his hands above his head, and snapped his fingers. There was a crisp sound, and then Deoxys and Darkrai and Gengar were seen charging towards Dialga and Palkia's attack. Among them, Deoxys changed his form and became a defensive form, using Safeguard to resist Dialga's Roar of Time. Darkrai and Gengar desperately competed to use the Destruction Rays, and finally the two Destruction Rays merged into one, blocking Palkia's Subsky, slashed together, and counterattacked, hitting Palkia, but did not cause much damage. These two guys, Xia Fan's substitute's mouth twitched slightly, looking at Darkrai and Gengar speechlessly. Just now he used the mental shared world to let Darkrai resist Palkia's attack, but Gengar told Darkrai to get out in order to save face in front of Cresselia, and asked him to go ahead. When Darkrai heard this, he was naturally angry, thinking that Gengar was looking down on him and insulting him, so he directly fought with him, resulting in the two guys competing for the position to attack. How is this possible? Darkrai can resist the attack of Palkia, the god of space, with just one Gengar, a member of the God-Catcher Hall exclaimed. But as soon as he finished speaking, this member of the God-Catching Hall was targeted by Gengar. One look, and the guy passed out, falling into a painful nightmare. Gengar laughed shrilly, warning the others to be careful with their words. If anyone showed any contempt for it again, it would send that person into a nightmare. The others suddenly became nervous when they saw this. Only Cyrus remained calm. So what if we managed to resist? They were just 3 legendary Pokémon and a powerful Gengar. I have 5 legendary Pokémon here, 2 of which are the guardians of the Sinnoh region. So you can't stop my plan at all. After saying that, Cyrus pointed his hand towards the 3 sacred mushrooms, and the 3 sacred mushrooms immediately floated up from the stone pillar in the corner. Then without saying anything, he attacked Deoxys, Gengar, Darkrai, and Cresselia. For a moment, the 7 Pokémon started fighting. Cyrus took the opportunity to issue new instructions to Dialga and Palkia. Dialga, who controls time, Palkia, who controls space, release that power and create a new universe here. Dialga and Palkia howled towards the sky, each spitting out a stream of their own original power. As soon as these 2 forces appeared, they immediately made this dark world turbulent. Time and space began to become extremely disordered, and the battle between the 3 sacred mushrooms and Deoxys was forced to stop halfway. A strange sphere was born from the interaction of these 2 forces. The universe is about to be born. Looking at the ball, Cyrus laughed. What an amazing power. Is this the new universe? I can't test it at all. Sharon exclaimed as he held the notebook with the test data. When Julan saw the sphere that Cyrus called the new universe, she immediately understood everything and said to Xia Fan in horror, "Mr. Xia Fan, quickly get your Pokémon to stop them. Once this universe is really born, our world will be destroyed." Xia Fan's substitute was in a daze when he saw this scene. He came to his senses when he heard Julan shout. When he was about to let Deoxys lead the attack again, another strange change occurred. While everyone's attention was drawn to the sphere, the people from the God-Catching Hall suddenly rushed behind Cyrus. One of them took out a big knife from somewhere and chopped off Cyrus' right hand that was holding the red chain gem. By the time everyone came back to their senses after being shocked by Cyrus' screams, the red chain gem was already firmly in the hands of Kujun of the God-Catching Hall. Cyrus is an adult. Jinxing and Huashing from Team Galactic screamed and rushed forward, but were arrested by the boss of the Temple of the God, Kujun, who directed Uxie from the 3 sacred mushrooms to use confusion to smash the man directly onto a stone pillar nearby. causing him to spit out blood. Is this what it feels like to command legendary Pokémon? This feels so good. Kujun looked at the red chain gem in his hand and laughed excitedly. What's going on? Ash, the other two, and Miss Takran looked at each other, unable to believe that there was an internal conflict between Team Galactic and the Godcatchers. Aren't they a team? Master, what's going on? Should we still take action? Deoxys and Darkrai were also confused and asked Xia Fan substitute one after another. Let's take a look at the situation first. Xia Fan was also a little confused by this sudden change. Kujun, why are you doing this? Didn't I promise you that as long as we enter the new universe, I would give you control of this red chain? Cyrus gritted his teeth and covered his broken arm, his face extremely pale as he asked the laughing boss of the God-Catching Hall. Why should I believe you? Also, why should I follow you to the new universe? Just because you said that this world has been ruined by humans. Kujun laughed sarcastically. People like you are the typical kind of people who have nothing better to do. You eat humans, use humans, and in the end you despise humans for ruining the world, so you want to destroy the world and create it again. It's really funny. Even if I'm not a player, I won't be stupid like you. More importantly, why should I believe that you will give me the red chain when you get to the new universe? By that time, you'll be the master of that universe. Even if you don't give it to me, I can't do anything to you. Dialga, Palkia, stop your current actions. In my eyes, this world is still the best. After all, I'm finally going to be the first among all players and become the strongest in this world. As Kujun raised his right hand, Dialga and Palkia stopped their actions, and the created cosmic embryo began to dissipate. No, this can't be the case. This is my universe. Cyrus roared, pushed Kujun away, and rushed directly into the dissipating cosmic embryo and disappeared. Cyrus is an adult. Seeing this, the rest of Team Galactic followed suit and rushed into the disappearing cosmic embryo with Cyrus. A bunch of brainless guys. The people in the God-Catching Hall did not try to stop them, but instead smiled sarcastically. After all the members of Team Galactic rushed in, the people from the God-Catcher Hall began to turn their eyes towards Ash and his group. Among them, Kujun stared at Xia Fan with greed and mockery in his expression. What are you going to do? Dawn asked nervously. The look in the God-Catcher's eyes made her very uneasy, especially after witnessing Team Galactic being wiped out by them. What are you going to do? Don't worry, the God-Catcher Hall, have no interest in you guys at the moment. The leader of the God-Catcher Hall, Kujun, walked out of the crowd and smiled at Xia Fan. I'm very interested in this player. I didn't expect that he actually had 3 legendary Pokémon. No wonder he was able to disrupt so many of our God-Catcher Hall's actions. Boy, I will give you 2 choices now. The first one is to join our God-Catcher Hall and work for me from now on. Help me catch legendary Pokémon, and I can leave one of the 3 legendary Pokémon on you. The second one is that if you don't join our God-Catcher Hall, the consequence is that I will immediately command Dialga, Palkia and the 3 sacred mushrooms to kill you, and then snatch your 3 legendary Pokémon away. Don't even think about it, you guys. Mr. Xia Fan will never listen to your humiliating choice. Upon hearing this, Ash immediately stood in front of Xia Fan and protected him behind him. Ms. Zhulan also took a step forward and said to Xia Fan, aim at the 2 red chains that control Dialga and Palkia. As long as we can break them, Dialga and Palkia will be released and free from that guy's control. Mr. Xia Fan, we will fight with you. Dawn and Xiaojing also said, don't worry, it's still unclear who will have the last laugh. Xia Fan raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but feel a little touched by their words. You really overestimate your own abilities. Kujun sneered. Since you want to give me all 3 legendary Pokémon, then I will grant your wish. Dialga, Palkia, Uxie, Esprit, Zelf, give me that guy. Before he could finish his words, the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries suddenly came from this dark world. Everyone turned their heads to look and were stunned on the spot. How is this possible? Brother Ming from the God-Catching Hall said in horror. The others were also amazed. Oh my God, what did I see, Rayquaza? How could there be a Rayquaza in this place? What the hell is that? Is it Kyogre? Shouldn't it be in the Hoenn region? Wait, there are also Ho-Oh and Lugia, the guardians of Chengdu region and Kanto region. Not only that, there are also Nei, Reiku, Moltres, Articuno, Latios, and Latias. What is going on? How can there be so many legendary Pokémon here? I'm not dreaming, am I? Their appearance here may be giving us a chance to subdue them. In their sight, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Ho-Oh, Lugia, Entei, Reiku, Moltres, Articuno, Latios, Latias, 10 legendary Pokémon flew towards them. When he got closer, he heard a mocking voice from Moltres' back. Want to capture the legendary Pokémon of our pantheon? Haha, don't dream. You're right, Meow. There's someone up there. When everyone in the god-catching hall heard the sound, they immediately woke up. When the people on Moltres heard their words, they jumped down one after another, as if some mechanism had been triggered, and brought a few words with them as they fell. I heard someone up there. I came here at the speed of light normal. The wind, earth, soaring in the sky. Send danger to the whole world. Spread the crisis to the universe. Whether it's an angel or a demon, just call that name. A charming sound that will scare anyone who hears it. Jesse, James, I'm Meowth and Meowth. We are the protagonists of this era. We are the invincible fire. We are the invincible pantheon. So Nancy, after the words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. In Xia Fan's mind, except for Moltres, all the other legendary Pokémon asked the same question at the same time. Master, are those 3 guys mentally ill? This may be that the passive skill engraved in their bones has been triggered. Xia Fan responded awkwardly. He didn't expect that these 3 guys have been members of the Pantheon for so long, and they would actually jump out to make an opening statement when faced with such a situation. Maybe this is their passive skill. Team Rocket. And down below, Ash exclaimed. He never expected that the Rockets, whom he hadn't seen for such a long time, would actually appear again, and this time they appeared in front of him with such a luxurious lineup. Jesse, James, Meowth. Everyone in the god-catching hall also exclaimed. As a player, in addition to recognizing Ash, the eternal male protagonist, you will naturally also recognize the 3 members of Team Rocket, who are jokingly called the real protagonists. It seems that even though we 3 haven't appeared for a long time, our reputation in the underworld still exists. However, Jesse smiled and said, now we are no longer members of Team Rocket, but the executives of the Great Pantheon. You heard it right, little brat. The 3 of us are now the executives? Huh. Ash frowned and asked, what are you doing here? James waved his hand. Don't worry, we are not here to steal your Pikachu. Even if you give us your Pikachu, we won't take it. We are here for Dialga and Palkia. Now only legendary Pokémon can catch the eyes of our Pantheon. At this point, James suddenly paused, looked at Jesse Meowth, and his expression gradually revealed a trace of panic. Just now, when they saw Ash, who had given them countless troubles in the past, they couldn't help but jump down and act cool, completely forgetting that the boss of this operation was not them, but the walking adult. As a qualified subordinate, how could I steal the limelight from my boss? Thinking of this, Jesse quickly made a welcoming gesture to soaring in the sky and shouted, of course, the only one who can control and subdue the god of time Dialga and the god of space Palkia is our Lord Qin Xingxing of the Pantheon. That's right, the god of time and space. Only our Lord Walking is worthy of it. Mr. Walking? Everyone in the god-catching hall looked up with frowned brows. They didn't expect that the 3rd group of Team Rocket would actually change sides. They were talking about me. Soaring in the sky, a figure jumps down from Rayquaza's head. Were you the one who said you wanted to capture the Pokémon in our Pantheon? Xia Fan smiled at a member of the Pantheon. No, it's not. The man immediately became scared when faced with Xia Fan's gaze and the 10 legendary Pokémon behind him. Get out of the way. Kujun, the boss of the Godcatcher Hall, pulled the embarrassing subordinate behind him. He was not afraid of the 10 Pokémon behind Xia Fan at all. Instead, he asked stubbornly, who are you? A player? Is the Pantheon the organization you created? Who am I? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Kujun would dare to speak to him so toughly after seeing his lineup. He then pretended to be cynical and laughed. After laughing for 2 seconds, Xia Fan said, "I am your unreachable father." While speaking, Xia Fan snapped his fingers at soaring in the sky. Behind them, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Ho-Oh, and Lugia, the 4 region guardians, immediately roared growl and rushed towards Dialga and Palkia. Entei, Raikou, Moltres, Articuno, Latios, and Latias rushed towards the 3 sacred mushrooms. The battle was started by Xia Fan with just a snap of his fingers. Kujun was stunned on the spot. He never expected that the guy opposite him, who was called the Walking Adult, would change his expression so suddenly and start fighting without giving him any way out. What? Xia Fan spread his hands, once again showing a cynical expression. Are you trying to say that I'm despicable and shameless for using 10 legendary Pokémon to fight your 5 legendary Pokémon? But just now when I was soaring in the sky, I seem to hear you want to use 5 legendary Pokémon to fight someone else's 3 legendary Pokémon. Kujun was speechless, gritting his teeth and looking towards the battlefield of soaring in the sky. Dialga and Palkia suffered greatly under the beat-up of Rayquaza, Kyogre, Ho-Oh, and Lugia, and Growl continued. Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf can only passively defend when Entei, Raikou, Moltres, Articuno, Latios, and Latias are beat up. It is conceivable that once these 5 legendary Pokémon are defeated, these people will definitely face a painful experience. At this time, Xia Fan said, "By the way, to be honest, I am a little interested in your pantheon. How about this? While they're still here, I will give you 2 choices. The first one is to join our pantheon and work for me from now on, and these 5 legendary Pokémon will be handed over to me. The second one is very simple. Die, and I will take control of Dialga, Palkia, and the 3 sacred mushrooms myself." Kujun did not reply, and the members of the God-catching hall behind him looked at each other in bewilderment. At this time, Xia Fan's substitute suddenly suggested that Ash, the other 2, Miss Takran, and himself should leave here quickly while they were fighting. "Is this okay?" Ash swallowed as he watched the battle of the gods and soaring in the sky. "If we leave, Dialga and Palkia might be taken away by this pantheon. But if we don't leave, not only will Dialga and Palkia be conquered by the pantheon, but I will also die here, and everything I have will be taken away by this so-called pantheon." Xia Fan's substitute gritted his teeth and said, "If it was just the pantheon, of course we wouldn't care, but this pantheon brought 10 legendary Pokémon, 4 of which are the guardians of the region. Even if I work together with the pantheon to resist, we may not be able to resist it." Ms. Julon stood on Xia Fan's side. "Mr. Xia Fan is right. This battle has nothing to do with us now. If we stay any longer, everyone will die here. I can only hope that they're only trying to subdue Dialga and Palkia and not use their power to do something harmful to the world." Ash was persuaded, and, after looking at Dawn and Xiaojiang, he agreed with Xia Fan's substitute statement and took the opportunity to escape by sitting on Jengar and the others. When they were running away, they were seen by Meowth, who quickly ran to Xia Fan's body and said, "Master Walker, the little devils and their group have escaped Meow. They're the group that owns Darkrai, Deoxys, and Cresselia. Should we send someone to follow them, Meow? After we capture Dialga, Palkia, and the others, we can also take the legendary Pokémon from that group, Meow." "No need." Xia Fan glanced down at Meowth and shook his head. "Are you kidding? He's not crazy. Why would he grab his own Pokémon for no reason?" What Substitute said just now was all controlled by him, with the purpose of leading Ash and the others away so that he wouldn't have to fight himself later. But that guy also has 3 legendary Pokémon. Meowth was anxious, but when Xia Fan glared at him coldly, he quickly shut his mouth and could only wonder alone. Meanwhile, opposite Xia Fan, the people in the God-catching hall were still discussing Xia Fan's 2 options. Originally, they thought they could conquer the world, but now the 10 legendary Pokémon brought by the so-called Pantheon have made them realize what a clown is. Damn, this is too exaggerated. An organization has 10 legendary Pokémon, 4 of which are region guardians. What's more important is that they are guardians of different regions. It's simply too abnormal. After a while, Minggu, the executive of the Godcatcher Hall, suggested to Kujun, "Boss, how about this? Let's ask that player Xia Fan for help. Doesn't he also have 3 legendary Pokémon and a very strong Jengar? If we work together, we can barely count as 8.5 legendary Pokémon. Even if we still can't beat them, we can just run away together. As long as we escape this time, we can continue to catch legendary Pokémon in secret in the future. When we catch 10, we will come to the retaliate of the Pantheon." Yes, this method is feasible. Kujun's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he looked excitedly in the direction where Ash and the others were standing. The result is naturally empty. The person had already run away. At this time, a subordinate of the Godcatcher said, "Boss, Ash and his friends ran away with Xia Fan's 4 Pokémon a minute ago." "What did you say?" The last hope was shattered. Kujun was furious and slapped the subordinate who spoke. "Why didn't you say it earlier? If you shouted when you found out, they would have been forced to stand on the same front with us. Idiot." The subordinate covered his face, feeling extremely aggrieved. Xia Fan on the opposite side naturally watched with a smile, feeling lucky for his own wit in pulling Ash and the others away. Well, the countdown is 10 seconds. If you can't make a choice within 10 seconds, I will assume that all of you have automatically chosen to. You will defend your loyalty with your lives. The countdown begins 10, Xia Fan said. While counting the time, he glanced at the battle of gods and soaring in the sky. At this time, Dialga and Palkia were under the attack of Rayquaza and the others, and their bodies were actually collapsing from time to time. Xia Fan frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. Even if it was 4 against 2, Dialga and Palkia wouldn't be beaten like this. Body collapse? Just as Xia Fan was thinking, he suddenly heard a miserable growl in his ear. Xia Fan turned his head and looked. His expression was stunned for a moment, because the boss of the God-Catching Hall, Kujun, was chopped with a knife by his own subordinate. That is, the subordinate who just reminded the boss but was slapped in the face. He simply chopped off the hand holding Ruby with a knife. I choose one. I want to join the Temple of the Gods. After the chopping, the man picked up Kujun's bloody right hand and said directly to Xia Fan, "This is a ruthless guy." Xia Fan looked at the young man opposite him who was holding a knife in his right hand and a severed hand in his left hand, with an expression that still showed some disbelief. Not only Xia Fan, but everyone else in the Temple of the Gods and the God-Catching Hall looked at this man in disbelief. They didn't expect him to do such a thing. But the most unbelievable person was naturally Kujun. He covered his hand, which was bleeding, and questioned the young man while screaming, "Wang Song, you actually betrayed me? I just told you the truth out of kindness, but you slapped me instead," the young man retorted, and then threw the red chain gem in Kujun Wan's hand to Xia Fan. "I joined the Temple of the Gods. You should protect my safety." "Of course, and I will also make you the executive of my pantheon in Sinnoh region." Xia Fan smiled after taking the red chain gem and directly asked the people of the pantheon to protect the young man. However, this sudden change really caught him off guard. I don't know if it's karma or not, but God spared no one. Kujun betrayed Team Galactic and snatched the red chain gem with a knife. Now he was betrayed by his subordinates, and the red chain was put into his hands again with a knife. Now that the red chain is in my hand, I can capture these 5 legendary Pokémon. Xia Fan picked up the red chain gem and began to give orders to soaring in the sky. However, just as he was about to speak, the god of time, Dialga, collapsed before his eyes. That's right, it collapsed and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. This scene not only confused Xia Fan, but also everyone in the God-Catching Hall. Only Kujun laughed. Although to know why, he was very happy to see Xia Fan couldn't catch Dialga. "Master, I feel that what we have been fighting from the beginning to the end were not their real bodies." At this time, Ho-Oh suddenly told Xia Fan through telepathy. "What do you mean it's not the real body?" Xia Fan was surprised. "The 4 of us felt that something was wrong with their power since the beginning of the battle. It was totally unlike what a Region Guardian should have. We originally thought that it was because they were suppressed by the chains tainted with the power of the god of creation. But when Dialga's body suddenly disintegrated just now, I realized that this was not their true form, but a part of their origin. Ho-Oh replied, Master, Ho-Oh is right. Neither of them should be the real body. Rayquaza agreed. At this point, Palkia also disintegrated and disappeared without a trace, leaving only 2 red chain rings floating there with Dialga. Looking at the 2 iron rings, Xia Fan was speechless. He began to understand why Dialga and Palkia looked unreal when he looked at them carefully. After all this time, the real bodies did not come out from their respective worlds, but the origin came out. So, the only thing he harvested this time was the 3 sacred mushrooms. He was sure that these 3 were the real ones. If they were not, he would... Oh, forget it. Team Galactic had already died in the new universe. Even if he wanted to cut them into pieces, he would not be able to find them. Come here, you 3. Xia Fan picked up the red chain gem and asked Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf to come to him. The 3 little guys who were beaten up and covered in bruises heard the order and flew to Xia Fan. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball with his right hand and placed the red chain gem crush grip on Mesprit's forehead with his left hand. Mesprit immediately regained consciousness after this crush grip. After looking around, his first thought was to run. However, he didn't even fly 1 meter before he was caught by a Pokeball from Xia Fan. Ding! Successfully captured Pokémon Mesprit. Please select one from the skills as your skill. A system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Psychic-type legendary Pokémon, Mesprit. Gender, none. Ability, float from the ground, thus not being attacked by ground-type moves. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Natural gift, gain power from berries to attack. The attributes and power of the move will change depending on the berries you carry. Future sight, send out a ball of confusion, attacking the enemy at some point in the future. Healing wish, at the cost of dying yourself, heal other injured Pokémon. Charm, stare at rival adorably, causing him to be careless, thus greatly reducing his attack. Extrasensory, emits invisible magical power to attack, sometimes causing rival to be afraid. Psyshock, confusion attacks rival in a materialized form, causing physical damage to rival. Rest, go into hibernation when seriously injured. When you wake up again, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed. Destruction Ray, fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Due to the power of Psychic's origin law, after the host captures the psychic Pokémon Mesprit, the host's psychic origin law power usage times will increase by 5 times, now 50 times. Looking at Mesprit's skill bar, Xia Fan smacked his lips. Since these skills are basically psychic type, he doesn't have much to choose from, and Mesprit doesn't have an exclusive skill yet, so Xia Fan's only options are the normal type skill Natural Gift, the fairy type Charm, and the normal type Destruction Death Ray. Natural Gift can be abandoned directly, and it is useless to choose him to destroy the Death Ray, because he has a lot of powerful offensive skills that are both powerful and have no side effects. Therefore, after a quick glance, only Charm is left to choose. System, I choose the skill Charm. After hesitating for a while, Xia Fan said in his heart. After a while, Xia Fan acquired a new skill Charm. By the way, find someone to experiment with. Xia Fan muttered. Thinking of this, Xia Fan looked at Kujun, who hated him to the core, staring at him with wide eyes. The scene suddenly entered a somewhat strange state. One of them stared with eyes wide open, looking very harmless, while the other one gritted his teeth and wished he could eat the person opposite him alive. The people around were completely confused by Xia Fan's behavior. How come she was a high-handed adult walking around in the previous second, but in the next second she was like a little girl looking into the eyes of a middle-aged man with deep affection. Jesse, James, Meowth, and the other 2 were also shocked. They looked at each other and thought they had seen a ghost. Jesse said, "What is this? What is the walking master doing?" "I don't know, Meow," Meowth said. James on the side also shrugged to express his confusion. At this moment, a strange scene happened in their perspective. The look of Kujun opposite them actually began to change. He no longer had a look of wanting to eat someone alive, but a look of a pervert on his face, which immediately made Jesse James Meowth vomit. What is this? A middle-aged man makes such an expression. The key point is that he was full of hatred and resentment just now. Ugh. After a while, Xia Fan felt so sick that he vomited. He couldn't stand the way Kujun was being perverted towards him. Fan. At this time, Kujun suddenly called out in a delicate voice. The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at Xia Fan and Kujun as if they had seen something strange. Xia Fan broke out in a cold sweat, not expecting this skill to be so powerful. Then Kujun looked at him again. As they stared at each other, the effect of the charm was lifted. The look in Kujun's eyes when he looked at Xia Fan returned to one of deep hatred. Xia Fan let out a breath. It was really disgusting to see a man looking at her with a pervert's eyes. It would be okay if it was a beautiful woman. After the skill experiment was over, Xia Fan asked Wuzong, James, and Meowth to count the members of the God-catching hall who were willing to join the Temple of the Gods, while he himself followed aside with the 3 sacred mushrooms to continue the work of conquering them. After a while, he stood under a pillar, Crush gripped the red chain gem on his elf's forehead, and threw out the second Pokeball. A red light flashed, and his elf was also subdued by it. Ding! Successfully captured Pokémon as elf. Please select one from the skills as your skill. A system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Psychic-type legendary Pokémon, as elf. Gender, none. Ability, float from the ground, thus not being attacked by ground-type moves. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Calm mind. Calm your mind and focus your attention to improve your special attack and special defense. Future sight. Send out a ball of confusion, attacking the enemy at some point in the future. Explosion. Trigger an explosion, attacking all Pokémon around you. You will die after using it. Lucky chant. Make a wish to the sky. Under the protection of luck, any enemy attack in the next minute will be difficult to hit you. Uproar. Make a big noise and attack rival in an unusual way. During this period, no one can enter the sleeping contest condition. Psyshock. Confusion attacks rival in a materialized form, causing physical damage to rival. Detect. Detect rival's attack. Perfectly blocked it, but it is easy to fail if used continuously. Destruction Ray. Fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Due to the power of Psychic's origin law, after the host captures the psychic Pokémon as elf, the host's psychic origin law power usage times will increase by 5 times, now 55 times. As elf, like Mesprit, is a psychic-type legendary Pokémon, so most of its skills are psychic-type, and it has no exclusive skills. Therefore, Xia Fan can only choose the fighting skill Detect, the normal skill Uproar, and the normal skill Lucky Chant, as well as the normal skill Explosion. After thinking for a while, Xia Fan felt that Lucky Chant was the most practical. Within 1 minute, it will be difficult for others' attacks to hit you. It can be considered a magical skill for dodging. System, I choose Mesprit's Lucky Chant. Xia Fan said in his heart. After a while, Xia Fan acquired a new skill, Lucky Chant. Nti Reiku, try it. One of you uses a sacred fire, and the other uses thunder to attack me continuously. Xia Fan continued the experiment. As one of the earliest people to follow Xia Fan, Nei Reiku knew that Xia Fan was going to show off again when he heard this. So there was no hesitation, and he started to spit without saying a word. The scorching sacred fire and the powerful lightning went straight to Xia Fan. The noise alarmed the members of the God-catching hall and the Temple of the Gods not far away. When Kujun saw this, he thought Xia Fan had been betrayed, just like himself. So he laughed out loud and mocked Xia Fan for his own evil deeds. But after a while, his laughter gradually minimized and his eyes gradually widened. I couldn't understand why Nti and Reiku's attacks were clearly aimed at Xia Fan, but they always made a sudden turn when they were about to hit him. The attack lasted for a minute, and everyone in the God-catching hall and the Temple of the Gods was stunned by this scene. Master Walker, what happened just now? Jesse went up to ask Xia Fan. Just a small experiment. We have a few small psychics walking around the Pantheon. One of my psychics is to make all attacks on me ineffective, even those from legendary Pokémon. Xia Fan shrugged his shoulders, his tone very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Jessie was stunned when she heard this, but her heart was filled with turmoil. If the attack on her was invalid, then the walking adult was no different from God. Moreover, this was only one of his psychics. What were the other psychics? What were the psychics of the other walking adults? After a while, Jesse returned to James and repeated Xia Fan's words to James and his subordinates. After hearing this, these people immediately became more adoring and loyal to the walking masters of the Pantheon, and their faith reached its peak. And those members of the God-catching hall who were originally hesitant directly chose to join the Pantheon after hearing this. With such a corrupt figure, who else could they follow if not following him? The key is to listen to what Jesse, James, and Meowth said. Besides this one, there are also Walking Lord in other regions. Thinking in this way, this organization may be far more terrifying than they think now. Ha ha ha, you idiots. How can a human be psychic in this world? He's not a Pokémon. Kujun suddenly sneered. He already knew clearly that he would not survive today, even if he joined the Pantheon, because there would definitely be many former subordinates who would try to kill him, such as Wang Song, who had just betrayed him. Since he could not survive, he would fight against them to the end before he died. While Kujun was mocking him, Xia Fan started to capture the last of the 3 sacred mushrooms. I attached the red chain gem crush grip to Uxie's forehead and threw out the 3rd Pokeball of the day. A red light flashed, and Uxie was taken in. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Uxie. Please select one from the skills as your skill. A system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Psychic-type legendary Pokemon, Uxie. Gender, none. Ability, float from the ground, thus not being attacked by ground-type moves. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Yawn. Hit yawn to induce sleepiness and put rival into a deep sleep. Memento. Put yourself into the death contest condition, but can greatly reduce rival's attack and special attack. Imprison. If rival has the same moves as you, then only rival cannot use the same moves. Endure. No matter how powerful the attack is, you will not be killed instantly. Flail. Attack with random attacks like flail. The worse your contest condition is, the more powerful the move will be. Nasty plot. Plan a nasty plot. Activate your mind. Greatly improve your special attack, and perfectly match to unleash the power of each type of skills. Psyshock. Confusion attacks rival in a materialized form, causing physical damage to rival. Amnesia. Clear your mind and instantly forget something, thereby greatly improving your special defense. It can also delete a certain memory of a person without his consciousness. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Due to the power of Psychic's origin law, after the host captures the psychic Pokémon Uxie, the host's psychic origin law power usage times will increase by 5 times, now 60 times. As one of the 3 sacred mushrooms, Uxie's skills are mostly psychic type like the other 2, with relatively few skills of other types and no exclusive skills. However, it is different from the other 2 in that Uxie's position in the 3 sacred mushrooms is to control wisdom, while Mesprit is emotion and Azelf is will. After Xia Fan looked at it, the only key skill that matched Uxie's intelligent temperament was Nasty Plot. This is not a psychic skill, but an evil skill which can only be used after he chooses it himself, rather than relying on the power of the psychic origin law. Therefore, Xia Fan said in his heart, System, I choose Uxie's Nasty Plot. After a while, Xia Fan acquired a new skill, Nasty Plot, and began to experiment with releasing it on himself. After this experiment, Xia Fan's thoughts immediately became extremely clear. He felt that any problem in front of him could be answered, and the energy of various systems in his body that could be used for remote release was also greatly improved at the moment of the experiment. Xia Fan set his sights on a stone pillar and used the psychic skill extrasensory. The next second, the stone pillar was distorted in space due to the effect of extrasensory, and a piece of it was missing. This scared Xia Fan directly. He originally just wanted to use extrasensory to uproot the stone pillar, but he didn't expect the power to increase to the point where it could cause space distortion and swallow up part of the stone pillar. Master Walker, what should we do with this man? Everyone else in the God-catching hall is willing to switch to our Temple of the Gods, but he is the only one who is unwilling to do so, and he even verbally abuses us. At this time, Jesse and James came over and pointed at Kejun. Is that so? Xia Fan looked at Kejun, who was lying on the ground, and verbally insulting him in the Temple of the Gods. He stretched out his right hand, and Kejun floated up from the ground directly, floating to the palm of Xia Fan's right hand, and was strangled by the neck. What are you going to do? Kejun panicked. You said you didn't believe I have psychic. Now I'll let you see it. A pitch-black spherical object, like a black hole, emerged from Xia Fan's left palm. Darkray's unique skill Dark Void. Looking at the black hole, although Kejun was prepared to die, he was still very nervous and scared. He struggled and asked in panic, "What are you going to do?" "I'll torture you before you die. And by the way, let me know how much property you have." Xia Fan smiled slightly and sent Dark Void into Kejun's body. The moment Dark Void entered Kejun's body, he fell into a coma. Less than a second later, the unconscious Kejun began to shout in his sleep, as if he had experienced something horrible, not caring at all that his broken arm was bleeding faster than before as he turned over. The members of the Pantheon present, and the God-catchers who had just joined the Pantheon, were so frightened that Hideki dared not breathe, and the look he gave Xia Fan was filled with fear in addition to worship. Ho-Oh! Xia Fan looked up at Ho-Oh, who was soaring in the sky. Ho-Oh understood what he meant and waved the feather gently. A beam of colorful light came out and did not enter Kejun's body. 2 seconds later, Kejun's broken arm grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth. He didn't want Kejun to die from excessive blood loss while experiencing a nightmare in Dark Void. A minute later, Kejun woke up completely unconscious. Xia Fan took out the phone from his clothes without any reaction. There are 540 million in here. The password is 7******9. 200 million of it is for you to use as future action funds, and the other 340 million can be distributed to the Pantheons in other regions as action funds. Xia Fan threw the phone to Jessie. Jessie was stunned at first, then overjoyed. She picked up her mobile phone with trembling hands and began to experiment with the transfer. When the transfer was successful and the balance in her mobile phone increased by more than 500 million, she was sure that she was not dreaming and hugged James Meowth excitedly. However, they didn't hug for long as a bolt of lightning suddenly came down from the sky and struck Kejun to pieces. Only then did they calm down again. Okay, I've dealt with this guy. The rest of them are from our Pantheon. Xia Fan looked at those who were originally members of the God-catching hall. They nodded frantically, fearing that Xia Fan would also give them a thunderbolt. Even Ming Gu, the original executive of Kejun, felt the same way at this moment. Since you have become members of my Pantheon, I will give you a little reward. Xia Fan threw out 3 Pokeballs. There was a flash of red light, and Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf were released. If you become members of my Pantheon in the Sinnoh region, then these 3 legendary Pokémon will be temporarily lent to you for management. When you need them, rush to the lake where they live and they will fly out to help you. Xia Fan said lightly. At the same time, in the spiritual shared world, he asked Entei to take the 3 sacred mushrooms aside and publicize the benefits and purpose of becoming his own Pokémon. Half an hour later, all matters were settled, and Xia Fan asked Jessie and James to leave with the legendary Pokémon and members of the Pantheon and wait for his next summons. Only Xia Fan, Mew, and the 3 holy mushrooms that had been brainwashed by Entei were left. Xia Fan also wants them to help him find Dialga and Palkia. Do you know how to summon Dialga and Palkia into the real world? Yes. Use this red chain to connect space and time again, and then use our power to summon those 2 adults again. On the triangular stone slab, Xia Fan talked to the 3 sacred mushrooms. When he heard Uxie reply that he could summon them again, he was overjoyed. Really, I mean the main body, not the part of the source of power that was summoned. Xia Fan said, "That won't work." Uxie shook his head, "And if you want to summon it again, the master needs to make a new red chain." "Then what's the difference between saying it and not saying it?" Xia Fan smacked his lips, a little speechless. Except for some small minions outside, all the important backbone members of Team Galactic died in the so-called new universe. Is he going to use their heads to build a new red chain? Uxie then added, "But since the master wants to meet those 2 adults, there is another way. That is, the 3 of us can work together to predict where they will appear in the real world in the future. The master can go there and wait first. It's still possible, can be predicted now." Xia Fan said excitedly. He couldn't help but want to blame Uxie for not finishing his words at once, causing him to fluctuate wildly. "Okay, but after this prediction, we need to fall into a deep sleep for a while," Uxie said, and Mesprit and his elf nodded. "Okay, thank you for your hard work. After you wake up from your slumber, I will ask the members of the Temple of the Gods who serve you to buy you the best food." Xia Fan nodded solemnly. Uxie, Mesprit, and his elf did not reply, but looked at each other, held hands and floated in the air, chanting a ballad that Xia Fan could not understand. The song lasted for about 2 minutes, and after 2 minutes, a picture appeared above their heads. The picture seems to be in a different dimension, where it is pitch black and dark, with thunder flashing constantly. After a while, a bolt of lightning struck the middle of the screen, and the light of lightning instantly illuminated 2 figures. They were Palkia and Dialga. They stared at each other across a period of time and space, their expressions extremely cold, as if they would suddenly riot and fight in the next second. No one knew how long this scene lasted. Just when Xia Fan's eyes were about to get sore, the 2 guys finally moved and rushed towards each other recklessly. Their respective exclusive skills, Sub-Sky Slash and Roar of Time, were both used to smash into each other's faces, as if it was either me or you who would die today. The alien dimension was torn apart by the fight between the 2 of them, and countless unknown living in it fled frantically. Xia Fan didn't know how long he had watched this battle, until Dialga found the right moment. When Palkia was a little tired from using too many skills, he quickly used a hidden power and then a Roar of Time, and shattered the power gem embedded in Palkia's right hand with 1 shot. Palkia was seriously injured and started to flee, and finally came to a castle between 2 mountains in the real world. The scene enters the ending here. After Xia Fan sees Ash, Dawn, Xiaojiang, and his own figure appear in the castle, the scene dissipates, and the 3 sacred mushrooms slowly float in front of Xia Fan as if they are about to collapse. Uxie said, "Master, today's summons from Team Galactic have caused Lord Dialga and Lord Palkia to believe that the other party has invaded their territory. They are now traveling through their own time and space to fight each other. This battle will last for several days and will end with Lord Palkia's defeat. In 15 days, Lord Palkia will go to Bayong Town to avoid Lord Dialga's pursuit. Master, you can go there and wait." Xia Fan nodded, gently said thank you for your hard work to San Sheng Mushroom, then picked up his phone and started looking for the address of Bayong Town on the map of Sinnoh region. The map shows that Poplar Town is right between the town where Dawn attended the Acai conference and the town where Ash attended the Lakeside Gym to get the last gym badge. So, according to this logic, even if Uxie does not predict the future appearance time and location of Dialga and Palkia today, they will just happen to walk there and collide with Dialga Palkia. As expected of the protagonist, his aura is really strong. Xia Fan was speechless after getting such a result. It turned out that only by following Ash and the others can one encounter the divine beasts, which is the true eternal truth. Half an hour later, Xia Fan returned to Ash, and with his consent, the 3 sacred mushrooms returned to their respective lakes to sleep and rest. At this time, Ash, his 3 companions, and Miss Takran breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that all the strange phenomena on MT Coronet had disappeared. They breathed a sigh of relief again when they saw Rayquaza and the others leave one after another. After the police and experts from the Sinnoh region all arrived here, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, because this means that the danger is completely over. Although I don't understand what the so-called Temple of the Gods is, it is reason for celebration that they did not use those 10 Pokémon to do whatever they want in MT. Coronet and destroy the peace of the entire Pokémon world. After all, if they insist on destroying it, no one can stop them now. A day later, the four of them settled down in a nearby town to rest for the night, and then continued their journey to the town of Asahi to allow Dawn to attend the Asahi conference. 14 days later, Xia Fan and 4 others walked out of a woods. Everyone was in high spirits, and Dawn was the happiest. Just the day before yesterday, she successfully won the last ribbon medal in the contest in Asahi Town and was qualified to participate in the Sinnoh region contest celebration. Half an hour later, they came to the edge of a cliff and saw 2 high mountains across a wide lake. Is that Bayong Town? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and saw a small town between 2 high mountains, which was consistent with the picture predicted by the 3 sacred mushrooms. That's right. Xiaojing nodded. It's so beautiful here, Dawn exclaimed, opening her arms and enjoying the breeze. But after a while, Dawn paused and asked Xiaojing in confusion, Xiaojing, how can we get over there? There is a big river between us and the mountain opposite. Xiaojing took out a map from his backpack, compared the route, and said hesitantly, I hope you're not too angry. It seems that we have taken the wrong road and walked to the other side. If we go to the right at the previous fork, we should be able to see a bridge. Ash said dissatisfiedly. I suddenly feel so tired, Dawn said speechlessly, because her mood for the beautiful scenery suddenly disappeared. Sorry. Xiaojing scratched his head awkwardly. Since we were too lazy to walk, why don't I let Deoxys take us there? Xia Fan suggested. That's possible. Dawn and Ash immediately responded happily. But the next second, a woman's voice came to the ears of the 4 people. Would you like me to give you a ride? The 4 of them looked around and finally looked up and saw a turquoise hot air balloon. Under the air balloon was a beautiful and elegant girl with a little fire monkey who was waving at them enthusiastically. When Xiaojing saw the girl, he immediately let out an excited growl. Okay, I don't need to release Deoxys. When Xia Fan heard this from Growl, he knew that there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. Xiaojing, the pervert, would definitely drag them to sit on the hot air balloon. As for the opportunity to sit on a legendary Pokémon, in his eyes, it was now a matter of whoever wanted to sit. A minute later, the 4 of them boarded the hot air balloon and flew to the poplar town opposite. While Ash and Dawn were taking the opportunity to enjoy the beautiful scenery, Xiaojing's lecherous nature took over, and he spoke to the girls excitedly. Thank you so much. My name is Xiaojing. Please tell me your name, Mississippi. My name is Alice. The girls said cheerfully. You are Miss Alice from Bayong Town, right? Xiaojing took out a booklet from his backpack and read it carefully. He said with great regret, I actually missed a beauty like you in my ranking handbook. I am such a failure. Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and she turned sideways to glance at the manual in Xiaojing's hand. It would have been fine if she hadn't read it. But as soon as she saw it, Xia Fan was stunned to find that the page was really filled with the names and scores of girls from each region. For example, Nurse Joy from Petalburg City in Hoenn region was ranked 25th in his handbook because she had a small pimple on her forehead, and Nurse Joy from Jubilife City in Sinnoh region was ranked 26th because she had a little bad breath. In short, he really kept a record of all the beautiful girls in every region. Awesome, you are really invincible. Xia Fan's admiration for Xiaojing really reached its peak at that moment. He is undoubtedly a role model in the world of men. At this time, Xiaojing suddenly recovered from his disappointment and said excitedly, No, the first place belongs to you. I will change my mind now, so please make sure to date me. However, halfway through his words, Krogunk suddenly appeared and paralyzed Gorg with one blow, knocking him directly to the ground. If it had not been impossible to drag Gorg away in the air, it would have pulled him far away long ago, saving Gorg, its owner, from bringing shame to its Pokémon. Alice was a little confused by the scene in front of her. She didn't expect that Pokémon would take the initiative to attack its owner. "My name is Dawn, and this is my partner, Piplup." Dawn spoke to break the awkwardness. "My name is Ash, and this is my friend, Pikachu." Ash followed. "My name is Xia Fan, and this is my friend, Pikachu, but I normally like to call it Xiaowan." Xia Fan followed suit and introduced herself. Alice smiled. At this time, the Charmander she brought used flamethrower on the hot air balloon, increasing its flying speed. Ash and Dawn marveled as they felt the breeze from the speed increase and continued to enjoy the beauty around them. Alice smiled and said, "Although I usually study things related to music, I sometimes use this hot air balloon as a tour guide." As she spoke, Alice took out a leafage from her pocket, put it between her lips, and blew out a beautiful flute sound. Soon, the sound of the flute attracted a group of Polypers and Pidgeotos, which surrounded the hot air balloon and enjoyed the sound of the flute. When the music was over and the Pokémon left, Alice said, "These Pokémon will tell me the current wind flow, so we can reach our destination faster." As she finished speaking, the Chimchar she brought used flamethrower again, causing the hot air balloon to speed up once again. A few minutes later, Air Balloon arrived at Sky in Bayong Town and saw two towers with strange shapes, opposing each other but connected together. "What a huge building!" Dawn exclaimed. Alice smiled and said, "That's the Tower of Time and Space." Tower of Time and Space. Xia Fan frowned slightly. The words time and space made him particularly alert. Behind him, Xiao Gang, who had recovered from paralysis, took out a map and looked. "What's wrong with Galade?" Alice walked forward and asked in confusion. "It looks like it's asking you to follow it." Xia Fan interrupted at the side, and this was translated to him by Mew over his shoulder. "Chimchar." Alice heard it and called out to Chimchar, who was playing with Ash and his Pokémon not far away, then followed Galade away. "Let's go and have a look together." Ash, Dawn, and Xiaojing looked at each other, put the Pokémon they had released back into the ball, and followed. 10 minutes later, the five followed Galade to a garden and pointed at two stone pillars that were twisted in an irregular way. "That's too much. Who did this?" Alice got angry when she saw this scene. "Darkrai!" A shout rang out. The five people looked over and saw a young man dressed as an aristocrat with a very arrogant look walking towards them. "Chili," Alice said in surprise. "I heard that someone saw it on the street recently," said the young man, named AI Chili. "Darkrai!" Ash, Dawn, and Xiao Gang exclaimed in surprise and turned their eyes to Xia Fan. "It's not like there's only one Darkrai." Xia Fan spread his hands, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. Although its Darkrai didn't like staying in the ball and liked to wander around, so he let it out after the MT Cornet incident 15 days ago. If it appeared here, it should have come out to greet it long ago. Seeing Xia Fan's rejection, Xiao Gang wanted to confirm. "It's the legendary Pokémon that only gives people nightmares, right?" "Yes, I also heard that Darkrai is in this courtyard," Alice said. At this moment, a strange noise suddenly came from the woods not far away. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. AI Chili took out his Pokeball with a greedy smile on his face. "Is it Darkrai?" He threw the Pokeball. There was a flash of red, and it was a Lickilicky. As soon as it appeared, AI Chili shouted towards the bushes, "Lickilicky, destroy the death light." Energy began to gather in Lickilicky's mouth. "Master, that person in the bush is not a Pokémon, but a human. I just used Miracle Eye to see that he was holding a computer in his hand. He looked like a researcher." At this moment, Mew suddenly reminded Xia Fan in his mind. "Sir, if there's movement inside, it doesn't necessarily mean it's Pokémon," Xia Fan said immediately. "Researchers are often important NPCs, and it would be bad if they were defeated." But upon hearing this, AI Chili glanced at Xia Fan sarcastically, as if he were an ordinary noble looking at a poor man, with great disdain, so he did not stop Lickilicky, who was about to condense the destructive death light. A second later, a destructive death ray was spit out directly from Lickilicky's mouth. "Xiaohuan, quick attack, zap cannon!" Xia Fan shouted. Mew on the shoulder rushed to the opposite side of Lickilicky like lightning in an instant. At the same time, he condensed a zap cannon, which blocked Lickalicky's destructive death ray with one shot, and also knocked Lickalicky into the pit next to it. However, Mew controlled the power and only caused it minor injuries. Boy, you! AI Chili glared at Fan. Xia Fan didn't take it seriously and just gestured for everyone to look at the bushes again. As soon as everyone turned around, they heard a shout coming from the bushes. Whoever is doing a Pokémon battle here, please leave. A young man wearing glasses and looking honest came out with a notebook, followed by a Driftbloom. Donio, Alice said in surprise, and then glared at Chili. Please don't give out attack orders rashly in the future. AI Chili smacked his lips and could only turn Rage's gaze towards Xia Fan. Alice, Chili, why are you here? The young man named Tonio asked, puzzled when he saw two familiar faces. I was just about to ask you. Do you know that you were almost attacked by the death ray when you were hiding there just now? Alice trotted over and said coquettishly. Dong Naiu scratched his head. There's an abnormal reaction in the space here, so I came here to investigate. Alice glared at him, then introduced him to Xia Fan and the other three. This person is Dong Naiu, a scientist. The four of them nodded. Tonio, this is Ash, this is Xia Fan, this is Dawn, and this is Xiaojing. They're all good friends I met today. Alice also introduced Xia Fan and the other four to Tony. However, Tonio didn't seem to be listening. His eyes were fixed on his notebook. When Alice finished her introduction, he looked at the notebook and muttered that something must have happened here, then handed the notebook to Alice and began to search for something carefully nearby. At this moment, Xia Fan's Mew sensed something again and began to look around. After a while, Ash's Pikachu and the Galade also sensed something and looked around. What's wrong? Xia Fan noticed their abnormality and asked Mew. Mew didn't reply, and 2 seconds later pointed to the bushes where Tonio had just walked out. There was an exquisite flower bed in that direction. The next second when Mew pointed, a sharp creaking sound suddenly came out. In the next 3 seconds, the flower bed suddenly separated up and down in a strange and twisted way. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. When I came to my senses, I found that soaring in the sky had gradually dimmed. The scorching sun was obscured by dark clouds. Xia Fan suddenly received feedback from the perception of the legendary Pokémon in his mind, indicating that a powerful legendary Pokémon was heading this way. 2 seconds later, a Darkrai suddenly appeared in the shadow beside the flower bed that had been separated from each other. You're not allowed to come here. After Darkrai emerged, he shouted at everyone using telepathy. AI Chili, however, didn't take it seriously and instead angrily shouted, "It's really your fault, Darkrai." After saying that, he called his Lickalicky to him. Go Lickalicky! Destroy the Death Light. However, Darkrai used Phantom Force to easily dodge this attack by diving into the ground. Everyone looked around and began to search for its location. Only Xia Fan stayed where he was, sharing what he had just seen with his Darkrai, who was having fun somewhere unknown through the spiritual shared world. When his Darkrai saw this, he said directly, "Master, it seems that you have met the previous leader of my Darkrai clan." The former clan leader? Xia Fan was surprised. Yes, I'm the current clan leader. It seems like it has been almost 100 years since I last met it. That was the 207th time I challenged it for the position of clan leader. In the end, I won, took over its position, and inherited the divinity of my Darkrai clan. But it never returned to the clan after the battle. I always thought it couldn't bear the blow and died, but I didn't expect it to be here. Darkrai said, I understand. Xia Fan nodded after listening. No wonder this Darkrai could trigger the perception of the divine beast. It was easy to understand since he was the previous chief of the Darkrai clan. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if it has... But at this time, Jengar suddenly began to be complacent in the spiritual shared world. I don't see that you are that good. It took you 207 times to challenge the previous clan leader and defeat him. Humph, like me, the ancestor Jengar, when I was young, when I challenged the old guy of our Jengar clan, I defeated him in one go, and I caught him and hung him up to beat him. Yeah, you have cerebral palsy. In response to Jengar's ridicule, Darkrai simply cursed back and then dived, ignoring any subsequent scolding from Gengar. In the outside world, the former Darkrai chief suddenly appeared behind everyone after using Phantom Force to avoid Lickilicky's destructive death light, and a spherical energy body as dark as a black hole condensed in his hand. It is the Darkrai clan's exclusive skill, Dark Void. After condensing, it threw it directly towards Lickilicky. However, this Lickilicky really had a charming figure. When she saw the Dark Void, she felt inexplicably panicked. She just moved and twisted her waist to perfectly dodge the Dark Void. Then the Dark Void hit Ash, and he fell unconscious instantly. "Ash!" Dawn exclaimed, and Growl woke up Xia Fan, who was just communicating with Darkrai through the mental shared world. He came to his senses and looked at Darkrai and put his hands on his waist. However, when he was about to take the Pokeball, the Darkrai dived into the ground again and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Xia Fan could only smack his lips and give up on capturing it this time. "Hurry! Send Ash to the Pokémon Center," Alice said, signaling Xiaojiang and Tony to support Ash, who had begun to scream in a nightmare. "No, leave it to me." Xia Fan stretched out his hand to stop him. Everyone looked at it in confusion. Xia Fan shrugged and said to Dawn and Xiaojiang, "It's understandable that the three of them are confused. If you two can't understand, I'm really speechless." Dawn clapped her hands and came to her senses. "That's right, Mr. Xia Fan. You have the dream goddess Cresselia?" Cresselia. Is it the legendary Pokemon known as the incarnation of the crescent moon? Alice was surprised. "Yes, that's it," Dawn said with her head held high. "You are not lying, are you?" The great AI Chili Baron, don't have any legendary Pokemon. How can a commoner like him have some? AI Chili, who was somewhat dissatisfied with Xia Fan, said sarcastically. Dawn snorted immediately. "Huh, Mr. Xia Fan has more than one. In addition to Cresselia, the Dream God, Mr. Xia Fan also has other legendary Pokemon, such as Darkrai, the Nightmare God himself." "Chili, if you're all right, please leave," Alice said angrily. She chose to believe what Dawn said. AI Chili crossed his arms and said, "I'm not leaving. Didn't he say that this guy has Cresselia and Darkrai? I want to see it with my own eyes, so that you won't be deceived by these foul play guys." After saying that, he stared at Xia Fan and said, "If you have one, release it quickly. Let this Baron take a look at what you, a commoner, call a legendary Pokemon." Xia Fan glanced at him and threw a Pokeball calmly. A red light flashed, and Cresselia, glowing all over, made a stunning appearance. As soon as he appeared, he snorted at AI Chili in a haughty manner, as if to say, "Are you qualified to deny my master? It's really Cresselia?" Alice said in surprise, and patted the shoulder of Tonio, who was staring at the computer, to let him see it. Tonio looked back and immediately exclaimed in surprise. "See? Now you believe it," Dawn said to Chili proudly. AI Chili looked embarrassed. He had never expected that Xia Fan could actually take out the legendary Cresselia. But he still gritted his teeth and said, "But you just said that there are other legendary Pokemon besides Cresselia, such as the Nightmare God Darkrai. Then ask him to release another Darkrai." Dawn looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan shrugged and took out another Pokeball. "I have a lot of legendary Pokemon. Normal won't carry all of them with him. I'll only carry 2 or 3 at most. The rest will be left to play outside by themselves. And I just released Darkrai more than 10 days ago, so I can only release this one." At this point, Chili interrupted him. "Humph, stop pretending. I've heard it all. You don't actually have Darkrai, only Cresselia." "Ha, and what's that I have too many legendary Pokemon and normal won't be on me? You're really shameless. If you can really take out another one..." Cough, cough, cough. When AI Chili said this, he suddenly choked up, because Xia Fan released Deoxys. What Pokemon is this? Alice wondered. She had never seen Deoxys before. This is a Pokemon from space. Dawn explained while looking at Chili. "Miss Alice, you know what Pokemon Rayquaza, the guardian of the Hoenn region, is?" Alice nodded. "Then let me tell you, this Pokemon can fight Rayquaza. It is also extremely powerful, stronger than many legendary Pokemon. If you don't believe me, you can search online. There's a record of it in La Ruse City in Fengyuan region. Alice took out her phone and started searching. After a while, she saw the video Dawn mentioned and exclaimed in surprise. I wonder if the Baron has anything else to say? Dawn looked at Chili jokingly. Chili gritted his teeth and left without saying a word with his lickalicky. Pika Pikachu. At this time, Pikachu shouted to Xia Fan and Dawn, reminding them not to just pretend and forget that there was a person lying on the ground who was having a nightmare and screaming. Sorry, I almost forgot. Dawn looked down at Pikachu, stuck out her tongue playfully, and then looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan nodded and signaled Cresselia to wake Ash. A minute later, Ash woke up from a nightmare as the special substance emanated from Cresselia's body. When he woke up, he looked around in horror. It's okay, it's okay. Mr. Xia Fan's Cresselia has relieved your nightmare. Dawn patted Ash's shoulder and comforted him. Was everything we just experienced a nightmare? Ash still looked a little dazed. That's right. You were hypnotized by Darkray's dark void and fell asleep. So you were having nightmares just now. Alice said, You look very painful just now. Xiaojiang said, I can't help it. The nightmare just now was too real and too terrifying. After being hit by the dark void, I felt like I was falling into an abyss. I fell into a dark world. I don't know how long I fell. When I came to my senses, I was back here, but you disappeared. Ash held his head in his hands, recalling with horror. At that time, I kept calling out to you, but there was no response. I could only walk around the town alone until I came to my senses and looked behind me. Darkray suddenly appeared from the shadows behind me. It looked at me. Its body slowly grew larger, and then it gradually drew me into the darkness of its body. It made me feel like I was trapped in a lonely and desolate dimension, where a huge Pokémon was roaring at me. I couldn't see its appearance clearly, but I could see its vaguely open mouth approaching me, as if it wanted to swallow me. Just when I was desperate, the Pokémon disappeared, and I returned to the place where I woke up just now. Darkray appeared opposite me and looked at me quietly. I wanted to take out the Pokeball to fight it, but the Pokeball would disappear in mid-air as soon as it was thrown out. Afterwards, Darkray watched me slowly sink into the ground. Behind him was Pikachu, who called out to me and ran towards me. I excitedly ran toward him as well, but the place where Darkray had just sunk suddenly sank, causing both of us to sink with him. Once again, I felt like I was falling into an abyss. It was all dark around me, with only my own shouting. When I came to my senses again, I saw everyone. At this point, Ash swallowed and confirmed with everyone. Am I really back now? Am I not having a nightmare? Everyone looked at each other. Only Xia Fan and Ash's Pikachu made eye contact. The next second, Pikachu used Thunder Shock to shock Ash, and he confirmed that he was not having a nightmare. He said that if he had the chance, he would find Darkray to fight Retaliate and let Pikachu shock him. Of course, it's just talk. Everyone laughed. The only one who didn't laugh was Tonio, who was determined to find out the truth of the matter. He did not put all the blame on Darkray. So when Xia Fan noticed him again, he was squatting on the ground, looking at a spiral pattern tile not far away, muttering to himself, There is a very powerful force. It's like it could distort space. He kept repeating this sentence until he suddenly looked shocked, stood up excitedly, and shouted, No, I have to investigate more information. After saying this, he turned around and left, ignoring everyone's surprised looks, muttering that something must have happened in the past, and that there might be something recorded in the diary. He's still like this. Once he starts concentrating on something, it will turn out like this. Alice sighed as she watched him leave. I'm afraid there's a story behind this. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and moved his eyes between Alice and Tonio. He could see that the self-righteous Chili liked Alice, but Alice liked the honest-looking Tony, and Tony was only interested in the things he was curious about. It's difficult, a bit like the relationship between Jengar, Cresselia, and Darkray. The only difference is that his Jengar has some real skills and is willing to give everything for Cresselia, but that may not be the case with Chili. Now that Ash is fine, do you still want to hang out here? There will be a fireworks conference in the evening. After Tonio was completely gone, Alice said to everyone, Certainly. When they heard that they could watch the fireworks, Dawn immediately agreed, and Ash also nodded, wanting to use happiness to forget the fear just now. Naturally, there was no need to think too much about Xiaojing, the pervert. In this way, the four of them continued to play with Alice until late at night when they watched the fireworks conference and then separated. They returned to the Pokémon Center to rest and agreed to visit the Tower of Time and Space early the next morning. On the morning of the second day, as a bell rang from the Space-Time Tower in Poplar Town, the whole town began to come alive. After Xia Fan and his three companions had breakfast at the Pokémon Center, they went to the Space-Time Tower with Miss Alice, who came to pick them up. After walking for 20 minutes, the five people arrived at the tower, which was 170 meters high. After entering, Alice took them to visit the venue of the Pokémon contest held in this town in the lower tower. Dawn was filled with surprises as she looked around the venue. Although she had already received 5 medals and was eligible to participate in the Pokémon contest celebration, Alice said that a contest would be held here tomorrow, so Dawn had the idea of participating in another one. After visiting the venue of the contest, Alice took the four to the exhibition area in the center of the Space-Time Tower for them to visit, and introduced the appearance of the Space Tower and the Time Tower inside the Space-Time Tower. The four of them nodded repeatedly after listening to this. After all the explanations were finished, Alice took everyone to Tonio's laboratory, which was 1 floor below the one they were visiting. Because Tonio's great-grandfather was Gaudi, the genius designer of the Tower of Time and Space. However, what they saw after entering the laboratory was a mess. Tonio was lying on the ground and snoring. Alice woke him up angrily. "Can you please stop resting on the ground?" Alice said dissatisfiedly. Tonio scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry. I was thinking about the nightmare recorded in my great-grandfather Gaudi's diary, so I wanted to have a nightmare and try it myself." Several people looked at each other, and only Xia Fan couldn't help but answer, "I have Jengar here. I can satisfy your nightmare." "Mr. Xia Fan, don't take it seriously. This guy is stubborn." Alice hurriedly protected Tonio, then glared at him coquettishly, making Xiaojing feel like he was pierced through the heart and cried out that he was heartbroken. Xia Fan smiled. He was just joking anyway. "By the way, Alice, I found a photo of your grandmother in your great-grandfather's diary." At this time, Tonio thought of something and picked up a photo from the bookshelf next to him. On the front is a photo of Tonio's somewhat elderly great-grandfather and Alice's then young grandmother Claire. On the reverse is a piece of sheet music. After listening to the diary story described by Tonio, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, and his mind suddenly remembered that his Darkrai said yesterday that after it defeated the previous tribe leader disappeared. Could it be because of this reason? Xia Fan muttered. He calculated the time, and it was almost the same. More importantly, there shouldn't be many situations that could cause the previous Darkrai leader to be seriously injured. Apart from the possibility that it was crazy and went looking for other legendary Pokémon to fight, the most consistent possibility was a power struggle within the tribe. Oh, by the way, I remembered something recorded in the diary. At this time, Tonio said again, on the next page after the end of the diary, I saw the construction drawings of the Tower of Time and Space, and there was a sentence left on it, which was the nightmare wants to tell me what I should do. For the future, I should keep Eurasian. What is Eurasian? Ash asked in confusion after hearing this. I don't know either, so I wanted to ask Alice if you have heard of this name, said Tonio. Ask me. Alice frowned slightly, crossed her arms across her chest, and supported her chin with her right hand, making a thoughtful expression. A minute later, she said awkwardly, the name Eurasian sounds familiar, but I just can't remember where I heard it. Okay. Tonio sighed regretfully. At this moment, there was a noise nearby. Everyone looked over and saw Pikachu, Piplup, Charmander, and Xia Fan's Mew holding a round plate and taking turns performing acrobatics. Pikachu, Piplup, Xiaohuan, you can't do this. Ash hurried forward to stop them, afraid that they would accidentally play too much and break the disc. Several Pokémon looked at each other, then looked at their respective owners and gave up. What is this? Xia Fan took the disc from you and looked at Tonio and Alice. Alice said, it's a sound disc. Sound disc. Ash and the other two were somewhat incredulous and looked carefully at the disc in their hands that was engraved with many irregular patterns. Tonio smiled and said, "You can use that thing to make this tower play music." "Really? I want to try it." Dawn was very interested in this new thing. "Are you sure?" Tonio's expression began to get strange. "If you want to play it, you have to take the disc and walk to the top of the Tower of Time and Space." "No problem. No problem." Dawn patted her chest and responded confidently. Piplup behind her also patted her chest and shouted. But 10 minutes later, Dawn climbed the stairs while holding the disc and said exhaustedly, "It would be strange if there is no problem." Everyone laughed when they heard it. Ash, who was following behind her, laughed at her. "You are such a loser. You are already tired at such a young age. Let me show you how I can reach the top of the tower first." After saying that, Ash led Pikachu and climbed the stairs with all his might. "I'm destined to be alone. It's all because of my youth." Xia Fan sighed. Ash avoided every opportunity to win Stephanie's heart, and he was afraid that he wouldn't avoid it fast enough. Just as Xia Fan thought, Dawn pouted with a look of resentment when she saw Ash and Pikachu rushing to the top. 5 minutes later. "No, why don't we take a break?" Dawn pleaded as she sat on the ground. Alice and Tonio looked at each other, and Alice said, "Why don't we take a hot air balloon up? There's one of mine at the bottom of the tower. The key is that we haven't even climbed 1/5 of the way up yet." "That's possible." Dawn responded immediately. "What about Ash?" Xiao Gang asked. Dawn smiled with her big white teeth. "If you think you can catch up with him, Xiao Jiang, then chase him and tell him to come down." Forget it. He just said that he wanted us to watch him reach the top fastest, so I'd better not disturb him." Xiao Gang shook his head decisively and sold out his good brother Ash. After all, going down the tower was faster than going up. 10 minutes later, the 5 of them arrived at the bottom of the tower and sat on Alice's hot air balloon. Then it only took another 3 minutes to catch up with Ash. Ash was already out of breath at this point. When she heard Dawn's teasing voice, she first looked back in surprise, and when she found no one was there, she glanced out the window. It doesn't matter if you don't glance at it, but if you do, you will naturally look as if you have seen a ghost. You call Alice to take him on it, but it's a pity that it's useless. In the end, it only took the 5 people 8 minutes to fly from the bottom of the tower to the top. After entering the top of the tower, Alice took the initiative to act as a tour guide and introduce the place to everyone. Then he showed everyone the many Pokémon that inhabited the top of the tower while waiting for Ash to arrive. After waiting at the top of the tower for almost half an hour, Ash finally arrived. "Finally, we're here. My legs are about to break from climbing." Ash lay down on the ground as soon as he reached the top. Both he and Pikachu looked like they were about to die. It took them a full 10 minutes to recover. Everyone looked at them, trying hard to suppress their laughter. After Ash recovered, Tonio and Alice took them to a very old and huge roulette wheel. On the roulette wheel was a music disc. If they wanted to listen to the songs they wanted, they just had to operate and replace the new music disc. A minute later, as Dawn replaced the new sound disc, Alice used a roller to start the roulette wheel, and the entire Tower of Time and Space began to play melodious music that lingered in the air and echoed in Baiyang Town. The whole town burst into song and laughter along with the music. Even Mew started shaking his head excitedly on Xia Fan's shoulder. For a time, the word happiness shrouded the town. The group of 6 people listened to the music and returned to land on a hot air balloon. However, just 20 minutes after they landed, a white light suddenly flashed in the sky. The white light disappeared in an instant, and then another energy wave spread out from a place and soaring in the sky. The energy wave flashed with a strange color that was incompatible with the real world, and it seemed to envelop the entire town. Everyone looked up in shock. Just when I was about to say something, the energy wave suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The blue sky was still the blue sky, and the white clouds were still white clouds. Ash said, "What was that just now?" Dawn hesitated and asked, "Soaring in the sky is glowing?" "It seems so," Xiao Gang said in disbelief. "That is a light I have never seen before." Only Xia Fan was whispering in his heart, "Is this a sign that Dialga and Palkia are coming here?" At this moment, a shout came from everyone's mind. Get out! Xia Fan looked around and saw Darkrai, who had left yesterday, under the shade of a tree in the flower pond a few feet behind him. Darkrai! Ash rushed over with Pikachu, wanting to ask it what it was doing. As a result, someone appeared opposite Darkrai before him. It's Chili Baron. As soon as Chili saw Darkrai, he threw his Pokeball. A flash of red light appeared, and Lickilicky appeared. Darkrai, I will never let you escape again this time. AI Chili stared at Darkrai, the desire to conquer him evident in his eyes. Xia Fan's legendary Pokémon yesterday made him feel very upset. He couldn't accept that he, a Baron, could not be defeated by a commoner. Go Lickilicky, Euro Ball. Lickilicky flicked his tongue, twisted his body, and instantly rapid spin, rushing towards Darkrai under the shade of the tree like a giant gyroscope. Whoosh! Facing the attack, Darkrai hid in the ground and rose from the ground, easily avoiding Lickilicky's attack. Then his body changed shape in mid-air, stretched out two straight long legs, and stood proudly on the street lamp. It gently waved its right hand, and a blue lightning suddenly shot out from its right palm, instantly shocking Lickilicky so much that he felt numb all over. His body was stiff for a long time before he came to his senses. Lickilicky destroyed the death light. Following the master's instructions, Lickilicky, who had just passed away from thunder shock, immediately gathered energy. 2 seconds later, the destructive death ray blasted towards Darkrai. But Darkrai still dodged it easily, but this also angered Darkrai. He looked around and shouted angrily through telepathy. Get out! As it shouted, its hands condensed a slightly larger dark void skill. The moment the dark void was successfully condensed, it broke apart and separated into dozens of small dark voids, which began to attack indiscriminately. The Pokémon watching around fell into coma immediately after being hit. Even the courageous weasel that Dawn and Xiaojing had just let out to play not long ago, the nonsense tree, suffered because of it. Mr. Xia Fan, please stop it quickly. Dawn and Xiaojing looked at Xia Fan. At this time, Xia Fan was in a daze, because Mew just suddenly told him that the Darkrai's words "get out" didn't seem to be referring to them, but to someone else. Every time Darkrai said "get out," Mew felt a flash of energy fluctuations from another space passing by. After listening to this, Xia Fan immediately thought of Dialga and Palkia. Mr. Xia Fan. Seeing Xia Fan in a daze, Dawn and Xiaojing called him again and pushed him anxiously. What's wrong? Xia Fan came back to his senses and looked around and found that many Pokémon were lying on the ground with expressions of pain. In midair, Darkrai was using Dark Void to attack indiscriminately. Seeing this scene, Xia Fan immediately understood. Just about to release Deoxys and Cresselia, the goddess of dreams. Darkrai in midair suddenly dived into the ground again and escaped from the scene in the blink of an eye. Ash and Baron AI Chili chased after him. Xia Fan wanted to follow, but was stopped by Dawn and Xiaogang. Helplessly, Xia Fan could only stay here for the time being. There was a flash of red light, and Cresselia was released. Use your abilities to help the Pokémon around you escape from nightmares. After they were almost all awake, Xia Fan released Deoxys and asked it to fly high into the sky with him to find Ash and Darkrai. There they are, Master. After a while, Deoxys pointed Xia Fan in a direction. He followed the tentacle. In an alley, Ash and Pikachu were looking at 2 Lickilickys and seemed a little overwhelmed. One of the 2 Lickilickys was standing, while the other was lying down. The one lying down had a painful expression and was obviously experiencing a nightmare. Go and have a look. The next second, Deoxys used a teleport to bring Xia Fan to Ash and the 2 Lickilicky. Oh my god! As soon as it appeared, the standing Lickilicky screamed, as if it was frightened by the sudden appearance of Xia Fan. Mr. Xia Fan, Ash exclaimed in surprise. Did I hear correctly? Did this Lickilicky just speak? Wait, these 2 Lickilicky look like the Lickilicky of that conceited Baron. Xia Fan looked between the 2 Lickilickys with a strange look. Ash pointed at the standing Lickilicky and said, You heard it right. he did speak. As for why, it's because he is the idiot Baron you mentioned. What? Xia Fan's eyes widened, and he rarely showed an expression of seeing a ghost. He looked up and down at the standing Lickalicky. Hey, now that you mention it, this Lickalicky really does look a bit like that stupid Baron, with a chain that only a noble would wear. As soon as the voice fell, the standing Lickalicky said angrily, "You are the idiot. I am the high and mighty Baron Chili." However, Xia Fan ignored him and continued to ask Ash, "What happened just now? Why did this idiot suddenly become Lickalicky?" Ash scratched his head and said, "I don't know why this happened, but I can describe the situation. A few minutes ago, Pikachu and I chased Darkray's shadow into this alley. After that, I don't know if it got tired of being chased, but after being hit by Pikachu's thunderbolt, it emerged from the ground. It told me telepathically to stop chasing it, and that I was wrong. I was very confused when I heard this, and just when I was about to ask what it meant, this idiot Baron came out. He scolded me to stay out of the way, saying that Darkrai was his prey, and then he commanded his Lickalicky to use the destructive Death Ray attack. The result of this was Darkrai rushed to the top of its head and threw the dark void directly into his Lickalicky's head. After that, his Lickalicky fell into a coma, and Darkrai took the opportunity to sneak into ground and escape again. As for Baron himself, not long after his Lickalicky fell into a coma, he suddenly became what he is now. Then, Mr. Xia Fan, you rushed here. Is that so? After listening to this, Xia Fan looked at the stupid Baron who had become Lickalicky. I don't know why, but the corners of my mouth can't help but rise. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, but now I don't want to do that at all. I just want to take out my phone and take a picture. Cover your mouth and don't laugh. AI Chili was very angry when he saw Fan's mouth twitching. It wouldn't matter if he didn't say it, but once he said it, Fan couldn't hold it back anymore and laughed out loud while hugging Mew. Ash and Pikachu at the side couldn't hold back their laughter and laughed wildly while leaning against the wall. The only one who didn't laugh was Deoxys. As an alien, it couldn't feel Xia Fan and the others' funny points. Finally, Chili couldn't stand it anymore and stretched out his long tongue to whip Fan and Ash, but was grabbed by Deoxys. Under the stimulation of pain, he could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Xia Fan and Ash laughed for 3 minutes until a Bibarel suddenly jumped out of the wall and seemed to be swimming in the air. Their laughter stopped abruptly because this Bibarel not only passed through the wall, but also passed through Deoxys' body. How did it get through the wall and Deoxys' body? Ash said in shock. Xia Fan was also confused and could only ask Mew. But when he saw Mew also had a look of surprise on his face, he knew that he could only wait and find the answer slowly. Could it be a new rare Pokémon? The stupid Baron Chili suddenly said while licking his tongue. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this and took out an empty Pokeball. I think you look like a rare Pokémon. Come on, enter my Pokeball. The idiot Baron AI Chili ran away. What an idiot. Xia Fan shook his head speechlessly as he watched AI Chili running away. He knew with his own imagination that this couldn't be a rare Pokémon, but a status condition caused by some circumstances, just like him, a human being turned into a Pokémon. As for what the circumstances were, he had no idea. Ash, let's go to the Pokémon Center. Dawn and Xiaojing are there, Xia Fan said. Ash nodded. After a while, the two were sent by Deoxys to the Pokémon Center not far away. At this time, there are still many Pokémon in nightmares in the Pokémon Center, as well as many Pokémon in similar situations to Bibarel roaming around in the Pokémon Center, such as Ghost Normal, which can penetrate all objects. When Xia Fan arrived, he was immediately surrounded by many trainers. These people learned from other people that Xia Fan owned Cresselia, so they begged Xia Fan to awaken their Pokémon. Xia Fan agreed, released Cresselia, and helped them. A few minutes later, these Pokémon woke up from their dreams, and most of the Pokémon like Ghost Normal suddenly disappeared. It can't be that Darkrai is behind this, but he shouldn't have the ability to make Pokémon's soul leave their body. Xia Fan frowned when he saw this scene. At this time, Tonio ran over with a notebook and shouted, "Everyone, I understand. I understand why there are so many strange phenomena." Everyone looked back. What? Ash asked quickly. Tonio held the notebook and explained, "The reason for everything is that the dream appeared in reality." Dreams appear in reality? Alice wondered. Yes, those mill tanks, duck-billed fire dragons, and bronzers that were floating in the air just now were all because they might have been dreaming about being chased by a terrifying creature. Dreams pursued by terrible things. Everyone was in deep thought. A few seconds later, another shout was heard from the door of the Pokémon Center. "Nurse Joy, help me." A talking Lickalicky runs into the Pokémon Center. Except for Ash and Xia Fan, everyone else was shocked. What's more, those who are curious will take out the Pokeball to capture it. But he was stopped by AI Chili's roar. "I am AI Chili Baron. Are you Chili?" Alice stepped forward and looked at the Lickalicky in disbelief. "Yes, they can prove it." AI Chili pointed at Xia Fan and Ash. Hearing this, Xia Fan turned his head away and whistled, pretending not to hear. The kind-hearted Ash hesitated for a while, but finally gave Chili proof and told everyone what he had witnessed before. Only then did everyone in the museum choose to believe it. "Mr. Tonio, what's his reason?" Dawn asked curiously. Dong Niu thought for a while and replied, "I think it might be that Lickalicky is dreaming about becoming Baron. So when the dream becomes reality, Baron becomes Lickalicky. If we want to remove it, we may have to rely on Mr. Xia Fan's Cresselia to wake up its Lickalicky." "What?" After hearing this, Chili immediately ran out again. I guess he might want to drag his Lickalicky from the alley here. After he left, Tonio held up his notebook and continued to tell everyone, "I think there may be some powerful force active in the space of this town, which has caused it to fall into the current status condition." "What kind of powerful force is that?" Alice asked. "I haven't figured this out yet." Tonio shook his head, then picked up the notebook and prepared to leave again. Just as I reached the door, 3 young men and women rushed in. The girl among them shouted, "Everyone, please listen to me and tell me something strange. There is no way to get out of the town now. The entire outer area of Bayong Town is shrouded in mist. There is no way out." 20 minutes later, nearly 100 people heard the girl's words and walked to the edge of the town together. As the girl said, everyone saw a thick mist. No matter how everyone commands their Pokémon to use flying skills, they cannot blow this mist away. And no matter how far you fly out of the town, you will eventually fly back into the town, just like you are trapped in a maze. This is true even if Xia Fan sends Deoxys. Gradually, people began to blame all the sins on Darkrai, believing that all the troubles occurred after its appearance. Some people began to suggest that Xia Fans bring their own legendary Pokémon to kill and eliminate Darkrai, believing that such a scourge should not exist in this world. In response, Xia Fan replied calmly, "Cerebral palsy," and then took Ash and the others to Tonio's laboratory. Because Tonio told him that it was good to believe in Darkrai, and as long as he was given some time, he would be able to prove that Darkrai had nothing. When Darkrai appeared yesterday, the space began to undergo abnormal changes, but at that time the nightmare had not yet become a reality. In Dong Niao's laboratory, in order to prove his intuition, Dong Niao looked at various data and information on his notebook while explaining them to Xia Fan and others. Behind him, there was a large screen monitoring Bayong Town in real time. And today, when Darkrai appeared in the square again, the nightmare began to become a reality. A few minutes before that, I wonder if you still remember the abnormal phenomenon that occurred in Sky in Bayong Town. Ash said, "Mr. Tonio, are you talking about that strange light?" "That's right." Tony nodded and pressed the enter key on the laptop. The screen switched to a video playback, which was exactly what the sky of Bayong Town looked like when the abnormal phenomenon occurred. A white light suddenly appeared in the sky of Bayong Town, and then suddenly disappeared. This is the video I recorded at the time. At that time, an alarm sounded in my laboratory. The waveform graph, combined with various data, seemed to show that a force from another dimension had broken into our laboratory. Therefore, I think the source of all the strange phenomena was not Darkrai, because from some information I have read, Darkrai, who holds the title of Nightmare God, should not have the ability to travel through space. After hearing what Dong Niu said, Xia Fan paused and felt that he understood everything. Darkrai does not have the ability to travel through space, but Palkia, the god of space, does. In this case, Palkia should have already arrived in Baiyang Town. Thinking of this, Xia Fan turned his attention to the video recorded by Dong Nayu. Look through it carefully and use the skill Nasty Plot. In addition to enhancing the power of the user's long-range skills, this skill also has the ability to activate the user's brain potential, allowing the user's IQ to skyrocket for a period of time. Wait a minute, Tonio, can you zoom in on this light spot? After using the skill Nasty Plot to review the video, Xia Fan immediately discovered a key point. That was the second before the abnormal light occurred. First, a spot of light suddenly appeared in the sky of the Tower of Time and Space. It was like a light source, and light radiated from it in all directions. Afterwards, when the light disappeared, those lights seemed to go back in time and quickly return to it. This key point would not have been discovered if Xia Fan had not used the skill Nasty Plot to develop his brain's potential. Even ordinary people would have found it difficult to discover it unless they carefully watched it frame by frame dozens of times. After hearing Xia Fan's words, Dong Nayu, under his guidance, magnified the light spot on his notebook. A minute later, when the light spot enlarged to its maximum, everyone saw a blurry figure of a Pokémon. Ash exclaimed, "It is this. I remember this. When I was hit by Darkray's nightmare yesterday, the Pokémon in the dream that seemed to want to swallow me was very similar in size to it." Tonio, can you make it clearer so that we can see its true appearance? Sure. Tony nodded and began typing frantically on his notebook. Give me a minute. I'll add some details to the picture. Xia Fan, who was standing next to Tonio, saw the blurry figure, and his brain automatically filled in the details, making the blurry figure gradually clear. In less than 10 seconds, the image in Xia Fan's mind became crystal clear. Palkia, you're finally here. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth. At the same time, Dawn suddenly asked everyone to look at the big screen. Xia Fan turned his head and saw that on the big screen, dozens of trainers, led by a Lickilicky, had found Darkrai. They all looked as if they wanted to destroy Darkrai here and gave orders to attack. The only thing is, these dozens of trainers' Pokémon were unable to cause any damage to Darkrai. Instead, in less than a minute, Darkrai used his skill Dark Void to send all of them into a deep nightmare. After they fell asleep, Darkrai returned to the air and looked around, as if searching for something. At this time, Tonio suddenly stood up, picked up the notebook with a shocked look on his face, and showed it to everyone. Everyone, the details are complete. Ash and the other two turned their eyes away from the big screen and looked over. The next second they were surprised and asked, "Isn't this Palkia?" Yes, it is said that it lives in the cracks of dimensions and has the ability to control space. It is called the Pokémon of God. Tonio said seriously, "Yesterday the garden was destroyed by irregular forces. Now that I think about it, it was not Darkray's doing. It should be a sign that Palkia is coming here. Darkrai scolded us not to go there. Maybe he noticed this and appeared there. Today, when soaring in the sky was shining, Palkia entered this town." Ash suddenly interrupted. "Only Darkrai knows about this, right?" "Yes." Tony nodded. "In that case, when it keeps telling me to get out, it's actually talking to Palkia." Ash said seriously, "In my dream yesterday, it was actually reminding me that Palkia would come to this town." "That's right," said Tonio. "Now that Palkia has entered town, where is it?" Dawn asked. Tonio shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Xia Fan on the side suddenly spoke up. "Palkia should have opened up another dimension in a corner of Baiyang Town and hidden it. After all, he is known as the god of space, so opening up another dimension should be easy for him. As for where he is hiding, I believe Darkrai should be able to find him. After all, he has been looking for him for so long." Having said that, Xia Fan turned his gaze towards the big screen again. The big screen showed Darkrai appearing above the Tower of Time and Space, facing a layer of clouds motionlessly, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Tonio asked everyone to leave, and then he rushed out of the laboratory with his notebook. As soon as everyone rushed out, Darkrai and soaring in the sky moved and crashed into the clouds. A second later, with a heavy groan, Darkrai fell heavily to the ground. Make a big hole. Space ripples appeared where it tackled, and a bean-sized object emerged in the sky above Bayong Town and slowly grew larger. 5 seconds later, a huge lavender Pokémon appeared in the sky of Bayong Town. It curled up with its eyes closed and seemed to be sleeping wrapped in a transparent substance. After this Pokémon appeared, all kinds of data in Tonio's notebook immediately showed a sharp rise. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of this Pokémon, except Xia Fan, who smiled and took a step back. While everyone was staring at Sky, his body split into two. The main body and Mew entered the invisible contest condition together, while the substitute took over and stood beside Ash.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.